Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. This is Challenger Elite, the final day of Stage 2. We will crown our European champion today with only 3 teams remaining. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn.
Thank you very much, Brycey. Very excited to get into this final day. We had an absolute stormer of a day yesterday, and hopefully this day is just as good. The games yesterday were so good, and well, we're hoping for them to be just as exciting heading into this final day.
We certainly are. The games today should be great. This is what you can expect. First up, Katana Gaming against Crud Muffins in the lower final. Winner obviously goes into the grand final. Loser goes out, and they'll be looking to play Team Notorious, who have already got themselves there. Then, if it's not enough for Europe for you, we've got North America winging its way with Team War versus Omit Brooklyn, and they'll go to face the Royal Spartans in the grand final there, Ton.
Yeah, it should be really interesting over on the North American side of things as well, but we have this set up, well, probably mostly how we expected it to be. Katana dropping down up against Team Notorious. They just cannot get over the line against them, but they may well have another opportunity if they can get through Crud Muffins. Now, there is a little bit of history between some of the players on these rosters. As far as ex-teammates goes, it is kind of like that in Europe. You know, everybody does seem to play with somebody else at the same at some stage. So now here we are with them two facing off in the lower final. The winner of that faces Team Notorious in that grand final immediately after. And honestly, I think it's one of those days where it could really go in any direction. You never know with European challenges, but what are they actually going to be playing for? Not just, of course, the, well, pride, but of course the prizing. $24,000 for first place, 16 for second, 10 for third. Already decided it was 4th through to 8th, so not so bad cash for these guys, but this is where your real money is made on that final day.
It certainly is. Of course, you can see on here some of the teams have already got a little bit more money, and anybody who didn't make it to playoffs has still got $1,000 anyway, so just making it to the elite is a little bit of a payday. Then it's how far can you get to basically boost that all the way. But a good amount of money up for grabs today. But for many of these players, it's not just about that. It's about getting the win. And this team, especially Katana Gaming, they're one of our top 2, at least in our list. But there's been some upsets yesterday. Aspect, Brezzy, Cobra, and Vortex. Actually got a little bit viral here, Cobra, over the last day. That 1v4 yesterday, I'm seeing everywhere, Ton.
Yeah, and rightly so. I mean, an absolutely ridiculous play coming out from Cobra in no less than around 11 as well. Really interesting to see how he's going to get on today as well, because I think he didn't necessarily have the best of series outside of the 1 versus 4. I think he'd be looking to step it up against Team Notorious if they can, of course, get there when we do go there again in that grand final. But yeah, this 1v4 was the highlight play of the season, probably of the Call of Duty year for us entirely so far. Let's see if he can, well, continue on. But the rest of the team played solid yesterday. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed to go down in that 4th map in the way that they did. The first 3 extremely close up against Team Notorious. But we had Katana as our, top 2 team throughout the entirety of this stage. Looking to just confirm that if they can find the win up against Crud Muffins today. But Katana will be feeling confident.
Let's see whether or not they can get it even further. Because, I mean, realistically, Crud Muffins themselves, Denza, Kes, Pack, and Detain, well, they shocked us yesterday. We thought that maybe the Magpies would be too much for them, but they dominated them over 3 maps. It wasn't really even close.
No, it was a really impressive performance from Crud Muffins, which will give them some credit heading into today, especially going up against a team like Mission Magpies. Okay, yeah, I would say that Katana are another level above, but at the same time, to do it in that manner, I think, we were going into it and expecting Mission Magpies to be the one that got through that, but Crud Muffins do it. Wasn't necessarily too much of a surprise that they did it, but in the fashion they did it was really the thing that caught everybody off guard. So now they're going to be heading into this losers bracket final with a little bit of momentum behind them. But just a quick history before we do go into these maps. Both these 2 teams did play up against each other in earlier in the playoffs, and it was a Katana 3-1 win, and relatively similar maps. We had 3 vaults previous time around. We got 3 vaults again. Crud Muffins managed to take the Search and Destroy last time, but Vault Control and Hardpoint both went over to Katana. We don't have a Skyline, which was in there last time. This time we have Hacienda just either side of that triple header on Vault. This one is potentially going to be one that could go all the way, Brycey. But I think if I'm Katana, I'm happy with these maps based on the previous performance up against Crud Muffins.
Yeah, I think so. Realistically, here's where I'm sitting, right? Yesterday, I feel like we undersold Crud Muffins. I feel like we were going against them most of the time. It was such a turd to the fact that not only were they the better team, but they never even looked slightly challenged. Now, does that mean Magpies were a little bit weak yesterday? Possibly. They didn't seem to be all firing on the same cylinder. Certainly had some issues outside of maybe the Hardpoint was their best map. Pride Muffins looking that good, though, is going to be a trouble for Katana, who admittedly looked okay yesterday against Notorious, but we have spoken before about Notorious being the best team in the game so far, and we thought Katana would be 1 and 2. Now, I'm not going to undersell Crud Muffins this time around. They've had their chance yesterday. They did the job wonderfully. So for me, I'm really excited to see the benchmark of these two teams going into this one. Crud Muffins on the up. Katana, was it a fluke and a slip? Will they get back to the grand final? Well, only time will tell us.
And we will find out very, very quickly, as we're already heading into a Hacienda. And for both these two teams, it's do or die, right? You have no more opportunities to make mistakes. Crud Muffins first came up against Katana. Katana's came up against Team Notorious. And as you mentioned, Katana will be wanting to head back into that grand final for another shot. Our reigning champions. Crud Muffins, though, looking to try and get in their way. And some of that history I was talking about is kind of between Denza and Vortex. We've always seen these two match up really, really well with each other. Teammates of years gone by multiple times, and they really always like to get one up on each other. But somebody for Crud Muffins I really want to keep an eye out on here is D10. He's really, really impressed me throughout the entirety of the season. Let's see how he goes up against Katana.
Well, had a great game yesterday. It was definitely the difference Megaton. You are right there, but how big are they feeling today? Because this is elimination. You either go into the grand final or you go out of the tournament. And as we saw just a little while ago with the prizing, so much money up for grabs. Right now, Katana feeling a little bit more confident. They get a good amount of time on the P1 and they are ready for P2. The pinch is already happening.
Let's see if they can manage to find a way through. Aspect and Brezzy find a couple of important kills. They want to start this rotation off with a nice wipe if you can get it. Kez with a big gunfight, though, towards this backside. We'll concentrate the efforts from Crud Muffins towards the back. Let's see if they can find the break.
This next couple of kills, Pack trying to just whittle them down, knows what they're going to be, but players overwatching. Denza is in the point with 9 health, is going to go down as well. The pressure's not relenting. Detain now flying in, trying to keep this momentum going. Unfortunately, they've lost this. Katana holding it from the front side, and this is a full stack. Crud Muffins are here in force.
And they're here in force, but they can't manage to get away through. The AR's just holding things down. Cobra very, very weak now, though. Just going to come. Brezzy is there for the cover. Cobra can find one. His teammate is there to help him out if he can. Denza and Pack can work well together. Next gunfight, gonna be Vortex, though. He'll find the 2 to hold it down. And 9 and 3 from Vortex to kick things off. Katana have themselves a very healthy lead heading over towards fences.
Vortex was just having a great time there with their AR, just holding the irons and continuing to just take people down. Two-piece itself probably under about 15 seconds right at the end. For Crud Muffins, this rotation is pretty big. They don't want to get broken too fast because they are here first. And now the initial trades have not gone their way. This should be broken relatively quickly.
He's just trying to hold it down. He does have a little bit of support from the 10. Shots coming in, and Katana just taking their time here. Don't want to rush it. Want to make sure they can clear, and they, well, can't because they lose 3 gunfights. All of a sudden, Kez D10 can get something going here. Brezzy will try and keep them off as long as he can, but nice hold from Crud Muffins so far. Numbers were against them there. Still held it down.
This is a great job. Really holding it for every single second they can. Crud Muffins right back in this game with a full wipe. And now they'll be oversending to Rock. Yurikawa, I mean, Detain maybe got a little bit of bad timing there. Not his fault, really. Just didn't see the player. And now Pack trying to hold down before they can get anybody else here. It looks like Katana Gaming will gain control first of all. But will they be able to hold against this pressure? Pack already gone very, very wide.
Yep, Vortex finds one through the 2 or 3 through the middle of the map there. Break this one open. Rezian himself now still continuing off where they left. See, just staying alive inside of the point. 13 and 5 from him. I mean, if you're getting that kind of numbers from Vortex, then you're in a really good spot if you're Katana, because everybody else on this team can really bang it out if necessary. Crud Muffins, though, have pulled it within 20. That's a really nice hold over towards P3. Need to do something over towards the Rock pretty quickly, though.
Aspect just continuing to put the pressure on, and it has been a very good start from Katana. They have really been trading hills, though. At the moment, Katana leading, with obviously having a couple more of those rotations lock in for them, but certainly not the kind of game that has got away from Crud Muffins quite yet, even with the slaying prowess of Vortex 16 and 6.
He's had a very good start. Trying to keep that up because the rest of the team, well, they haven't had to do a great deal. He's 18 and 6 now. Vortex having an all-timer so far to kick things off here. Katana be very happy with that. I think arguably a little disappointed with how fences went down, but every other hill, sensational work. They are outslaying, outgunning, and just outplaying Crud Muffins right now. And, well, I suppose, you know, in their previous series, they won both the hard points pretty comfortably. Crud Muffins were able to find the search and destroy, and that's kind of where Crud Muffins are probably going to look at in this series, because right now, the hard point ain't looking likely.
Isn't to try and bleed this as much as possible, and Vortex will eventually go down. It was 21-6 for a brief second. But with all those kills that he's managing to make, they're just not getting as many points as they would like. Crud Muffins starting to hit their stride just a little bit. Detain making sure that his teammates are relatively safe as they get even more time on P1. Now, this is really going to matter here. P2's coming up next. Last time, it was great for Katana. Disaster for the Muffins. This time, only going to be Aspect in the way.
I mean, to be honest, Crud Muffins have done a really good job there. They were around 60-70 behind. Now, have managed to close that gap down just with some P1 time. Not in a terrible spot for P2, especially if Detain can keep doing work like this. Finds two. Pack is there for the reinforcement from behind. Vortex was on a big flank, and that is the wonderful break. Detain starting to heat up just a little bit longer. Oh, through the wall. Aiming that one correctly, but Pack will then pick up the pieces. Enza trying to hold down the backside. Katana just trying to bleed this one if they can. 2 kills coming in for them now. Prezi can try and find a break through the side, but it's all about the spawns, really, and if they can find those kills towards the back, they just went straight through the front door, holding it down.
Having a good time holding that at the moment, Prezi, but still a little bit of pressure as he finds the third on the 4th streak. Surely not that one. Will go down, but enough bodies here for Katana that they will hold for the scrap time. As we go over to P3, Katana didn't really have a good time there last time around. They will have a player here first, Brezzy, but he's being trailed. You can see Detain is after him.
Yeah, Brezzy should be dead to right here. If he can find anything, turns around at the right time. And that's now massive for the side of Katana, because they're going to be able to get through here pretty much scot-free. Brezzy has really started to heat up over the last couple of hills. We've seen them find 5 in a row in the previous, 2 in a row to now get into P3. Had a bit of a shoddy start, to be honest with you, but it doesn't matter if you're going to make plays like that. Still about a 60-point lead. This is as much as Katana probably led by throughout the majority of this game. Cobra will fall as well, but a huge opportunity for them to extend. Kills are being traded in the favor of Crud Muffins, though. Aspect has been back down.
And for Crud Muffins, 30 seconds is exactly what they need to keep this competitive. A lot of pressure coming through. Cobra into this one, but Vortex will get one with the missile. And they're back into it. This is great for Katana. You can already see players are looking to head over to Rock. Crud Muffins need this hold, though, Tone. Katana will be moving fast for it, and I'm a little bit surprised that maybe Katana didn't save it for this.
I think they just want to try and find a break back through. They know that that kind of time is going to put Crud Muffins within touching distance. They get themselves 15 seconds or so. If Crud Muffins get that, that lead is not sitting at 70. It's sitting more so like 40, right? I mean, these things change very, very quickly. Crud Muffins, though, with this rotation over towards P4. I suppose it's a lot more of a contest-heavy one. And now, though, the 10 is going to be dealt with. Kez is going to be here to find the second. Good shots on the Cobra. Crud Muffins will find a way through. 40 seconds to go here over towards P4.
Still, both teams piling bodies into that point over and over again as Pack finds a massive 2 and the 3rd. Just when you thought Katana would lock it down, he breaks it open and allows his teams the opportunity to get back into this point. Kez takes advantage of there not being that many bodies in, and the Crud Muffins stay alive off of a 3-piece.
Oh, you would have thought Detain was going to win that gunfight, but yeah, Crud Muffins did manage to get themselves back in, but they're being wiped now by Katana. 200-point mark has been breached. That final amount of time on the second rotation is going to go over towards Katana Gaming, who have just ever so slightly increased that lead from last time. Cobra, it's absolutely disgusting. Yellow cards all over the place. Absolutely. The second kill comes through under Detain. He's just holding this one down. I'm saying a yellow and possibly a red card for those, Brycey. My word.
Yeah, we'll move on from Gabriel on a 5 streak. I mean, I think the color of the card is now purple. Lilac, maybe mauve. It's definitely beyond the yellow.
I swear we weren't doing that, but never mind. Somebody must have broken hit on the other side. Cobra. I mean, quite literally, by nature. In that sense, Crud Muffins now find themselves in a really, really tough spot. 3 kills going to come in from Katana. Gunfights aplenty going their way. That might be the game. Detain will find another kill, though, to just about slow that one down. But Katana Gaming already in good spot over towards P2. Mission impossible for Crud Muffins right now.
Gonna break this one in 11 seconds. Essentially, this push and nothing else. Pack straight in. Looks at the fuss. Already taken out by Brentley. Brentley gets traded. The rest flying in. Unfortunately, grenades and doom have erupted in here as Kez has to fly in by himself. Cannot shoot 3 players. Katana Gaming take the first hard point.
Not without its controversy to a certain degree. But irrelevant of that, I think Katana Gaming in the whole deserved of that win. It's a comfortable, only 100-point difference. And really, to be honest with you, you know, it was just, I think outside of that P3 where you've seen a really good rotation out of Crud Muffins, it felt like it was just about Katana finding that rotation. Rotational kills were sitting up nicely. There was a lot of re-flanking going around for both these two teams, but it just seemed to be Katana the ones who were finding those pinches a little bit more effectively. And it always helps when Vortex is, what, 21-7 or something to start the game. That's the kind of stat line we're not expecting from Stade too much these days, but if he can put them up, the rest of the team are going to be there to follow suit as well. Really good job from Katana, finding themselves in the lead in this series. But some potentially snaky behavior from Cobra.
Yeah, don't know what to say about that. We'll just, just have to.
I mean, we gotta mention it.
Maybe we missed somebody else snaking. I mean, we'll give them benefit of the doubt for now, right? Like we'll let it go. And they were far enough ahead anyway. I'm not making the rules. It's not me. I don't care. Anyway, it is a very strong start from Katana, and you are right. I mean, Vortex having that kind of a game from the rip just gave them that lead, and they never really looked back.
Yeah, I think, you know, it was always about a 60-70 point difference until we got to that third rotation where they just really did step on the gas. Yeah, that's more than 1 pump, buddy. I'm not gonna lie. Oh wow, they will be talking a little bit of smack between each other, I would imagine, after that one. The Katana happy to take that one away. You see everybody pitching in. Vortex, if anything, really dropped off the face of a cliff, to be honest. 31-16. I was expecting a little bit more than that after the start that he had. I'm allowed to butcher him this way, but a really, really good performance coming through from Katana. Snaking aside, I do believe you are right. You know, they probably would have walked away with that one. Irrelevant. Denza's one of those players that, you know, yesterday we seen a really good performance from him, but it sometimes can be a bit feast of famine. I'm not going to sit here and berate him for 15-27. We've seen him put up those numbers and win for his team and make game-winning plays. But if they want to beat Katana, he's going to have to be on his highest level.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the kind of the point we've been talking about all playoffs long as well, isn't it? As you get further and further through the bracket, technically the game should get better and better. You can't really afford to have an off game. I know I think we talked about Henry having a couple of off games yesterday, and that was enough to kind of sink the Magpies. So realistically, they're moving to the Vault S&D. And well, let's say, honestly, the Vault trifecta we've got coming up with Control and Hardpoint as well. Gonna have to maybe just dial in a little bit more. We can give benefit of the doubt as a slow start, but hey, Katana did start off. They are the favourites coming into this one, technically, I believe. Oh, yeah. But who knows how it ends, because it is the top 3.
Oh, 100% the favourites coming into this one, you would say. I think, you know, just based on history, both these two teams played up against each other last week. Katana won it fairly convincingly, and they won it when there was 3 vaults in the map pool. They didn't take the Search and Destroy, which is going to be coming up next, but Control and the Hardpoint very much went their way. The series has started in a similar vein. They won the Skyline Hardpoint. We'll now be heading into 3 vaults, which is exactly what we did last time as well. Hacienda Search and Destroy will be coming up for map number 5 if we need it. But based on what we just seen from Katana there, I would imagine we don't. That was a really, really convincing scoreline that we want to get through this one with a little bit of momentum heading into that grand final going up against Team Notorious. Search and Destroy now coming up, and as mentioned, Crud Muffins did win this last time out. These two teams did face off against each other. It was a 6-2 victory for them. Be looking to do something very similar when we do get into the game. Little lobby reset, we'll get things up and running again, but I think, you know, Vault Search and Destroy is one of those maps. It can play a little bit awkward, and maybe just suits Crud Muffins in the way they played. Detain and Denza, if I remember rightly, had a very, very good map last time out.
They certainly did, and while we've got a second or two, Ton, just a quick shout to Breaking Point. They just gave us their wonderful advanced stats that we've got loaded up here on the other screen, which also has the Breaking Point rating, which is kind of interesting. Ton, who do you think's first?
I mean, the problem for you here is I've got it on my screen, so I already know the answer to the question.
Well, close your eyes, put your hand up, and have a guess.
Well, I mean, look, it's not too surprising to see that it is actually indeed Afro at the very top of the list. Something though that I actually it does surprise me is to see a 1.07 from Vortex, who's been playing really well on that AR, but near the top of the BP rating. And I'm just considering why that might be. I can't quite see all the stats that I want to here. When we do scroll along, we'll have a look through them. But I mean, fair play to him though as well. Like, to get himself up to that kind of level here and playing an AR as well. Look, I mean, everybody knows he is a good friend of mine, so I don't want to just try and blow smoke up his arse unnecessarily. But at the same time, for him just to go over to that AR role, slot in so nicely into this team and perform like that in map number 1, it's tippable to say the least.
It also kind of puts credit to what we were talking about today. Oh. And I will say this, that I have said 1,000 times, by the way. Round 1 is a little bit different because there are no trophies, but even then, wonderful double nade off the rip. Katana have practiced that one, and they now have a massive advantage in round 1 time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my word. Pack is just getting flown at here. Vortex will find it. Wolf packing together. Kez down left in a 1 versus 4. Doing another one? Never going to happen.
Go. As I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by a couple of grenades going off. Right. We've kind of spoken really well of Detain recently, and it's always good to see it justified, as he is going to be 5th on our list of the rating of players.
Yeah, he's been incredibly proficient throughout this season. He has looked like Crud Muffin's best player. It's just been so many occasions, like, and I wonder if this is because he kind of goes under the radar a little bit, in the sense that, you know, he's been around for a long time. Are we expecting him to be, you know, putting up those big numbers in that kind of way? He must just be enjoying himself on this game, because he's looked solid in this roster. Lots to turn around for his team here, though. Katana Gaming, a very nice start. Vortex will find another on the pack. Bomb is going down rather quickly, and Crud Muffins will have to retake with a number disadvantage.
Denzer looking for a very, but Kez will get Aspect. Down number 3 versus 3. Flowing, trying to get this one so we can get the numbers advantage. That player is running, and they have the advantage, but he's going to go down trade still. And this means the Katana have got a 1 versus 2, and it's Cobra. Looking for him already, and he's not going to get it. Bit of bad timing, and it will be Crud Muffins with the retake turn.
Yeah, I think that's one of those moments where Cobra just... they didn't actually know where he was, so... didn't actually partake in any gunfights, at least anyway, unless we've seen somebody... oh, we didn't get to see somebody off cam get some eyes on him. Comes in from the lower side, isn't able to find it, but that's a nice retake, especially the 3 versus 4. Just turn that into a 2 versus 1. Just gets a bit of bad time and entertain. Cobra may well have found that first gunfight, was never going to find the second. Although you say that. Crud Muffins will find it though. The defuse comes through. 1 apiece.
Here we go. That Crud Muffins needed that. And realistically, Katana threw it away a little bit. They had the advantage, numbers and bomb down. Here comes the attack. I wonder if they're going to be a little bit worried about this. Now, you can already see they're going through the window run rather than straight through the pole. Into the point. Fast bomb down. This is going to be a retake.
Let's see if Katana can be as successful. What we've seen last time. Out in Vortex straight off the top. Rope stunt through towards this side as well. Denza, not quite a sitting duck, but Vortex a little bit worried. But the problem that you've got now, if you are Crud Muffins, is you've just been completely pushed off the site. There's only one player who can do anything about this. That's going to be Kez. Can do something about it. Can find one. Trade will be there. 1 versus 3 now for Denza. 20 seconds to go.
They haven't gone for it yet, and that bomb's planted wide open, and Denza might have a chance. Not going to be. Brezzy, great reflexes, gets him first when they didn't see the Chow at the door. They were probably a little bit worried, but it has worked out for them, and Katana get the retake.
Two 1 to Katana now. Nice retake. It's just that opener, right? Just breaks kind of the setup. And Zanelli finds himself in a good position there. Brezzy a little bit weak, but the trade was always likely going to be there. There you go. 2-1 to Katana now. Crud Muffins find themselves behind again. And it's just so crucial that Crud Muffins get this map, though. So crucial. Katana are just so solid when it does come down to that control on Vault. I mean, to be fair, Crud Muffins looked good on it yesterday. Teams are definitely becoming better at the map, on the attacking side specifically. But you can't go 2-0 down against Katana in a loser bracket final. Just cannot let it happen.
Again, bomb down. I'm going to see an awful lot of this, to be honest. Oh, this retake is going to be big. Denza, that and Kez. Oh, that's going to be huge. 2 versus 4 now. Cobra looking to see if he can get one back, but no, instantly deleted. Vortex for a 1v4. Watched his teammate do it yesterday. Unfortunately, I don't think he has a teleport through the floor. This is already done.
Lovely retake again. I mean, nobody can hold down this site whatsoever. We've seen the attacking team potentially switch things up. Because right now, the bomb site down low is not working. Retakes have just been so easy to find. Pack, a bit fortunate with the time, will find his first kill of the search. Now 2-2. See how things are going to go down as we continue, because it has been a very similar affair in nearly every single round. Bomb goes down, retake far too easy, over towards the A site. Is this going to switch anything up for the attacking team, or is it same old, same old? We'll probably hold one at some stage.
Here comes the push again. And Katana are switching things up, but this is a massive flank from them. Got to be careful. Kez is already going to find Vortex. Aspect gets Kez. Cobra now hunting. He knows there should be a player back here, and it is going to be Pack, but they don't know where he's gone. And this has delayed the push here from Katana. They're going to have to commit.
That's delayed it, but they've got to kind of make sure they are clearing out everything they need to. And that's cleared it out, whether or not he's there. This gunfight's going to be huge to 10 just behind the bomb. He's just going to be playing the site. 15 seconds to go. If you're Katana, you got to go now. You got to go quickly. One player on the flank going to get cut down almost immediately. And if you're Cobra, you got to send it. Not going to happen. Crud Muffins will find it 3-2 to the good now. Starting to turn it on here in the search and destroy.
It was a little bit one of those ones where, because they lost Pack early on, you could see them burning the time. And the nades didn't give them confidence either. And realistically, I thought even if they had made that push and won a good trade, I think time would have gone against them. That was always going to be the killer when you give away that much for the retake.
Here we go. Katana losing the last 2 rounds. So there is a bit of a gap there now. They wouldn't like to have seen, considering they were in a decent enough position. Vortex getting aggressive. Looks like it's going to go down over towards A very, very quickly. Let's see if they can manage to hold this down this time.
Waiting for it. Katana really want this one back and trying to get their own hold. And just checking the corners. Hasn't seen anyone yet. Lack of information on both sides. Looks like a push stacking into the pool now. Denza still trying to find anybody. Might go for a pinch here. He's waiting for the call, but Crud Muffins have burnt time here, Ton.
He's going to get some terrible timing. Kill from behind is going to go their way. 1 versus 2 for Kez. Not going to happen. As he was holding that down for a long, long time. Just expecting the push to come through the double doors. Eventually it comes in from the on the floor. You can see, you probably see it, yeah. Denza was able to find one, but Prezi is there to pick up the pieces. Kez, the next one on the chopping block. Prezi 6-3 right now. Doing well. 3-3 between these two. A very, very close game.
Who pulls away? That's the question here, as both teams keep pulling out slightly different tactics. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's all still towards the A site, get the bomb down, but in regards to retakes and holds, Reggie's gone fast onto this one, and he's going to go for it. Unfortunately, he's died on the diving board. And he got picked off, but Vortex will trade for him. Vortex now going to throw in a nade of his own. Do they have a trophy in there? They do not, but Vortex is also taking a hit.
Yeah, if he had a little bit of backup, I think they would have been going. 10 butted up a little bit. Cobra is going to be the play here. He wants to go. He's looking for a pick. Pack will find one. Vortex finds 2, though, on the break on the way through. They know where Pack is. They're going to have to challenge this because he's got to look on the bomb, but they have 22 seconds to do something about it.
Probably going to be a double chow out. They've got to go for it. Here it comes. Here comes the chow, and the angle's a little bit bad, but they just get enough onto it. And that will be a retake. Vortex almost just the bait for Cobra there.
Cobra will find it. Katana Gaming find 2 rounds in a row. This one's so back and forth. It's not really like... sometimes, you know, you can get into the rhythm of things, see how things are working for both teams, what's working well for both teams. Right now, it's hard to really distinguish. They're kind of just trading away similar situations over and over again. not necessarily the best. I want to say that the plant percentage in terms of the teams who've won that round where the bombs went down is pretty low right now. I think it might have only happened once. Seems to be a lot of retakes, a lot of defensive wins in that sense. Katana Gaming have found 2 rounds in a row just after Crud Muffins did the exact same thing. Bomb is going to go down over towards A again. Can Katana hold it? Because the 5-3 lead's a nice one to have.
It really is. 40 seconds. Cobra, a very important trophy coming out. Vortex already finds Pack. Advantage to Katana. It looks like Vortex is getting out of there. He's just playing them for time. Has escaped, and this could have been crazy timing on several occasions, but 22 seconds to go, and the moment Crud Muffins aren't that close. This is just going to be a hit. They've got to go through the front, and they've got to go now. Cobra's already found 1. 2 versus 3. The rest of them have to pile in the door. They do not have the time to do anything else. And they pick up 1, and it'll be too many bodies, too little time. Katana Gaming 5-3.
There you go. Really nice spot for them to be in. 5-3 to the good. And that's 3 rounds in a row. Vortex picking up the kill. 10-5. Now from State. Crud Muffins need a few rounds in a row. They were 3-2 up at one stage. It's the quick 3-piece coming in from Katana. Puts them 1 round away from going 2-0 up.
Can they end it here? Same strategy as before, though. Crud Muffins bomb down. Map going to be split. Vortex is having a little dance in the middle of the hall. Waiting for timing. Vortex seems almost a little impetuous here, like he really wants to go.
I think it's because his teammates have actually just chased him down into the vault, and obviously getting the information that he's managed to make its way through. Vortex can find 1, but the rest of the team starting to fall. Yeah. Now down to Aspect, who may well be inside of the site, but I don't think it matters. Crud Muffins will find that one. It was an important one, of course. You would have lost the map if you didn't. 5-4 now. You still need 2 more in a row.
Great hold there from Crud Muffins in the end, and I do like the strategy. Kind of just everywhere. Making sure that nobody could really get in the way. Can they do it again, though, Ton? Crud Muffins still need 2 rounds to 1.
Katana now on the attack. I can choose to change it up here. You can see it's not an immediate push into A. They're eventually going to get that. Doesn't have a wealth of cover. If a player is going to actually slip through here, Detain now in a really good position. You've had to back on down, so actually Cobra stopped planting the bomb. He doesn't like the position of his teammates. He's going to try and help them out. If anything, Brezzy can find the first one. Detain now just trying to survive. Shots were there. He's actually done a really good job. He's done better than that. He finds Aspect. Seems like we're destined for a round 11.
It really does. Crud Muffins refusing to let this go. Pack is, well, that's about one of the easiest catches you're ever going to get. Vortex runs at him. He finds the second as well. Having none of it, we are going to a round 11. Katana were not able to shut this down early. And Crud Muffins fired back with full force.
Got 2-piece coming in from Pack. Detain did a really good job, and that is more like it from Crud Muffins. Big round, yeah. Huge round. Of course it is for the map, but for Crud Muffins, it gives you a way back into this series. It gives you a little bit of hope. If Katana find it, I don't think I can see a way back for Crud Muffins. Not to put it all on the line here, but this feels like a must-win for the side of Crud Muffins now. Katana Gaming looking to try to go 2-0.
Here it comes, and Detain's actually got a really good thing. He's still this bomb going down already. So much pressure. I wonder if they start thinking about going for it. Case is taking down Aspect. That's huge for Crud Muffins. Detain still firing. Pack gets Vortex as well, and Katana have found themselves lost at sea. Nothing they can do. Too many bullets, too many bodies. And they never got the bomb down. Pack finds Brezzy. Last one down, and that'll be 1-1 Ton.
Yeah, huge run from Crud Muffins. I think Aspect just kind of gets forced away from Pool. and then the cover's not there. Detain can walk up and just cause absolute havoc. 6-5. They've flamed 3 rounds in a row to bring this one back. Great game of search and destroy between these two, and Vault kind of in a nutshell. This is how the series went last time, though. First hardpoint went over towards Katana. The Vault search and destroy went over towards Crud Muffins, and then we seen, of course, Katana run away after that, both on the last 2 maps, the next 2 maps, sorry, that we're going to get to see, which is Control and then hardpoint on Vault as well. But yeah, big one from Crud Muffins. A strange search and destroy, though. The amount of times that you do see this bomb go down over towards A, and it usually gets held. We didn't see too much of it, to be honest with you, did we? It was a lot of retakes that were successful for the defensive team.
It certainly was, but I mean, you got to give credit to Crud Muffins there. They were down significantly, and the adjustments just worked out for them. I mean, Katana, what looked so confident, end up just losing over again. I mean, that was a kind of a crazy chow by Brezzy, but it was at this point you thought maybe, just maybe, this is over. Cobra eventually finding one very, very easily there in the replay, but it just never went Katana's way again. They couldn't really hold on to anything.
So, I don't want to say sloppy game of search, but it could have been cleaner. By the way, I have been finding out some intel, Brycey.
Good intel?
To do with the snake.
Oh, okay.
So this is the word on the street.
Okay.
Right.
Street word, gotcha.
The street word. Apparently, Notorious did it to Katana yesterday. So they have said, all right, and said, we'll do it to everybody else today. So that's kind of how it has went down between these teams. So expect to see more of it as the day goes on, is all I'm going to say.
Oh, good.
Jolly.
Yeah, just what we like to see. Oh, well, never mind. The game's tied up 1-1 as we go winging our way towards the control here between these two squads. And everybody's going to be having a wonderful fun time with some of the mechanics of this game by the sounds of it.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's not going to have too much of an impact for both these two teams or any of the last 3 teams. But we'll see how it does go down. One of those things you'd rather try and keep out the final day, of course, but here we are. Anyway, series all tied up. We don't want to put a bad tangent on, of course. Vault Control going to be coming up between these two squads, and another one of those that have been really impressed by. Well, both these two teams. I think Katana, for me, have probably looked one of the more impressive on this map. Yesterday, we didn't get to see them get the victory over Team Notorious on this one, and they were probably very, very disappointed. It was a 3-2 win for the side of Team Notorious. So Katana will be looking to try and turn this one around again and try and find a comfortable one if they can.
It will as well, but we'll go to that in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action on Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We have been told the control is ready to rock. If you are just joining us, of course, this is the lower final 1-1 between Crud Muffins and Katana Gaming. In the first hardpoint, Katana Gaming had a pretty dominant time getting themselves a lovely #1 map win. And in map 2, Crud Muffins came from behind 5-3 to take the map and tie us up, Tom.
Yeah, really, really clean game coming out from Crud Muffins in those final 3 rounds, at least anyway. It was a back and forth affair. Both two teams were struggling to hold down a bomb site. That was really the problem. The defensive team coming out on top on multiple occasions where you probably wouldn't think they would. But now we're over towards the control. Katana Gaming will be looking to try and regain the lead here. Honestly, I feel that was a massive, massive round for Crud Muffins. I think, you know, if you find yourself down 2-1, or 2-0, sorry, against Katana in that situation, I don't want to say it's curtains, but it's not a good place to be.
Oh, here comes a bit of a push already. Vortex was teasing with the idea of getting in there, but it looks like maybe just a bit of a reset. Getting towards the A point. Trying to get a bit of control here, but Vortex hasn't found anything so far when we've been watching him. And while he's found the 1 kill, the rest of his team are dead and into spawn. They're going to have to be careful here, Katana. This is the infamous spawn trap on this control.
Oh, that's from Denza. Vortex is going to have to back on down. The thing is, with Vortex even being alive there, it does allow your team a little bit of respite. It's when you go for that 4 dead, that's when it becomes a big, big problem. So just keeping a little bit of an attacking presence on the map means that Crud Muffins can't overcommit to the spawn trap. It's not an easy one to set up. You really do need an advanced 4 dead. And they will find now a few more kills. And that's all from Vortex, kind of just staying alive in the middle of the map. The team are able to pick their way out. They are down in lives, but they should get a hold of A here.
He could find 1 and a second, not the 3rd though. Couldn't quite get the snap as clean as he needed to do, but that is huge because it means Vortex is now going to push up as well. They'll be looking to go A to B. Vortex is through. Katana already onto this point.
They're on it, and then you got Vortex here. This is a really tough situation. If your Crud Muffins finds 2, now he's going to be able to hold this down. There's one player who's up, who's packy. He's going to have to try and do something. He's able to find 1. That is going to ease some pressure, though, with Vortex falling. Second tick is in, and yeah, Cobra's just going to dip out for a second. And for the rest of the team to come over. Bressy's trying to get the cross. Isn't able to find a great deal. It's all going to be from the front now. Be contested. Can you find the gunfights? If you're Crud Muffins, you absolutely have to. Contestant's still there, Bryce.
He has done so well there. Not only contested it, but finds the kills, pushing Katana all the way back. Still, a little bit of a delicate game here. Kez will have to stay alive on the outside. Looks for all the players flooding through in the point. Finds the first, not the second. And with that many bodies, they could stack this and win.
Yeah, that should be the round. Done and dusted. Katana make light work of Crud Muffins on that attacking side. Sensational work. Katana wanted the good.
And that went really well for them. I mean, there was a little bit of a scary time, realistically. Katana got pushed right back into the spawn. And from that moment, it basically went great for them. They got a couple of kills, pushed up, managed to wipe into A. Players pushed through. And that was the beginning and the end. Crud Muffins weren't able to stabilize, could not recover.
It's just such a momentum game mode, isn't it? Control, especially on Vault. Feels like, you know, you just made a couple of kills in the middle of the map. You can push forward and then see how far you can punish. Crud Muffins made some good kills to kick things off on their defensive side. Were able to push forward, weren't able to punish. Katana Gaming, though, made sure they did. I think it's just about how much damage you can do when you do get a bit of an advantage in the middle of the map, just like Katana have just done. You're going to push forward, try to find out a little bit more, but Detain has the net and should be able to ease that pressure.
Detain knows can't really afford to stay onto that point at this moment with no health. Keeps moving forward, jump on a B, stops it for a second, find a kill off the spawn. So far causing a lot of problems for Katana, and will continue to do so. In and out. Will eventually go down, but the benefit here for Crud Muffins is they still have a map presence.
Yeah, I mean, Detain just missed his slide there as he was away, and then all of a sudden he'd be here to help over towards this A side. Denza's the only one who was momentarily out. The rest of the team are now in a position where they can potentially do something here. Vortex will fall. Trades will be absolutely fine for a team like Katana right now. See Brezzy just holding down the back spawn. 5 spree for him. Kez over towards that other side, giving his position away, but it's going to mean they're going to spin round for him. Cobra and Vortex doing really good work on the other side. Cobra finds another. They know exactly where Kez is. Brezzy just going to force the spawn over towards P2, and now all of a sudden you're in a big, bad situation. Denza will find the gunfight, though. There is an opportunity here for Crud Muffins to get themselves over towards A.
Aspect just trying to hold it down and finds one. That's a big kill. That's a big second. That's not what you want if you're a Cried Muffins fan. They wanted to get onto this point and stay alive. They have not managed to do so.
Not a sniff.
And Aspect runs into the spawn and guns, but doesn't find anything else done, but it is good for Katana.
Yeah, massive round for them. I mean, Crud Muffins just never got that mid-map control. I was talking about at the beginning of the rounds. It's about just trying to keep somebody alive who can do something. Detain was doing good work, but they never found that flurry that they needed. Difficult. It is really difficult. It's not just a cut and dry. This is what you do to then get control. It has to be a very fluid situation. And Crud Muffins, they were trying to be fluid. They were trying to get something going, but Katana Gaming just found a couple extra kills. And Brezzy in your spawn like that, start to manipulate and spawn you over towards P2. If you spawn close to him, you're going to get buttered up. Irrelevant of what happens. Just so tough when somebody's in your spawn like that. Katana Gaming now very much looking to retake the lead here in this series. This opening break is going to be important. Vortex can't find the gunfight onto Denza. It's a big one for him to find. Continue to survive, but a presence here for both teams in the middle of the map.
A bit of a bloodbath. Bodies and bullets fly in. Cobra tries to get a bit of a difference maker, but only finds one for the trade. Vortex still also throwing the shoulder. Will get onto the point, but so heavily outnumbered here. He's not long for the world. And eventually, after they should go down. There it is. Too many bodies from Crud Muffins.
Yeah, kill trade's going in their favor as well, but Brezzy has the decision to make. Does he go over towards B and maybe get something going there, or just position himself to try and help his team get out? Because Crud Muffins couldn't necessarily push up too far with their slender advantage that they did have in those trades. Yes, finding two, though, is going to really help, and Pack finding another in a very quick succession. You've kind of got Katana pushed back a little. Cobra has to be the tip of the spear to try and get them out.
Well, there's a good couple of kills to do so. Detain has an opportunity to shut it down even more. I mean, that is some movement there. Put one bullet in and go. Causes some issues in timing, and he comes back for it, but does get gunned. It's unfortunate from Detain. I thought he had that one in the bag. Second tick in now for Katana. Struggling a little bit here on the slaying side, Crud Muffins, and that's probably what's hurting them.
Throughout the majority, when it has come down to these objective game modes, it's been difficult. Respawn has not looked necessarily that clean for them. Katana just looking that little bit better, and they're starting to find some kills on transition, which is just always the difficult thing. Brezzy in a position now to just cause you maximum pain when you're trying to get over towards the B side, but they do have some presence in the middle of the map, and this is where they're going to try and work something. Brezzy will probably be dealt with. Yeah, I was going to say they've likely got an idea he's about. Vortex can find one back, though. And that's your spawn clear. Denza finds a nice gunfight under Cobra, though. So, a lot of steps still to go for Katana if they want to close this one out 3-0. They are down one life. Don't have a great deal of time. He is going to clear the middle of the map here, though. The rest of the team, it's just... The trades have never worked in Katana's favor on this round, and that is really been the stickler.
Yeah, and the issue they're going to have now as well is with 8 lives remaining, no map presence at all. Wait a minute, there's a 3-man wipe. They don't have the push-through advantage as Pack already picks off Vortex, who goes for it. They were hoping just to get there, but the clock has been stopped.
Aspect has put himself in a really good position now. The nades come over. They will stop this time. Denza just trying to stop any sort of push coming on through here. Aspect is being hunted down, but Denza's actually found the car bomb there. Onto Brezzy. Kez will take down Vortex. You've got to do something with the Aspect. You have to help your team out over towards the point. Not going to happen. Cobra now surviving. No lives remaining for the side of Katana. And this is almost impossible.
2 versus 7. 2 versus 6. Cobra fighting for his life. Just too many bodies. I mean, they will just overwhelm him with numbers, and that's what happens. Crud Muffins get the round here. Not clean, but good enough.
Get the job done, but it does get them on the board. On an attacking round themselves, though, and after the previous, it's hadn't necessarily looked too clean, had it? So this next attacking round is going to be the difficult one, but it will send us to a round number 5, and it will give them an opportunity. Let's see if they can actually manage to find it. Katana still do want to the good here, but Crud Muffins, a little bit of hope.
Is this going to be another case of Crud Muffins coming from behind? good break here, really, to get some momentum for this attack, though. I think the Tame got seen, but already knows and goes back to get the kill here. Muffins, just see them hovering around that A point. They haven't really committed to it yet. They're going to look for the trades.
A little bit better start, and this is kind of what you need in these controls. Yet there's 3 dead. He's going to be able to do anything about this. Vortex potentially, but he's back down. A hail of bullets headed his way. That should be a lot of time for Crud Muffins to try and find a way through here. Katana Gaming, though, might have a stab at this one after finding that first gunfight. Brezzy through the front door will find 1. Kez can find 2, and he's the only one who finds anything. Cobra and Brezzy, the French duo, working well together. And that is now going to force Crud Muffins back. But how much room have Katana actually managed to squeeze up that map? Not a great deal. You have Aspect in okay position, but for Crud Muffins now, it's about trying to pick them apart from the outside.
Going well so far. Cobra going to go down, and that's huge for Crud Muffins. They are in. Vortex the only one to try and slow it down, but truth being told, he can do nothing else but try and get an exit kill. There's one. Waiting for the second push, but a lot of time, and Vortex has managed to find 3 here. Just give Katana a little bit more map control. But for Crud Muffins, this is a very good scenario. 140 seconds left to go, 20 lives. Plenty of time for pushes.
Yeah, Brezzy found himself in the same position he did in the previous round on defense for the side of Katana. And he's just going to cause all sorts of issues here. He is going to get taken down by Pac, but Pac knew he was around that area, had to turn around, and now Vortex will just go and fill his shoes. Gonna be able to find at least one here. Vortex just about in a bit of a meal of it, but irrelevant. He's now put himself in a position where Crud Muffins have to turn around. They have to deal with him.
Yeah, Vortex will keep playing this line. It's a good
reload.
time burner, but realistically, these teammates need to find some kills, Ton, so they can get back into the sport. Vortex to come back.
That's had to come back. Now all of a sudden, Crud Muffins, the door is open, especially with those couple of kills, and here we go. 2 stacks going to happen over towards the B side now. The rest of the teammates on their way. As he will find an important one at the Pack, but you've got to get into the site very, very quickly if you're Katana.
I managed to find 2, but that second pick is still about to come in here, and Brezzy, that's a huge kill for them. They'll clear out B. It could have been Crud Muffins all over.
Yeah, that was a really dangerous position. Detain looking for the kill. Cobra spots him out. Enzo will find 1 back, though, and this is now probably going to slow down just a little bit. Brezzy, we see the first one here on the outside over towards Pool. Shots coming in. Isn't going to be able to find the turn. Denzel will find it. A lot of mid-map presence here for Crud Muffins. Next wave of gunfights. Massive between these 2 teams. They're stacking it. They're just stacking it. There's nobody on the flank.
I don't know if they can stop this in time. They've got a couple of kills going through, but that's already going to go for it. Cobra has to contest, has to put a Brezzy finds 2. That is massive. Cobra was failing to hit the player or the trophy here, but so close to being overtime. You are right. For Katana, that's just a little bit of a squeaky bum time, as they say.
Yeah, it was getting awkward. Squeaky bum time now on the side of
Doing it
Crud
again.
Muffins. Yeah, they need to get in there again. They went in for the stack. Immediately, Cobra's going to come round. Brezzy was on the flank, but Vortex can find 2. 1v1 on the point. Just about gets there. 10 seconds to go. He's got to hold it down. You've got to win this gunfight if you Kez.
Cobra almost lost that by pre-aiming a split second too long, but he comes out with it in the end, and Katana will win the map. But production, I hate to do this to you, but that has to be in the replay. I need to see how close it really was. It felt like Katana was going to lose that just by the fact that Cobra was looking for the player as that tick kept coming in.
Brezzy finding a clutch 2-piece. Vortex finding a clutch 2-piece. There was moments where it was looking really, really scary between these 2 teams, but it will be Katana who take this one away and find themselves in the lead again in this series, Brycey. That was a stressful one, to say the least. Both 2 teams, it definitely felt like Katana were always the ones in control to a certain degree, but in those final moments, it was there for Crud Muffins to try and find the round to force it to round number 5. They couldn't manage to do it. It will be them to take the one away for Katana. They will find themselves back in the lead here, Bryce, and I think it's disappointing if you're Crud Muffin, because there was opportunities there.
To be honest, I thought they were going to win it. Like, it's so difficult when there's 1 tick and you stack to kind of deal with it, and you know, a tiny bit of luck, just a little bit, or you know, a bullet just not hitting where they needed to, and they would have won it. It was so close.
just a couple of clutch moments from Katana showing their quality. I kind of liked it from Crud Muffins though, because every single time they had that opportunity, it was like 3 men on the point. Big gunfight win from Cobra. And backs Kez down as well, finds another, dips out. Knows the game is pretty much done at this stage. Donna Gaming, 2-1 to the good now. We're staying on Vault for a hard point, and hard points are really where they have dominated Crud Muffins over the last 2 series, this one included, obviously. We'll be looking to do the same again. Or do we see a map 5 search and destroy? Can you turn it around if you're Crud Muffins here? It's a long old road back. It feels like up against Katana.
It really does, and I was just watching one of the replays of that at this moment. I'm fairly certain if Cobra hadn't slid at that exact second, that was over. Sticking up, he's just off the point. It actually looks like on the replay that it touches. That's how kind of crazy it actually was when you go back and keep an eye. I mean, if he lost the gunfight, obviously they would have lost anyway. But if he hadn't chose to slide in at that exact split second, they would have lost as well.
I believe we've actually got the replay of that. We'll have a little look through it if we can, but before we load into Vault again, it would have been close. You had to make the move. I mean, we're over-analyzing Cobra here at every single moment we possibly can, aren't we, over these last 2 days? Right? He's entertaining, to say the least.
I mean, yeah, he has been our sort of our highlight as this goes through. As we go through a couple of the replays again. So this is towards the end of this round. So basically, you're going to see the stacks come in as we wait for Matt Fordler. This is actually great watching more gameplay. And I love this. I love the fact that they get bodies on it. Huge play from Denza, and this could have been the end. Really, really could have been.
Curious where
gets, yeah, an initial one there.
It's clear that's coming in here. It was actually Brezzy who found the first 2. Goes for the immediate flank. That was when Cobra died. Now Brezzy puts himself in this position. I'm pretty sure he dies pretty quickly here. I think an AR player must have been waiting for him to find that push.
Look at that stack underground. That's insane.
Yeah, they just went for it, didn't they? Brezzy not in a position really to help out, but Vortex finding 2 on the angle. Done really well here. Oh, it's not far away. And we can end the replay now. There we go.
I mean,
yeah.
I'll give credit to Crud Muffins as well. That is I love that call. 4-man underground hit, stack. And they could have got away with it very, very easily. And I think somebody on Cobra Steve probably also shouted him to get in. Like, after the chaos that kind of erupted, he's obviously pre-aiming looking for the kill. And had to slide in. I mean, even if he had, not made that gunfight or whatever had happened, it would have been over. And we would have gone to another round. But you are right. Cobra does seem to be hitting our highlight reel a little bit too much at the moment. Yes, day for a 1v4. Today for questionable mechanics and an ending slide.
Hopefully we get into this hard point in just a second, but yeah, I'm not going to say that it's going to stop because I don't think it will. Especially considering what I've been told. I don't think it's going to. So strap in. And imagine the yellow-red cards will be coming out at a significant rate throughout the next couple of maps. I'm not too sure who officially gives them out, but here we are. Vault hard point going to be coming up next. That's the end of Search and Destroy for map number 5. Teams just taking their time getting into this 4th one. It could be the last one for Crud Muffins now. This one is, I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility for them to find this map, but they lost it last time relatively comfortably, I want to say, up against side of Katana. Well, look at it, actually, I ever wrote it down there before. It was 250 to 197. Katana, they'd be looking to do a similar kind of thing. What they did in the first map and what they've done to them previously here on Vault Hardpoint.
Well, we'll see. The respawns have been a bit better for Katana. But never count out the Crud Muffins. Fought back on the S&D. Could have won that control and gone to at least a 5th round in the control, but wasn't to be at that point. Here comes the hard point. Will this be the last run of the Crud Muffins? Or will it be a reset lobby? Well, we're going to find out.
Well, you knew the answer. You knew the answer. Hopefully we'll be able to get in pretty sharpish, but for both these two teams, we have been rattling through these maps. So, well, what's another delay, Mercy?
Certainly is. Of course, does give us some time to talk about your new facial hair, which, you know, we have ignored.
You know what?
the pre-match.
I just knew that was actually going to come up.
Well, I wasn't going to bring it up, but we've got time. So you've given it an opportunity. Talk us through it.
You know, look, we're really good friends. We've worked together for a very, very long time. And
Yep.
as a duo, I just thought I'd get in line with the terrible facial hair. So, you know,
I'm the one who does terrible hair in this duo-ship, all right?
Yeah, fair.
You can't join me. Now, are you keeping it? Is it growing? Was it just a bad shaving accident? What happened?
It was a decision by the missus, actually. She was like, oh, I think you should give it a go. And I was like, you know what? I've always wanted to. So I kind of went with it. I wouldn't say answers on a postcard, but let me know what you think. Because I do really yearn for public opinions to be positive towards me. So that is important.
True, actually.
That is
It's
important.
true. He will agonize over this for quite some time.
I'm one of those people who search my name on Twitter.
He is. So
That's not true.
is it getting bigger than that? Are we going, you know, handlebar? What are we doing with it?
To be honest, I actually don't have the thickness for it. To be frank with you, Bryce, I'm looking through it right now, and it kind of looks, I want to say, a little bit French.
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
I don't know.
is. I think, but if you grow, I don't know how much I should work. Look at my facial hair. You grow it out.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll work.
Maybe.
I mean, you basically started
you
November about 6 months early.
Are you saying it doesn't work now?
I'm saying on camera, it's not the cleanest mustache I've seen.
It's not thick. It's not thick enough. Here we are.
But we'll get that aside because this is now started. Hardpoint is upon us. Katana and Crud Muffin's about to go to work.
Here we go. Let's see if we can turn this one around. Crud Muffins, they're going to have to find something. You're in Vault again. Is third time the charm? On this map in particular, up against the side of Katana. Scrapping it out in the middle of the map right now. Nobody able to get any points on the board. It's going to be about that rotation over towards P2 in about 30 seconds. Pack and Co. Not doing too badly on the slaying front. Found the kills they needed to. They've dominated this kill feed, and if anything, I've looked the stronger outfit in this first 40 seconds. A long way to go, though, but a nice start from Pack.
They keep running forward here, and both teams, of course, in P1, it's just a kill box. It really is, and that's the case for most of these maps. There's always a bit of a weird start for them, but Crud Muffins do have a tiny advantage in the points to begin with. Now, the rotation is here, and it will be Katana trying to get those points back themselves, but with good trades going down, Katana has compressed. Crud Muffins all over the map looking for this with a spawn out for Katana.
Tens around the back is going to be the real big issue. You can find two. Looking for the third as well. He's going to have a little bit of backup now as well, but Cobra just trying to survive. The longer he stays alive, the better, and he was, well, ultimately going to kill himself and his teammate, so never ideal. Team on the front trying to do something about this, but Crud Muffins have come out into this fourth map, I should say, with an absolute vengeance. It's looking solid for them so far. A couple of kills going to come in from Katana, though. 25 seconds remaining here over towards P2, looking to get a hold of it, and they may well do now.
Still holding on here. Crud Muffins doing a really good job of just keeping this tempo going. Refusing to let Katana have anything clean. They are being pushed back over and over again. Vortex eventually finds one and the second. Not going to stay alive for too long. Crud Muffins, it's a wonderful hard point from them. Just continuous pressure, and Katana got so little out of it.
It's difficult, wasn't it? I think for Katana to just get any kind of hold. They had the good rotation, so for Crud Muffins, okay, they don't get a great deal themselves, but point being, they prevent Katana from doing anything throughout that entirety of that hill, and all of a sudden now we're heading over towards P3. Crud Muffins feeling good about themselves. Looking nice here so far on Vault Hardpoint.
They're waiting, setting up. It's going to be double chow. Kez in the way. The stun is going to be good enough, though. Presley finds one, but will be traded out. Neither team really able to get a lot of time onto this P3. Will be eventually the Crud Muffins who capitalize, as they have gone to work so far on this hard point. I will say that the other thing to keep an eye on here is a lot of the clock is gone, considering it's been over 3 points so far. I don't know if we've seen a tie game on this map.
Yeah, it has been very, very tight in terms of the contestants that have been coming through. Cobra the third. Look despicable, but here we are. Pushing his way through. Is Nelly able to find another kill into Denza? Will eventually go down, but the rest of the team are now here after that three-piece from Cobra with quite a heavy presence. One player pushing down from the immediate spawn that you would usually find that angle from. He's pushing down the scaffolding side, but Titane can find two, and now the pinch is potentially going to be there. The spawn should be here now for Katana.
Cobra knows that he plays out towards the back here, and still a lot of pressure for Crud Muffins. They're not going to have too hard of a time trying to get in this position, but we'll have to burn a few seconds to do so. However, Brezzy cleans it up. There's now only a one-shot rotation coming in. As Kez finds his own too, and suddenly it's game back on. Crud Muffins are back in the point.
I should find a way through. Oh, awkward gunfight, but they eventually will clear it. Katana not in the races here to kick things off, but I think you're right. You know, the game clock already down to that 3-minute mark. Yes, okay, Crud Muffins will have themselves about a 30-point lead by the time we do head over towards P1. It's actually going to be a bang on a 30-point lead, but that's not a lot of time. There's been 96 points scored over 4 different hills, so that's not a lot, mate. To be honest, that should be a hill and a half worth of time. So bear that in mind as we get a little bit deeper, because that is a lot of the game clock gone. Don't think we've had too many in challenges, really, when it has come down to this game clock, so let's see if that's the way we're going to go.
Normally you'd see a bit more of a contest coming on here, but it's all Crud Muffins at the moment. Katana throwing a lot of shoulders going down. Kez eventually will find one, but it's going to go back to Katana to get into this point, but Detain alive, well, and just tries to hold them off for a few seconds as Denza finds his own too. Crud Muffins are in a different gear in this hard point.
Yeah, they seem to have found just another gear, as you said. It's definitely been a level of, I want to say, speed that we didn't see whatsoever. Of course, over on Hacienda, it's a completely different map, and you head into a vault, you know what you're going to get. It's fast, it's furious, it's chaotic. And right now, Crud Muffins are the ones reveling in that chaos. They have kind of been pinned back a little bit here. Pakistan managed to find 2, though, eventually gets taken down. The pressure will be here from Katana almost imminently, but Cobra finding another. Now, all of a sudden, that's going to ease some of that pressure. It's going to give Katana probably their first opportunity to actually set up on a hill here. 45 seconds to play for. They can pretty much take the lead if they hold this down.
Well, they can find another. Just trying to hold them off, and this still feels like backpedaling. Katana really struggling to put players down. I mean, Cobra has been a little bit better over the last 60 seconds. That has helped them up. He gets his own 3. And maybe just on this point alone, Katana feel a bit more into the game.
Yeah, it's really just been about trying to get a bit of a setup, and they have managed to do so for the most part. Pressure starting to come in now, though. Cobra left on his own over towards this backside, just trying to survive. They know where he's going to come from, and sometimes that does not matter. You cannot stop him. Cobra surviving, teammates coming in for the final 5, and there you go. Katana Gaming will pick up the majority of the time and make a game of it. It's 10 seconds between these two teams now. Rotation over towards the next door. Looking good for the side of Crud Muffins. Setting themselves up in P3. I want to make sure they hold it down for P4 as well.
Well, Katana have brought it back here at the moment. Struggling to get Denza off at this point as he soaks for everything he's worth, even though they've lost the kills. There we go. And now Katana will soak themselves. As we head towards the 2 minutes on the clock as well, it's a little bit better in terms of the ratio it should be. What I'm trying to kind of get here is that normally when you're casting, depending on what hill you're on and what time that clock is, it clearly gives you an idea where this game should go. This feels like it might be one of the cases where it gets a bit better because of P1 and P3. Those are the ones that usually end up heavily contested and give away the time.
That's been the case here as well, specifically on this hill, as you mentioned. Katana, though, for all that they haven't been in a position to do much with this, have kept that gap pretty much the same. The problem's going to lie in P4, right? This is where things are going to be a little more difficult. It's a big gunfight for Detain to find onto Cobra. That pressure would have come in from the middle of the map almost immediately. Now he can just hold it down from the double doors here. There's a couple of entrances around him. Good shots again. Staying alive. Should be dead to rights and is. Gunfight towards the front didn't go their way either. Denza not able to finish his dinner. It's the pistol out from Aspect. It's a brilliant break from Katana. 40 seconds to play with here, and this is their first opportunity to get some really, really good time. They got some good time at P2. This could be a full 40.
Pack, though, already shutting it down. Voidex is going to have to try and help them out. Keep as many players down as possible as he looks at the players all around him, finds another one, and Detain will get back into this point, but he's by himself and heavily outnumbered. They know he's up top, but where? Vortex looking every single direction, can just see hints of him as eventually Detain flies at him with just the gymnastic ability over the top, but it will be Katana to take the scrap.
Crud Muffins do okay, though, all things considered. That was a full setup and about 40 seconds to play for the side of Katana. You would have bet money on them being able to hold it down, but they managed to find a break. Pack gets himself into a good position. He's able to finish that gunfight. But for the first time, Katana have actually managed to find themselves now in the lead. just needed a couple of different hills, didn't they? Like, that's all it kind of took to get back into it. It was a scrappy one. Crudmuffins definitely were leading the pace. They were controlling the game, but they didn't get a great deal of time in that first rotation. And will it come back to bite them?
So far, it's still close. But I've still got a feeling. I mean, 1 minute 14 left on the clock.
Yeah, well,
this is absolutely screaming. It's going to be a time game.
We are 100% going. I'd be extremely surprised if we don't. Just with the banner, with how the map kind of works, P1, as we said, P3 is really where things can be heavily contested. We've seen both two teams put on a lot of pressure on each other over towards P2 as well. Crudmuffins will still find themselves behind, heading over towards P2. Have themselves in a relatively decent spot. First couple of kills go their way as well. Brezzy can find one at the front. He will get taken down, so there you go. Potential for a decent setup here for Crudmuffins.
Lead is going to change. Crudmuffins will take it. And Kez just holding them down. Katana have not managed to make this chaotic enough at the moment. I say this as they fly into the point. It's going to be Cobra who's causing them issues one more time here on P2. Still finds the kill, still alive into it. And somehow Katana find that from nowhere. Huge wipe as Cobra flies in once again.
And I think, you know, when we talk about this game clock, every single second is going to be even more important. You're not aiming for that 250 mark anymore. I mean, realistically speaking, we could see it still, but I'd be very surprised. But there's a massive wipe from Crudmuffins right back at you against Katana. 15 seconds to go. They're going to take a lead. And as I've said, every single second is massively important now, especially considering we're heading over towards P3. Oh, God. Oh, Cobra.
They might jump into this. Look at this. Keep it on the minimap here. They're not going to jump in because they're not sure of the positioning. Eventually, Vortex will commit, but he doesn't have anyone for his trade. Point's going to be open again. 44 seconds left on the clock as Cobra flies back in one more time. Crudmuffins trying to get bodies onto it. This is very, very dangerous for both sides.
I think if you're Crudmuffins, though, you don't have spawns for P4. You are in a dangerous spot now. 30 seconds away. You kind of need to get a touch if you can.
Eventually onto the point. There will be a spawn out here. Brezzy is all the way at the back, but he has been seen.
Yeah, I think if I'm Katana here, I'm not necessarily against just holding off this. That game clock is so low. Yeah, okay, Crudmuffins have themselves a lead, but they're going to have a little look at it over towards P3 just to keep them off it. That's 3 dead. Last one inside the point. Now you have this rotation over towards P4. 24 seconds. You lost a couple of gunfights at the complete wrong time.
Oh, the spawn out.
And spawned out. Brezzy needs to hold this down. He needs to hold it down. He could find 2, but only 2. Cobra's left on his own. 16 seconds on the clock, and they're behind.
Cobra trying to stay alive. He knows there are players going to be all around him, and, well, they're going to go down already.
They're just leaving
Muffins have the lead. They're going to be onto the point here. Again, they might just go for the TDM. They're not even going to worry about it. They're going to run the clock out. This will be a time game. They do not care, and that is going to be it. Crudmuffins win this 177 to 164.
For me, I would love to replay from the back end of P3 there, because we've seen Katana keeping Crudmuffins off it. They didn't want them to push onto the point because they had an ever so slight lead, and they're thinking, okay, we got the P4 spawns. But then at the last second, a couple of them really pushed off. I'd like to see it in case I missed something as to why they made a massive push with like 5 seconds to go over towards P3. Because they could have just set themselves up and put themselves inside of P4. The shot clock, I always call it the shot clock. The game clock would not have mattered because they would have been able to accumulate probably the time to catch up and then be able to play around it themselves. So I'd like to have a look back at that if we can, production, as far as the end of the game goes, because there was some decisions from Katana that I'm really unsure about, and ultimately mean that we're heading over towards map number 5 on Hacienda Search and Destroy between these two teams. But that was a very strange end.
And, well, I mean, we did call that clock earlier. As soon as we saw the first 3 hard points go down, we're like, well, that's an awful lot of time burned. Yeah. So it was playing that way, especially when it's going to be this close of a contest. I mean, Crudmuffins were, I'd say, decently up at this point in the replay, and you can see that they were winning the slaying game. Unfortunately, with it being so low scoring, it's very easy for the game to swing.
Just waiting to see if we do manage to find anything over towards this final P3. Just whilst we're in the actual highlights. It's a cracking game, though. I mean, it was so close between them. I mean, this was kind of the moment. Brezzy then had to hold it down. The rest of the team had already dropped by that stage. And then, yeah, it's just easy enough. Crud Muffins, you don't need to jump in. Not a problem at all. Big game out of Crud Muffins to send us to a map number 5. I mean, the damage, everything was there. They really did deserve that one. Denza 35 and 30. Big game from him, especially timing the hill. Finding plenty of kills. Every single hill that did pop up as well. Objective kills, big out of Denza. And for Cobra, who was trying his damnedest, of course, but just across the board, outslayed to a certain degree. Vortex not quite having the hard point that he did in map number 1. Would have done well to keep up with that one, but yeah, interesting. Especially that P3 to P4. I just don't know why Katana just didn't fully turtle up and commit for the P4. I mean, is it just maybe putting your eggs on that one basket they didn't want to do? Just seemed as if the decision to make that push over towards P3 was very, very late.
Yeah, it just cost them. It really did. I mean, you got to look at the kind of scores going through. Just a lot of damage as well on the side of Crud Muffins. We saw that in the early half of the game. Really well putting the damage down, getting the slaying going. I mean, Cobra was probably, again, I mean, hate to keep doing it, highlight in terms of maybe the quality of kills he was making in specific areas. Unfortunately, that game was not a normal hard point. Both teams playing for positioning and kills, maybe more so than the points in certain areas. And you've got to ask yourself, you know, when you don't commit that much over the first couple of rotations and you've got a minute on the game clock and both teams are only just halfway to getting a winning score, you know the game has changed. And it's also something that players just won't have practiced for. Nobody practices for a clock game.
It's hard, isn't it? You kind of get put in that situation. You have to kind of make a decision on the fly. Here we go for the final moments over towards P3. So this is the 50... no, where we are now for production, that is absolutely fine. Yeah, we'll go from here. That's absolutely fine. It's good. We get to see. So P3, look, there's 45 seconds left on the clock. You can see Crud Muffins are behind, and I'm fine with Katana's positioning here. They're holding it down from here, and they're like, yeah, okay, well, we don't need to jump on. We've got spawns for P4. That's my theory, at least anyway. That's what they're thinking at this moment in time, in my head. Team finds those kills. Yeah, cool. You get a spawn out? Yes, you do. Then we still got 30 seconds. You get one player still spawning back towards you. You still got the spawns for P4. I don't mind you having a little look. Brezzy's trying to cut off some reinforcements. Yeah, no problem. We're in an okay spot. Now we've lost the lead. Does that change their mentality? These two players pushing through the middle of the map just to try and disrupt. Well, keep an eye on the players who are in 2-story here. Number 3 and number 4. They full send it towards the point and both lose their lives immediately. And okay, you probably don't account for getting 2-pieced by Denza, but I almost feel like if they just held towards the back, and I know hindsight's a wonderful thing, if they just held towards the back, held those P4 spawns as a line, you then have an opportunity to get, what, the 14 seconds you would have needed to get a hold of, maybe even less at that stage. I don't know if I'm maybe being overcritical of that push, but it just kind of felt like a bit of a weird one to me.
I mean, it's not. I mean, it's just kind of a compound, right? Not only do they get 2-piece, but spawn is the furthest possible point from P4 it could be. So they just couldn't get back in for any trades. Even with Brezzy making a 2, even with Cobra finding 1, they were still outnumbered. They just could not reinforce. So what an ending to map 4 as we head towards Hacienda to end this. And prepare yourself. We're going to see some wonderful slithering movements, I suspect.
Oh, yeah. Pythons, Cobras, Vipers, the lot. All going to be coming out here on Hacienda Search and Destroy, because it is a Search and Destroy to keep your Challenger season alive. Katana again will be very disappointed to be heading to a map number 5 here. I think when they came flying out of the gates, you 5-3 up in the Search and Destroy. You somehow lose that. Now all of a sudden you're sending it to a map 5. I mean, how do you find yourselves here? I'll be asking that question. Because now, straight after this, I think this kind of just plays into Team Notorious's hands. Like, whoever they've got to go up against has had to go through a 5-map grueler. And that is sometimes an advantage. Mental tiredness. I feel it just casting it, never mind playing it. So I don't know how these guys feel heading into a potential best out of 7 straight after this. It is a potentially tiring evening.
Yeah, it certainly could be, but hey, this is what they've practiced all this time for. Katana and Crud Muffins want to go into a map 5. But that will be coming up right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. It's Challengers Elite, and we are going into a map 5 here. Katana Gaming and Crud Muffins have thrown down all the way along. But now it ends here. One of them goes home, and it's all down to an S&D.
Yep, down to the search and destroy between these two teams. The last one went Crud Muffins' way. As far as I'm aware, Katana actually haven't beaten Crud Muffins on a search and destroy this season yet. From what I've seen, they've only played each other the once, if I remember correctly. So let's see how it is going to go down between these two teams on Hacienda. I'm Team Notorious. I am in a private game and I am practicing my prone stand-up, prone stand-up, prone stand-up, because that is what's going to happen in the next series, whoever you're going up against.
Certainly will. Well, let's find out what happens now. There's a bit of pressure coming through as Katana have taken map control completely. And Crud Muffins back into spawn a bit.
Yeah, that's what it's all about on this map. Keeping that mid-map control. It's causing an issue around this area of the map where you are. If you are Brezzy down low, just can dip in and out. Just cause absolute havoc for the attacking team Katana on the defensive side, obviously. But there has been a gap opened up for Denza. He's waltzed through the middle of the map now, whilst trying to put some pressure on over towards A. His teammate in a position to maybe jump into it if they can. Not going to happen though. Denza will get taken down. That will surely be the round now to Katana.
Well, never count them out. Kez finds one. Need a little bit of a miracle to do this in 22 seconds, admittedly, but after one before. Yes, yesterday he finds a second. Basically has to get run onto bomb, unfortunately. No time to even do it. Knows where he's going to be. Found Cobra. And down he goes.
Yeah, that one was just a lot more impossible than Cobra's. Well, the thing is with Cobra's is he was able to find a kill and get the bomb down pretty quickly straight after that. So that was how he got that job done. Like, as soon as Denza dies in tin there with the bomb in hand, it's just, I mean, it would have to be a monumental fumble from Katana to let that happen. And they weren't going to. One to the good. That's going to be about that mid-map control you see over the entirety of the square balcony that surrounds P1 or the statue in the middle of the map. That is really where the control is so crucial for these teams. And that's what you're trying to fight for, because then you can kind of start moving over towards certain areas on the map. Well, mostly over towards A to get this bomb down.
Should be able to get this one done. I mean, keep an eye on that huge flank from Denza. Picking this up, and Denza almost gets that blood, and Vortex desperately hoping the fence is made out of sterner stuff, but then they've got to commit to find Denza. It's weak in their position on the bomb site.
Yeah, they kind of need to get rid of him, don't they? Oh, that's a big win from Brezzy. Kez just not able to react quick enough. 2 versus 2. Aspect and Cobra starting to get it together a little bit more now. Now, if you're Crud Muffins, can you somehow find a way here? Cobra's just going to stay alive up top here. This is impossible.
They're going to know where he is.
They'll know.
Has to fight Denza. And just gets it. There's a 2-piece. And a little bit of timing there as well. I mean, they were looking for him, but getting in a better position. Katana go 2-0 upturn.
I mean, snaking aside, it's a hard gunfight for Denza to win. So maybe don't blame it too much on that one. And Cobra probably wins that without the mechanic being implied there, but irrelevant. Katana 2 to the good now, and I think that was just, you know, you get that bomb down, you find that map control. Brezzy finding the 2 where he did. Massive. Cobra for the 1 versus 2 does find it. Katana Gaming 2-0 up now. Cobra truly does not care, does he? He could not give a monkeys.
Well, they've taken B control here, but completely given up A. Vortex, trying to see if anybody's going through it. He has a wall bang. They're looking for him now, though, and down he goes. Huge first blood.
No, I expect it's going to have a look from a not so favourable position. Trying to keep that information. A lot of shots coming down. Now all of a sudden, Crud Muffins have been backed up towards tin. So for the side of Katana, you kind of want to keep a hold of the window control because you don't want Crud Muffins up there, but they're happy to sit deep as well. Yeah, Detain's just waiting for somebody to try and put this pressure on up top. Is he going to get traded? No, he isn't. There it is. Detain will find another. Crud Muffins will find their first round. Really nice.
Crud Muffins just taking advantage, really, of having an open site. Right, once they knew that, they had the opportunity just to get that bomb down. And Vortex, unfortunately, kind of that last bullet that went through the wall and got him. They were very, very confident after that.
Nice round to get under your belts. It's the age-old saying that we tend to use, Brycey. 3-0 would have been a lot worse than 2-1. Same applies to 4-1 instead of 3-2, and yada yada yada.
Okay, he's trying to get a bit of information in the middle there. Found anything, because it looks like a bit of a B push. So many nades about means they don't want to go for it, as Denza looking to thread a needle. Does he see the pixels he needs? Standing up so he won't see him.
Yeah, I don't think he did. Cobra will get out scot-free. It's about the mid-map control again. It's a hard retake. Yeah, Vortex will find the first. You just gotta move here if your Crud Muffins. Aspect finds Denza. Horrible gunfights to have to try and take, and now if you are Pack, you are very dead. Katana Gaming. As soon as they get that bomb down with that amount of presence, nobody from Crud Muffins in a flanking position. I think when they lose that first gunfight, that kind of secures it, right? I think if you took your time and maybe tried to pick them apart, hold from this side, try and find a flank, and then pinch together, but that's all in theory. You lose that first gunfight pretty quickly, and all of a sudden the game, or the round I should say, is over.
Katana sitting in a great spot now against Crud Muffins. But they were sitting in a good spot last time and ended up losing the S&D. A 6-5 Storm. Here comes the push, and with Bomb going over towards B, you can already see Katana have sent a couple this time over.
Oh, Kez is taking some bullets here. Don't think he put anything else down, but he does have some backup. Pack is there to find it. Cobra gets tempted in with that. Denza, though, will pick up the kill on the Vortex after Brezzy found detained, so the numbers now with the attacking team. Crud Muffins possibly tempted by B, but not going to be. Brezzy's going to have to find something here. He may get caught off guard. Did he see him? I don't think he did. Number 3, Denza didn't see Brezzy yet. Yes, surely did, but will get taken down. Brezzy, he's not going to be dead to rights. I wonder if they would flank, but there you go, 2 versus 2.
Brezzy gets out of there, does not want to be caught.
Having a good game.
Pack finds Aspect, though. They don't know where Brezzy currently is. Brezzy has a little bit of inkling because of the gunfight that just happened, but
timing. He's kind of on Overwatch, looking across the entirety of the balcony, and then just gets a bit of bad timing. He might get some good timing here on the Denza, though. Or if he checks it in time, he's going to be able to stop it, but is he going to be there for the trade? Yes, he is. Pack gets him. Crud Muffins will find the round. That was a scary, scary moment for Crud Muffins.
Well, could have gone any way. Pack had to slide in. I mean, Brezzy was looking all over for the players, and maybe even stood a little bit further. If he had just got that kill, he probably would have run out of there. The Crud Muffins get that round back onto the board. Still 3-2 to Katana, but a very close game.
Very, very hard to separate these two. Pack finding 3 in the round, as well as that crucial 4th kill for his squad. Going for that top control again. Katana. Kez will find the first kill on the Cobra, though, as the push comes through the middle of the map. Vortex can just about get out, but Pack is there. Trey going to come in on the other side of things. Brezzy trying to make it happen, but the pressure was there. He's backed on down. Aspect is taken down. This is going 3-3 unless Brezzy can find the 1 versus 3. They've seen him. At the
Tries to take Denza's eyebrows off, but is it going to work? This really is feeling like it's going the distance. These two teams so evenly matched.
So close, isn't it? Just give and take all the way through this one. Having a look at the scoreboard and how things are working out for the teams, of course, is completely messed up. But Pack with a 5 in a row. Keeping an eye on that one. The gunfight. Pack is just shooting laser beams right now. There's another. Make it 6. He's the one that's getting Crud Muffins over the line in some of these rounds. He's just finding so many picks through mid.
Katana, without the numbers, are worried. Crud Muffins has taken this opportunity to just wait out, see if they can kind of put the fear into Katana. They'll eventually have to commit somewhere, but and they're not too worried. They just have to trade, and they've already found a player. That's exactly what they were waiting for.
Yeah, they were waiting for Katana to make a misstep. That's a big gunfight win for Spectrefine, though. The hipfire is there now. He just needs to survive a little bit. The pressure's going to come in. Should get taken down. If he can even just survive here, that would be massive. But the rest of the team, now, a little bit more info on where Crud Muffins are, but not enough as Cobra will fall. Vortex now left in E1 versus 3. This will be a lead for Crud Muffins, and it is 4-3 up now, Bryce.
And Crud Muffins just showing how good they are at S&D over and over again. Seems so calm. You are right. That first blood, it kind of made Katana run all over the place. They knew they couldn't cover everywhere, so they were moving about a lot. So what happens now? That's going to be the question. Katana have lost 3 rounds on the bounce. Crud Muffins are now in the lead.
Might have something else to contend with Pack on a 7 spray. And that is just not what you want if you're Katana Gaming. Stand out from Vortex. They just haven't been able to find these first bloods. They haven't been able to find these picks in these last few rounds. They haven't got the Hellstone to worry about just yet. I'm down over towards A. I can have to be back down. The nade was solid. Now Katana can back on up. They have the bomb down. They just need to defend it.
Information gained. Space cleared. Still looking.
I found a kill here. Yeah, he's gonna. There you go. I won't kill on Aspect 2v4. Yeah, that should be the round. There you go. The diffuser's going to start coming through now. Cobra's been back down. Crud Muffins are going to be 1 round away from a grand final here.
Just a perfect retake in the end. And Crud Muffins feeling good. Not a single member dropped there as they just took Katana to task. That RC backed them down too far.
There we are. 5-3. Katana have bled 4 rounds in a row. They need to find 3 rounds in a row to keep their season going. Pack with a massive kill with the RC. And that just opens it wide for the side of Crud Muffins to retake that site. Now have so much confidence. It's been a big commit over towards the B side here for Katana, which will allow them to get mid-map control as well. Look how aggressive Brezzy is being. And Crud Muffins just going to back on down the slow gameplay. Been working out for them the past few rounds, and they're going to keep that into practice as we continue here into round number 9.
Cobra will find a first blood. An opportunity for Katana. Looks like they're committing over towards A again. Volix finds a second. Well, at the moment, Katana having a good time. Pac, though, continues this streak. 8 for him now. But still at a number disadvantage. It takes it back to a 2 versus 2. Surely not Katana.
Oh, Pac might get some ridiculous timing here. Oh, he nearly made it a 1 versus 1. They'll have to back on down and back on down quick. Pac on 8 in a row. He's going to have the opportunity to plant here. This is such a doable 1 versus 2, and is that going to put him in a position where he surely can't lose it?
They've split as well. They're giving him 2 1v1s. Oh, he's being caught! Aspect finds him. Pac has his knife out as he tries to make some distance. Was probably going to try and wrap. And they took the risk, Katana, by splitting. And they get the round.
That's 1 back. And you stop Pac from getting to that point where the Hellstone would be available. 5-4. I think it would be rude for them not to send it to a round 11 here, Bricey.
Well, we can only dream. Katana, a very real dream. For Crud Muffins, a little bit of a nightmare, but still. It looks like a potential commit here. It all depends on Cobra, who's being aggressive in the water. Down into the reeds he goes.
And this is a bold play to try and come up with when you are down around.
Oh,
Yeah,
they found him!
He heard him. He heard him. I think he must have heard him come up. And now all of a sudden that time you've wasted with Cobra trying to find a way through is all being for absolutely nothing.
Katana will plant this.
Has to be a kill for them next. Has to be.
Here comes the pressure, though. They've got numbers against it. Kez will find one, though, and that's disastrous. Brezzy gets it back to a 2 versus 3, but they are compressed. They are together. They are giving up the bomb site. It's been called. Detain's going to call that.
They're just going to jump it, surely. They want the office control. Detain is there. 1 versus 3.
Down they go, and that'll be Crud Muffins. They take it, a little bit of body shooting all the way to the end here. They took a risk. It does not work out, and Crud Muffins go to the grand final.
Not the result we expected at all. Katana came into this one as a heavy favorite up against Crud Muffins, but once again, Denza's got their number. He finds it, and they will go to the grand final against Team Notorious. Katana will not get their opportunity to answer back. Really, Bryce, all the way through the season, we considered the winners bracket final to probably be Katana against Team Notorious. We thought the grand final would be the exact same thing, and that has not happened. A big win for Crud Muffins to get themselves through.
Just huge for them, realistically, to kind of get it all the way. And yeah, some really scrappy maps as we go through this entire series. Nobody knew which way it was going to go, but just better at S&D than Katana is what you can say. I mean, there were some bold plays coming out of both sides. Cobra going deep in the water. It was just one of those plays that if it works out, it works out huge. If it doesn't, well, that's how it ends. You don't have the bodies to control the map.
It just felt like they were working it so well through the first like 4 rounds, right? They were controlling in and around down low and in secret and then up above. It was just a really nice spot to be in. Time and time again, they were just finding those moments. Yeah, I think Denza must have heard him just come up. Cobra gets wiped out. You're immediately in a disadvantage. Then after that, I mean, what is Vortex supposed to do from here? Absolutely nothing is the answer to that question. A couple of extra just to make sure. What is sure is that Crud Muffins have found themselves now in a grand final. They will be taking on Team Notorious. And what a game that was from them. Can they go on further, Brycey? That's the question we're going to be asking.
It really is. I mean, just look at the scoreboard for this. Katana opened up so well in map 1. Then ended up losing. If you remember that S&D.
Yeah, 5-3 up.
Yeah, 5-3, and Crud Muffins came back. Vault Control could have gone the other way as well, if you're being honest. Crud Muffins could have taken that to a round 5 with just a split second left. Then a crazy Vault hardpoint, which came down to the clock really, really soon. A little bit of a misplay we were talking about when they jumped up towards P3, but Crud Muffins get it in a very close game as well. And then Hacienda Search. Did not go well for Katana as they drop out 3rd in this, and Crud Muffins top 2.
Yep, 6-4 in the end on the Hacienda Search and Destroy. Crud Muffins find a way to get it done, and well, they found a way nearly all the way through the losers bracket to get themselves now to this grand final. Team Notorious would have been ready and waiting for this one. Crud Muffins do have a tall order up against them in this best out of 7 grand final against a team like Team Notorious. But you never know. We didn't expect them to be Katana. Could they go a step further?
Wow, they're certainly going to find out as well. Notorious probably weren't expecting it as well, considering that last time around, obviously Katana took it. So maybe a bit of a surprise, but who knows? The grand final is what beckons us. Notorious is waiting to face Crud Muffins in our very final game of EU Stage 2. That coming up after the break and more. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We've had the break, we've had the reset, and now it's time for the grand final. A best of 7 to determine who, after all this time, will walk away the winners. Notorious versus Crud Muffins, and here is how they got here.
This is being an arduous task for Crud Muffins to get themselves here. After not too bad of a start against Notorious, they went up against Katana and lost that one 3-1, but battled all the way through the losers bracket to get a rematch and their revenge on top of it. 3-2 win just beforehand in that losers bracket final. For Notorious, it's really been a simple task, hasn't it, of just battering everybody. 3-1, you lose in maps, absolutely. But here is your Notorious team. Afro, F. Eric Boom, and Rafi are gonna, well, and have been the team to beat all season long by the looks of things. Of course, going on to win it last season. Coming into this one as the favorites alongside of Katana, they really have stamped their authority again, haven't they? Katana just haven't been able to get it over the line against them. Katana couldn't get it over the line against Crud Muffins, so now it's going to be their opportunity to try and find something. But I think a lot of people will not be looking past Team Notorious here. But in the same breath, I don't think many people would have looked past Katana in their previous game up against Crud Muffins. Crud Muffins are here in the grand final, so anything can happen when it does come down to Call of Duty. But this is definitively the best Challengers team in Europe, no doubt.
Well, they are the team to beat, but realistically, Notorious still need to win this last one for us to consider them number one. So, still very much all to play for, but had a good time of it so far. On the other side of it, Crud Muffins, Denza, Kez, Pack, and Detain. Already, couple of upsets. Nobody thought this team would get this far, but they are looking better and better as it goes on. Taking down everybody else. Can they push this one further?
Let's see if they can. As far as history between these two teams, whilst we did see Crud Muffins just take on Katana there was a result throughout the season where these two did go up against each other. It was a 3-1 win for Team Notorious back when Crud Muffins were under the Noctem organization. That was, well, kind of the same way as what every loss for Crud Muffins is when you've won the S&D and you've been beaten out on the other modes. Hardpoint has been a bit of a problem for them. They were able to just about get one over the line up against Katana, which forced that map number 5, and then that map number 5 that they went on to win. Search and Destroy is kind of what they're going to live and die on here. I think that's where they potentially could get something going, but it's going to be difficult to force it to be at that kind of level up against Team Notorious. But they are a strong Search and Destroy team. If they can find those searches, nick something somewhere as far as it goes on the respawns, then maybe you have the potential. But there's 3 Search and Destroys here, so I mean, you need to find a red card immediately in map number 2 if you lose map number 1. And you've got back-to-back respawns coming up where you might have to win a Vault Search and Destroy to stay in the series. Hacienda Control will be map number 6, and if we need it, it's a Hacienda Search to close things out. Firstly, we were having a discussion before we were just live again here for this grand final. I have a feeling that Team Notorious are going to come into this one absolutely screaming up against Crud Muffins. My only worry for Crud Muffins is, are they mentally tired from that first game? Or are they going to come into this nice and hot-handed? There are 2 different ways you can kind of go with that one. We're going to find out very, very shortly. Map number 1 in the grand finals. Here we go.
Well, this is what it comes down to. Weeks and weeks of games and preparation. And just 7 maps lay before us for these 2 teams. Team Notorious, they've been riding high all season. The team to beat over and over again. On the other side of it, Crud Muffins. In the last 2 games, we call them the underdogs. But the dogs are still here and they're ready to do it one more time. But can they match up again? That's the real question as both teams head towards P1.
Well, here we go. Team Notorious, it has been a good map again. They are a strong hardpoint team. They won it by 4 points up against Katana yesterday. Very, very close one, but I think for Team Notorious, one I want to say slight you would have of them is that they haven't been the hottest of starters in hardpoints. They do quite often find themselves behind after the first few hills or even the first rotation. Crud Muffins, well, may well be continuing that trend. It's been a nice start from them. They find a couple of kills that they needed to. Denza just about finding the kill on Afro. He's a slippery little guy. But that's a full wipe. Decided Crud Muffins and some good time on offer here over towards P1.
Crud Muffins, you said, you think Notorious are going to come into this strong, but realistically, Crud Muffins are the team that have, well, been under the gun, so to speak, so they really should still be kind of warm, although it was 35 minutes ago, but they're still going to be feeling very, very confident. For Notorious, I expect a slow start. They've done it a couple of times.
Yeah, it's kind of a hallmark of their play now, isn't it? The slow start on hardpoint. Well, I mean, people often say the second rotation is really where you see the better team kind of start to pull it away, as they pretty much know how the other team are going to play it, but I don't know if I necessarily buy into that theory. Ends up with a really nice start, sitting at 7-1. Team Notorious now inside of the point, though. Kez trying to get something going here with the AR. The rest of his team filling in from the other side. Push coming in from Kez. He will get taken down. It's a nice hold from Eric Boom and F'd up. They managed to lock it down. 30 seconds to play for here over towards P2. Team Notorious in control.
So far, waiting to absorb that pressure. Teammates spawning up. Eric Boom already going down. Too many nades flying into the point to feel comfortable. Afro falling as well, and it's a great take there from the Crud Muffins. They're looking to just keep bouncing him off the replay. Denza being a pain as he's 10-2 and running away with it. They cannot keep a lid on him. Heavy slaying as they move towards this next point.
Yeah, massive. I mean, I feel like this has kind of happened before with Afro. We've seen him come into series and he has a terrible start. You keep an eye on him towards the end of this one and whether or not he is going to end up the same. He's currently 1-8. This is our KD leader in the EU Challengers right now, I believe. As far as the playoffs are concerned, he has been running away with it between a lot of these teams, and he has been probably one of the more talented players in Europe for quite some time, and he's kind of, well, not showing it right now. Sitting at 2-9, Crud Muffins starting to extend this lead. 13-2 from Denza. He's having an absolute stormer to kick things off.
Yes, continuing to go forward here, and Crud Muffins really just putting the pain down on Notorious over and over again. And this rotation could be a bit of a deciding factor. Kez is not going to win that gunfight, and you can see here Notorious are going to be here first. For Notorious, they're going to have to get a handle on this game. Yeah. It's just looking like Crud Muffins are better right now.
It's kind of one of these moments where you absolutely need to find something if you're Team Notorious. It's not done by any stretch yet. Still only in the first rotation. They're still only around 40 or so behind, and those first couple of kills from Eric Boom are really going to help close that gap. 55 just about to tick up here now. The child will come out. Denzel will be dead to rights without barely even hitting a bullet. It's a nice first initial hold. 40 seconds to play for. And what's crazy is that if Team Notorious hold this down based on everything else that's been happening, put that to the side because they will be in the lead. I love this route. I love this route. Yeah, this just completely shuts this down. If he wasn't stunned somehow. Any other player inside of the point, and they should be able to clean this up one pretty nicely. Yep, this is a wonderful hold so far from Team Notorious. 20 seconds to go. They will have a lead if they keep the hold of this time.
Yeah, a great job. This really has been a money hill for them. Afro shooting back and forth, eventually taking out the trophy system. Crud Muffins have some bodies here. They're going to go for this. Afro's going to be heavily outnumbered. Finds the first. Knows there's going to be more around him. They will lose the last few seconds and hold on to the lead here, Crud Muffins. And it looks like rotation's good as well. So still very much all to play for.
That game, all things considered, I think Crud Muffins, when you look at the slaying side of things, everybody on Team Notorious is not negative. I mean, we'll go down at least sort of 15 kills at the moment. Closer towards 10, but I mean, right now, Crud Muffins don't necessarily have the lead to show for it, and this is kind of what we do try to reiterate when we do talk about people having a slow game or people having a good game. It's not always about the kills. Right now, though, for Crud Muffins, those kills have helped them get themselves a lead. It's about a 13.1, though. It is now being reduced by Team Notorious over towards P1.
And Crud Muffins still feeling pretty confident. Really backing down too much yet over this one. 10 seconds. Still good time on this. And this almost feels exactly the same as that first set of rotations. Crud Muffins have that mid-map control. Notorious looking for the better spawns onto P2. They should get the initial time on it with those kills. There's a three-man wipe. Eric Boom just baits out the nade and he's on.
Keeping himself alive. Some good time for Alpha here for the side of Team Notorious. I think the worry for Crud Muffins that I have for them right now, they are outslaying pretty heavily and are still only ever so slightly in the lead. Team Notorious are not going to keep this up. They will turn this around at some stage. They will start firing. That's why you need to build this up a good lead, so when they do start warming into this map, you're too far away and gone to really have to worry about it. And that is a potential opportunity here now for Crud Muffins to do that. 25 seconds remaining here. Over towards P2. You're picking up some nice time. Denza just doesn't seem to be missing a bullet. He isn't going to find the win against F-Dot. Break will potentially come through, but Detain is here to just hold it down.
Still flying back and forth, and Well, Notorious look like they will have this and a better spawn. They might get a better time on a P3 that they could use. Still been unable to take this lead away from the Crud Muffins, whose name will never get old. Notorious had a bit of a slow start, especially Afro. Really struggled in those first few engagements. Has slightly come back into the game here, but Denza still flying high, 23 and 12. This could be a very big push. Afro getting onto the point. Knows that reinforcements are spawning close for him. We'll be waiting for this first engagement. Calls it perfectly. And that'll be a clear wipe. Some time here as Notorious take the lead.
As I mentioned, Afro was, what, 1-7, 1-8, something along those lines. Has closed it up now to 12 and 16. Honestly, Team Notorious, slow starters in hardpoint. Like that's kind of how it always has been. Every single time we watch them, they do get outslayed, they have a slow start, and then they start to turn the screw and just start to figure out exactly what's going on. And everybody seems to be locked in for the side of Team Notorious. Now, would you ever have believed? I mean, what, there's still every single player apart from one is negative right now, and they are 30 points in the lead and growing.
Well, points mean prizes, and so far they're doing it, but that's actually a good trade for the Crud Muffins if they can find this when they have it. And that's what you want. Thin down the numbers, you hold the choke points. The team picks up an easy one there in the end. And this was a money hill for Notorious last time, and Crud Muffins want their pound of flesh.
Just trying to hold it down here. They need some good time, but that nade from Afro is going to spell a lot of trouble. Kez needs to find multiple here. He can find one, he can find a second, but everybody else falls, and all of a sudden Team Notorious will find a way through. 25 seconds or so remaining. But the thing is, for Crud Muffins here, they've still got them weak. There's not a full contingent of the side of Team Notorious here, but they will be able to find a couple of kills. That's Eric Boom just shutting that down entirely. They'll break 200. 15 seconds remaining here as well. They'll be well on their way to winning this game by the time we head into a third rotation, if they can hold this down.
This still is a close game. Well, Team Notorious will hold the advantage being in lethal range. They've not had a great time on P1. Rafi finds one though, brings it back open. Sees a second there, but had his knife out, not his gun, and takes a grenade for it. And this will be a bleeding again. Crud Muffins doing so well on P1 to get the majority of points. While they've not got full 60s on it or anything, they certainly have got probably like 80 points compared to Notorious's 5.
That's always good time. You can find good time on P1 in this map specifically. They're going to be able to do so again, especially if they can find this kill on Afro. They do. Eric Boom now left kind of in no man's land. Can find some kills just to connect things up. I mean, he's kind of slipped the net here. Now he's going to try and, well, actually push over towards P1. There's 15 seconds to play for here, and if you can get them off it, yeah, that's an absolute bonus. You take that all day long. Now with 10 seconds to go on this hill, they are going to be within, well, say around 20. By the time we get over towards P2, if they can hold down the rest of this time, there is going to be a challenge for it. Denza's going to have a little look. Afro, dead to rights. Every single second does indeed count when it comes down to this game. 225 to 207. Team Notorious still in the lead, 10 on a 7 spree.
Both teams able to win it on this point. And you can see that Notorious a little bit out of position, actually. They're a little bit worried about this. It's not going to be an easy push for them. In fact, I would go so far to say Crud Muffins are going to take the lead here on P2. And that is a wipe. And Crud Muffins might just win it here. There is nothing from Team Notorious. That flank from Eric Boom put them in a position that they haven't had the last 2 times on P2. And now it may have cost them the game.
They may well have. Crud Muffins just starting to run it up here. 12 seconds to go for them. If Kez can find this, it pretty much secures it. Yeah, Eric Boom, you kind of just need to get them out of the point. He's doing so well to find 2. He's found 3 to find the break. And when you need a big play, Eric Boom comes up with it. And now you have spawn to P3, which pop in 10 seconds. You just need to keep them off the 3. That's going to be the case. You are fine there. It's about this rotation over towards P3.
Where everybody's moving. They're going up the spiral stairs. Nobody's actually going to be in this point yet. Everybody flying through, but Pack finds one onto it as well. This is all coming down to the trades. F-Dot finds one, looking for the rest here. It's going to be Crud Muffins all the way across the map with 6 seconds to go as Eric Boom has got a 5 streak. Denza has to fly in towards the back, finds one, not the second, flies in for the front as well. And Rafi will find 2. Eric Boom with the 3rd, and it will be Notorious that walk away with the win. Eric Boom had to go ballistic in those last 2 hills to get that win.
I mean, there's some saying about putting it on the table, and Eric Boom does it right there and then to give them a chance. It's going to go down as the best play, and you're damn right it is. There's one on Denza in the middle of the map. We'll have Kez as well. I mean, it might have been 4. I don't think he kind of got the credit for the Denza one. He finds Detain here, and I tell you what, he finds another one after this as well to find the break. That is a small man with some big balls to pull off that play, though, to finally get Team Notorious into that point, because it was looking so bad. CrudMuffins held it down so well. It takes one little Spaniard to try and find the kill. Really, really nice play from Eric Boom. Finds the 3. Finds the map in particular for Team Notorious. But, I mean, they really do need to stop with these slow starts. But, I mean, they brought it back, and that is the main thing. Really good job from Team Notorious to turn that one around. They don't make it easy for themselves, though, Brycey. I mean, every single hardpoint I've ever casted them this season, it feels like they go behind. Not necessarily significantly, but they're always a step behind to kick things off. Afro was what? I think he was 1-9 or 1-8 at one stage during that game. Would have got it back towards some sort of realms of neutral, I would imagine, by the end of things. But CrudMuffins will be kicking themselves there.
Yeah, I think when we talk about it, I mean, obviously we saw Eric Boom go for that flank, and it wasn't terrible. It just kind of cost them the position. They've really been playing from the back there on P2 the last 2 times and have done pretty well. Unfortunately, when they did that, they lost the gunfights and lost all map control. And it did take Eric Boom basically finding everything to get this one done. He cleared out all 4 players, and it gave him just a little bit of hope. It's one more over to the New Hill, and well, Eric Boom ends on a streak, and a streak they needed. 7 for Eric Boom from that P2 to P3. Notorious get a very close map win.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible from Team Notorious to turn that one around. That will be that for map number 1. For me, a big one for Team Notorious to find, because you're heading into a search and destroy against a team who did take a search off you. They just took 2 searches off Katana. You know you're going to be heading into this map number 2 with your backs against the wall. CrudMuffins have looked sensational, specifically when it comes down to search and destroy. So they'll be heading into this map number 2 with a lot of confidence. They can tie the series up. There's a long way to go yet, but it's a nice win for Team Notorious to find. We're going to be heading over to Red Card next. Vault Control straight after, and Skyline Hardpoint. If we need to, we'll see Vault, Search and Destroy, Hacienda Control, and Hacienda Search and Destroy to close things out. This one still could go either way. Again, I'm putting a lot of stock in CrudMuffins Search and Destroy here. If they can find the second one, okay, you could be heading into that 5th map yourself behind, because Vault Control, Team Notorious, a great team on that map. Skyline Hardpoint will be super difficult as well, with Afro and Co running around like absolute lunatics on that one. You could well be heading into that one 3-1 down, and then it means you have to find the Search and Destroy and Vault. You've got to find one singular run and gun respawn game mode, and you have a chance. That's CrudMuffins' route to victory here. But I feel as if they might have to go all 7 if they want to find it. Maybe I'm underselling them, but that's how it feels right now.
Well, we'll see if that's what they do. But yeah, I can kind of agree, putting a lot of stock into CrudMuffins S&D. It does feel, I mean, that Vault Control, you are right. We've seen Afro just run around and be an absolute menace on that map. But hey, I mean, that could have been a hardpoint win for CrudMuffins, and realistically should have been one as well. I mean, if Eric Boom didn't find 7 kills across that last minute of gameplay, then maybe they wouldn't have won it, because they wouldn't have won the trades. But hey, a win is a win, and I'm sure as we go through this series, we won't remember exactly how close it was for them, but all they've got to do now is look forward. CrudMuffins for the S&D on Red Card will certainly be looking to at least even this one up. I think you're right as well, really. You know, the S&Ds, you got to give credit to CrudMuffins on those so far for everything that we've seen them do over the last couple of days. Their last 2 games have been against the Mission Magpies, which they 3-0'd in very easy fashion, and then they just took down Katana in a map 5 scorcher with all kinds of shenanigans happening, including a clock game on Vault itself.
I mean, let's see if they can really force their way into the series with the Red Card, though. I think honestly, for me, this is the most important map for them. It has to be found. If you are CrudMuffins here, yes, okay, they were able to shove it that way, but Red Card Search and Destroy coming up. Team Notorious, a good Search and Destroy team as well. I mean, 1v4 aside, right? Let's see if that is a position that we can maybe find CrudMuffins in. Take no time to get into map number 2 here. The players do like to take their time, don't they, Brycey?
Well, I think it's just a very important game, obviously, with these players getting into it. I think when you're going out of a hard point like that, it's very much lock in for the next game, right? You go into red card S&D, and red card S&D as well, by the way, I think can be a bit of a tricky S&D for anyone to play. So many sight lines when you go into the open bomb site, but when you go into the inside bomb site, the amount of corners and difficulty it can be, you've really got to make sure that you are locked in completely.
Let's see how it's going to play out. Hopefully be loading in just a second. I've been told to start, not to jinx it, or to tease us. We're heading in. A red card search and destroy. Notorious 1-2 the good after that slow start on the hard point. They were able to bring it back and find the win, courtesy of a massive player from Eric Boom. Now they find themselves heading into this search and destroy with the ever so slightest of buffers. Best of 4 here in this grand final. Best of 7. Team Notorious, quarter of the way there.
Let's see if they can keep going as we jump into this S&D. Attacking for Team Notorious to begin with. And a bit of a split map at the moment. Pressure towards the outside. Just going to be Raffi playing the hook on the attack. Crud Muffins have split. Eric Boom just checking a little bit here as he moves the doors around. But Kez will get F-Dot straight away. Afro tries to get a trade back, but it hasn't worked out. And now he's a little bit trapped.
Aggressive play in round number 1. Always the typical tactic, if you like. Not sure if he's available. You might be able to get something going. Afro's still fancying something over towards this A side. Pack is going to be a big problem, though. But I think he might have spotted Afro there, and that's why you can see him backing up now as he did go to slide across. Afro just offering his team a lot of pressure here, but he's under pressure himself now as well. Take the first couple of bullets from Pack. He managed to get himself out here. Denzel will go over the challenge. Already still weak. Raffi there for the trade. Can he find a second? Pack went for it. Holding it down if he can. Raffi just trying to survive. He has an opportunity to get this bomb down, though, as Eric Boom will make it a 2 versus 2.
They're close to him, though. Look at this. Could be an easy trade.
It's about to turn.
Raffi might be out here. Gonna get the trade,
Knows
though.
where he is.
Oh, no, seen him. He did see him drop. Raffi, there's a shadow. He knows exactly where it should be, but maybe just a little bit of bad timing. Down a bullet. Both teams going for it again as they slide in, and Raffi will win the gunfight. Oh, that was messy and horrible to watch, but they get it done.
Oh, I'm stressed, so God knows how they feel. That is such an awkward 1 versus 1, because those bushes protect themselves from bullets, and the auto-aim around that is just impossible to play with. Raffi will find it. Team Notorious find the first round. In circumstances that they arguably shouldn't have. It was the first blood over towards the side of Crud Muffins. But Pack couldn't solidify a kill over towards that side. It was Eric Boom who managed to find 1. Raffi with the 3, though. I'll carry his team over the line in round number 1.
Pressure.
Calling out, yeah, he'll be calling out his teammates. He needs a bit of help. Yeah, Pack was able to find him as well.
Well, they don't want to overchallenge. Did lose the first blood, and they hope to get it back, but hasn't worked. F-Dot might find Denza, but the angle's just a little bit too much, and, well, he's going to know that nade will be cooked. Do they have a double nade? There's a lot of bodies here. Everybody into a place. Eric Boom gets Kez, but it will be traded back again. F-Dot's still going to be up top. Eric Boom gets another.
Denza might get caught here. F-Dot, is he still looking towards him? No, Denza gets out. That's a big child. Eric Boom's not able to find it. Pack will be backed on down. Eric Boom's still moving. 24 seconds.
F-Dot finds Denza as well. Eric Boom was going to catch him. Oh my goodness. Eric Boom found so many bodies in that one. 3 kills, but put bullets in the 4th. And that is another round here for Team Notorious.
Yeah. Eric Boom and Raffi take in turns of who will find the 3 kills. This time, Eric Boom again. Team Notorious. 2 to the good. And honestly, I think for me, it was just F-Dot's positioning himself. He doesn't do a great deal in the round in the end, but seeing Denza get there has allowed his teammates to then come over because they know exactly what's going on. Denza kind of pushes on his own, doesn't know he's being seen, so he's going for that bomb plant, and F-Dot is just calling it out. Teammates on the way. Denza was always probably going to drop. They knew where he was for probably about 30 seconds and eventually get rid of him. Eric Boom very aggressive, though, around the entirety of that round. 2 to the good. Notorious clutching up here.
the moment, Crowmuffin's looking to absorb pressure. Eric Boom has moved forward, but this is not a very easily tradable position. If you can get close to the bomb here, back. Oh my goodness, drills him!
Wow.
Must have been weak. Either that or Eric Boom has switched in some sort of mega bullets.
Mega bullets.
Shut up.
Eric Boom now. Wish he'd give you mega bullets whenever I play a game with you. 5-1 now from Eric Boom. Full spray for him. He's not the only one smiling away to himself here in this search and destroy. The team might be dead to rights here. There's going to be a lot of pressure coming in, but you can see Crudmuffins have set themselves up. They are ready for this push. Can't really do much about it. Bomb's going to go down. Could you stop it?
Look for it as well. Eric Boom will tank the grenade. Now the trophy goes out. Yep. Hard retake, though. Crudmuffins have got to try and find all these corners when they slide in.
Incredibly hard retake. You can see as well, F-Dot, yeah, he's watching exactly what's going on here, but there is a railing there, so it's hard to shoot him through it. F-Dot should be dead to rights, but they've already found 1, 3 versus 2 in favor of Team Notorious. Time whittling down. That's a big win.
Oh, the trades. The trades are there. And it was always going to be a bit of a problem. I mean, the time going down as well. They needed a clean retake, but Crudmuffins haven't found anything yet on the S&D.
Really, really nice job just getting into the site and getting that bomb down. I think if they were able to get that nade off and stop that from happening, then it is a different story. You know, if you're Crudmuffins, you can take your time. But as it goes, it did go down. And it becomes very, very difficult to do a great deal about it. 3 to the good. If you're Team Notorious, you're halfway there in the search and destroy. As we've mentioned, it really does feel like the win condition for Crudmuffins is to find the search and destroys. Right now, you ain't found around.
Boom. Gonna be a trouble if he tries to get out of it, but Afro managed to find 2. Eric Boom somehow still alive for quite a while, but eventually both those players go down to a 2 versus 2. And a 2 versus 1 as Rafi joins the party. Kez, in a 1 versus 2, doesn't actually have the bomb on him at the moment, so rotating will be hard without it.
Difficult now for Kez. This is doable. As the bomb. There's a little bit of time to work with, not great amount. I think he's just looking for some timing to go his way. It might go the opposite way though here. Oh yeah, he's going to find 1 surely and Rafi, but F-Dot is there. The timing perfect for Team Notorious. They rotate to the middle of the map thinking that he could be pushing over and catch him off guard. 4 to the good. This is an absolute clinic in the search and destroy so far.
It is, but when we talk about Team Notorious slow in the hard point, Crudmuffins have been slow in the searches and then come back and took it all. So hype's still very much alive for Crudmuffin. They just have to find some rounds.
How can you find it? As you said, they've not been far away on a couple of occasions. A couple of close ones, but Afro finding a first blood is just going to make this a little bit more difficult. Kez is not in too bad of a position, but that stun has revealed that position, and he's dead to rights. 4 versus 2 now. Crudmuffins are starting to crumble. Enza needs to go big here. Oh, will Team Notorious even entertain the idea of B? They find the kills over there. Rafi, yeah, in this position, they're going to rotate it over towards it because he has so much of the map cut off. There's 1. Denza left all on his own over towards B in a 1 versus 4. This is 5-0 Team Notorious, barring a miracle from Denza.
Well, will Denza find a 1 versus 4? He finds 1. A little bit more difficult when you have to defuse as well.
I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? It's not so much the killing of everybody, which is already very, very difficult. It's very much getting the bomb defused whilst you try and do it, because they're all going to be watching. Simple. From Afro and Co. Really like the positioning from Rafi as well. They do so much groundwork over towards that B side. They can push up through the middle of the map. They get that control. And he's probably just made a call that his teammates were found 2 over towards B. I'm here for the cutoffs. Make your merry little way over towards A. They're 5-0 up here. Crudmuffin's in danger. of getting 6-0'd in what I thought would be their preferred game mode.
Yeah, just not good. I could use fancy words, but Notorious are taking them to task. And they are far back. I mean, Notorious smell blood in the water. Look at this move. Everybody running forward. Everybody hunting down Denza. Eric Boom's about to run into a grenade. Gets back out of it. They've taken map control and still somehow nobody has died.
I mean, Crud Muffins were semi-ready for this. They were ready for the push to come through. I mean, Eric Boom may well be running into trouble here. Or there's trouble. Actually, Eric Boom, Afro was there to help him. If I'm one, Kez should be there for a trade, you would imagine. Detain is there to take down Rafi. Next kill's massive. He's out. Now, the problem for Crud Muffins now, yes. Oh, I was about to say you're in a 2 versus 4, but Kez has found F dot. Not so much of a problem anymore. Problem would have been, would you have had any idea where Team Notorious were? You would have had to really check your corners, but as it goes, you find F dot. You make it a 1 versus 3 now for the side of Afro, and this is tough. Especially with a juggle. Yeah, they've all spun around. They know where he is.
Yeah, don't think he's walking away from this one. Every gun in the game is against him. Yeah, this is going to be weak, but there is a hail of gunfire flying over the plant pots. And I think, I'll be honest with you, Notorious didn't need to do that.
No,
they were very, very aggressive outside and then sort of like, oh, this is not a great place to attack from because nobody really does it when we sit outside lobby.
So there you go. There is at least a round on the board. Fancy 5 more in a row?
It is always plausible. But is it possible? Crud Muffins must not make a mistake. Even I would say they shouldn't really lose a first blood if they want to make this miracle comeback, but Denza finds Afro. Kez finds Rafi. Well, it's already smelling like another round on the board, Ton.
It's looking that way, especially on the defensive side. Team Notorious now just have to not be lackadaisical. They can't get loose in this one. Yes, okay, you must still be 5-1 up. You'll be feeling super confident still at 5-2. But they still have to lean forward. They still have to get it done. Crud Muffins are a good search and destroy team. And bear in mind, actually, as well, there's a couple of occasions they were, well, okay, not 5-0 down, but we're down by 3, and they would spin it on its head and find 4 or 5 rounds in a row. They are capable of doing that.
Aims to find at least one hit. Wow. Already goes down, though. 2 versus 3. Planting in this scenario is a nightmare. 27 seconds to go, and that's going to be another trade. F-Dot finds another, but it will be traded out this time. And Hope may have died with that kill. F-Dot looking for a crosshair and almost draws Pack, but not going to be enough. Crud Muffin, another round win.
Two out of the 6 you need. You're a third of the way there. And you keep this up. I think for Team Notorious, so it just feels like a first blood is needed. They get that and then they just run away with the round. But we'll see. Still time for Crud Muffins here to bring it round, but they cannot make any more mistakes. Suppose in the same sense as that you wouldn't expect them to find 6 in a row. I didn't expect Team Notorious to be 5-0 up either.
No, that is true. And for Notorious here, it's kind of a weird one. Obviously, they've kind of gone a bit wild with that round a couple of rounds ago. Can't be too hesitant now. They still have an opportunity to be very relaxed with this one. And you can see they are waiting for the pressure. It does mean that Crud Muffins can kind of dictate the state of play here.
That's Denza finding Afro. Expected the aggression to come through, and they're not expecting this aggression from D10. This should be a 3rd round in a row from Crud Muffins. Pack now pushing forward as well. They know where Rafi is. I think for Team Notorious now, panic starting to set in. That's a ridiculous grenade, but Denza is made of sterner stuff. Pack will find Eric Boom, and all of a sudden a 1 versus 3 for Rafi. It's not doable.
This is what I was talking about as well. Like, Notorious, when you absorb pressure, you kind of need to be in tradable areas. Afro was not in one of those. And it meant they lost even more map control. Crud Muffin's hope's still very much alive, but they must not make the mistake at all. And you are right, Notorious will start feeling this pressure. You could have had it. The call came in when you were 5-0 up, let's send it mid. And since then, it's not been good.
Red Muffin's starting to flirt with the idea of some Strix to play with. There is already an RC car available for Denza. He would love to go a step further here as well. I think he might call it in, but the stud might actually just discourage him. Look at Team Notorious now. Starting to turtle. 3 rounds in a row is a little bit scary. 4. Terrifying.
Detain backing up. Kez coming over to help. This call will go in very, very quickly. Keep it on the mini-map. You'll see the rest of Crud Muffins go for this when they know. Yeah, already one coming back over because of the nades that have hit. Detain goes in and finds it. Afro gets him before he can do any more. And finds a second. Kez, they found nothing on this, and this might be game over.
Kez and Detain are just holding their irons, waiting for an opportunity, and Afro ain't going to give them it. He's already put bullets in the pack as well. He is living on 9 HP. If only just F-Dot finds Denza. Yeah, there might have been a minor scare, but the job is done. Team Notorious, 6-3 in the Search and Destroy. They're in full command of this grand final.
And while Fear may have had a chance to settle in the breast of Notorious, not to be so, Afro sends it with his team in a coordinated assault onto the site. And they find the kills they need to push this one over the edge. 2-0 to Notorious as we move towards our next respawn on the control tongue.
Yeah, this is now a very, very difficult position for the side of Crud Muffins in this series. And you just can't let them go 5-0 up. You can go up against anybody. If you allow this... I mean, I say this kind of thing. I mean, it comes down to 1v1s. I mean, this one really could have went either way. And then you think about those 3 rounds in a row you find... we could be now sitting at a very different scoreline. It could be sitting at 5-4 instead of course, done at 6-3. That feels a lot closer, especially with the 3 rounds in a row that Crud Muffins were able to find. If you know, I mean, these are all ifs, buts, and maybes for the side of Crud Muffins of how they could have found themselves in here. But honestly, Team Notorious just played it really, really well. 1v1s went their way, dominant rounds went their way. Every single facet of Search and Destroy that you would have liked to see from Team Notorious was there. In full flow. And Crud Muffin didn't really have too much of an answer over the first 5 rounds. And in the end, lose it within 9.
And it just shows, I mean, Crud Muffins could have come back into that if they, especially if they hadn't had such a bad first couple of rounds. But Notorious, it looked like they were a little bit more coordinated there. You can kind of see them all trying to hit this properly on the inside. And there are opportunities. I mean, realistically, if any of those players inside the site had got those kills, it would have made it a much more difficult assault. But that S&D, while we were talking about a potential comeback, wasn't really that close when you look at it in a big picture mode.
Was playing the best out of 7, but there are the first 2 maps that are able to be found from Team Notorious. Going up against Crud Muffins here in this grand final. All Control, Skyline, Hardpoint, and then Bolt, Search and Destroy all coming up. I believe they're right. But we will potentially have another 2 maps as well. Well, I mean, this is now a precarious situation. Very precarious. I think if you're Crud Muffins from that Search and Destroy, that Search and Destroy felt like a must-win to me because I just feel as if... And to be fair, like, bear in mind, it was a 6-point hardpoint in fairness, but you'd absolutely believe Team Notorious to be the better respawn team here. That's really where Crud Muffins have mostly struggled in and against these 2 very, very top teams against Katana and Team Notorious. Search and Destroy has not been the case, but it was there. They're 2-0 down, Brycey, in a bad spot.
They certainly are. Well, we'll find out how the rest of this series goes. Map 3 coming up next here on Challengers Elite. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are launching ourselves into the control here. If you are just joining us, Team Notorious currently up 2-0 in the grand final of the Elite. And they have gone for an aggressive B push. Eric Bohm opens up proceedings with that first kill. That first tick might be in here.
It's looking that way. You're going to have to contest if you're Denza. You do so. And we often do see teams go for that off the rip, right? Straight underground, straight in. Maybe just finding a route, and Afro in this kind of position. We know how dangerous he can be here. I mean, yeah, he's going to find these gunfights over and over again with the Jackal in hand, and now he's just going to change position, make your life difficult. You might be given beat over, if not, it's for the nade from Pac. He can slow it down. Afro's now going to be squeezed by the rest of the team, but still, this pressure is here from Team Notorious. Crud Muffins need to find something with your backs against the wall here.
Afro still managed to find one. Will eventually be traded out, but
there we go.
2 ticks to the good. Only going to be F. Dot outside with a full wipe coming in for Crud Muffins. That's exactly what they needed to do. Not actually that easy to go get beat that early, simply because of no trophies. You will be out-naded.
Car bombs across the board as well. It's just a bit of a difficult one. But the thing is, you find those 2 picks, and if you get wiped there, I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? You can then find yourself up the map pretty quickly. I mean, the problem is, though, if you get wiped here, that's where it's bad. Kez can find Rafi, and that is a momentary 4 dead. Kez now just has a few in front of him down the pool side. Is eventually going to get taken down. So Team Notorious, it felt like they were in a brilliant position with those 2 ticks over towards B. As it goes, though, they only have 30 seconds to extend this round. That's a big win.
They have put the pressure on Crud Muffin. What a recovery. Completely decimating it. They have just run into the spawn and gone for it. Afro, who is the only player really out, is going to have to try and stop the clock himself. And what a collapse here. Team Notorious looked like they were about to dominate this control round, but instead, 2 ticks and nothing.
Eric might be able to get over towards B. He's going to have a tough gunfight. Yep, not going to be able to find it. That should be the round. It will be the round. Really nice stuff from Crud Muffins to turn that one around, because from the get-go, Team Notorious, lovely opening break. Everybody in a really good position over towards B. As you mentioned, no trophies available. Early doors. It's hard to defend it. The nades come over. They slow them down. But after that, Crud Muffins never slow down themselves. Foot on the gas, find the kills, push them back over and over again. Sensational work. Kez and Co. doing a really nice job of keeping Team Notorious at bay. And that's a nice round to find.
Yeah, they absolutely kicked them. Once they kicked them out of spawn, that was it. Never looked back. Crud Muffins, full credit to them. They shut down Team Notorious. Unbelievably so. Now they have an opportunity to really put the boot in if they can go 2-0 up in this control.
I've had a really good start to that round. I think he found the 3 kills in 2-story at the back right, but after that, didn't find zip. If that will find the current to detain, so pressure here for Crud Muffins to try and get themselves out of their spawn, but I mean, Pac is doing that all on his own on the other side of the map, putting this pressure on over towards B. Kez will find these gunfights. This should be a free A. Yeah, Pac falling will probably retreat Crud Muffins to just get a hold of A if they can.
Well, they're going to get that 1 tick as well, but they're only stacking it with 1 body. Denzel on Overwatch up top, and well, that's a big gunfight, but unfortunately they will lose the trades in the middle of this map as Pac fights from the back foot. Will go down, and the only benefit here is Kez is kind of holding this door closed to make sure they don't get into his spawn.
Yeah, he's done well, honestly, just to stay alive as long as he did. Stops that push from Team Notorious. All of a sudden, you have free reign to get out of your spawn. You've had free reign to find some kills as well. Left up with a bit of bad timing. Detain will find him. Now, all of a sudden, it's about these next couple of gunfights. You need to find them if you're Team Notorious, and you have done. This is the only one who can answer on the point again, just trying to stay alive. Good shots in from Rafi, though. That's a momentary 4 dead, and he can start moving forward.
Just a few trades across the map here. Crud Muffins will be looking to get onto A. That's what they want. At the moment, technically, they are losing this battle of the first 2 rounds with only 1 tick for them.
Afro was there so quickly with the trade. It was Eric Moon who found one over towards P2, wanted to put the pressure on the spawn. Afro, though, he is going to get caught off guard. Another flank comes through. This has to be a good push here from the side of Crud Muffins. It's looking like it's going to be. Rafi is the only one who can find anything. Eric Boone will find one. That should be A gone.
6.2 seconds. Afro's going to go for this. He's going to go down. The nade was too much for him. The rest of the body's piling forward. They want to try and stop it. F-Dot gets 2. Kez gets back. Everybody piling into the point, and they have managed to stop it. Pack finds 2. And he should be able to get a last flurry here. I think it's going to be Afro goes for it, but Kez is there in time. And that means Crud Muffins have the first point, have the minute. They only have 6 lives. That's not daunting them at all as they try to fly towards this next point.
Kez and Pack have kept that pressure on as well. Crud Muffins can only make one minor misstep now, and that's going to be made in the middle of the map. Kez will get taken down. 4 versus 7. Still Team Notorious likely to find this round. Oh, Pack, you're in trouble. Never mind. Detain can find him. I don't think they're going to expect Eric Boom here, though. Yeah, he's going to find one. Squeeze is still there. 6 versus 3. It's doable for Crud Muffins, but I'd be surprised if Team Notorious let this round slip now.
29 seconds. Basically, this is on Notorious to lose. Well, that clock will have stopped. Afro's already taken him down. Now it's Danger in a 1 versus 6. Won't get it. The silver lining will be that Crud Muffins got 3 ticks. The Team Notorious is 2.
So there's still the positivity there for Crud Muffins, of course. There was potential there for them. There was potential. Couldn't quite seal the deal, but in the end they do still have a slight advantage. Team Notorious, though, I think for them, that push over towards B in that very first round might be something similar coming here in this attack.
Here comes the push. Afro going to go all the way round. And since they've won a couple of gunfights already, Afro takes the opportunity to kind of poke him in. And he's just got timing there. Unfortunately, not good enough as they just turn. And Afro basically just trying to run faster than they could see. Didn't work out, but at the moment, a bit of a control here for Team Notorious on the way. That's the second tick in. This is all they got last time. Can they do better?
Oh, Afro, he's just such a horrible gunfight. Yeah, I'm out of there as well if I'm Pack. Absolutely not. Now Afro can set himself up for something over towards this A side to try and get it solidified for Team Notorious. Onto the point, will give a notification to everybody that he is there. And Kez can find his second. Rafi could do with finding something here. Yeah. Keeps that pressure off. 57 seconds. Team Notorious have struggled to get any fluidity, I want to say. Rafi can't help with that with a kill in the middle of the map either. Eric Boom will be there to pick up the pieces. Well played from Rafi. Continues to survive. 21 and 11, by the way. Having a hell of a game. The rest of the team maybe just not quite alongside of him. Denza doing a good job as well. Everybody from Crud Muffins is finding clutch kills when they need to.
And now Notorious have an opportunity. There's a second tick going in. Kez, though, dives into the point here. And Crud Muffins doing such a good job just to keep this chaotic and win gunfights like that. That might be the end of Team Notorious's round. They're all back in spawn. There are already players pushing forward. Pack is looking for them. Afro will find the first hit. Kez goes on back onto F-Dot. Afro again onto Kez. Everybody trading. 22 seconds, though, puts the pressure onto Notorious.
Gotta find something. Need to tin. Might be the one that's just slowing them down. He's doing better than that. Pretty much putting a seal on this round. Eric Boom now needs to stay alive and needs to wait for the rest of his team to get through. They're watching the flank. They're ready for it. They will find him. It's going to be another round over towards Crud Muffins unless Team Notorious can get a touch. They do. Is it going to be enough? Afro inside the point all on his own. He will get wiped. Crud Muffins 2-1 up here in this control. Defense has reigned supreme for both these two teams so far. Can Notorious answer back with something similar? Send it to a round number 5, but I believe... I think it might only be a tick needed from Crud Muffins to secure defense. Round number 5.
Yeah, very likely. It's a long way back in this control, and realistically, Crud Muffins putting up a wonderful fight. They have looked like the better team so far.
There we go. Team Notorious need to hold their defensive side. Always look likely, but when you lose the 3 gunfights that quickly to Pack, he can now put the pressure on. The shots were good, but he survives. And that's crucial. Because now it puts the pressure on Team Notorious. Crud Muffins should be able to get a hold of it pretty much scot-free. Oh, they haven't stacked it. Second tick's incoming. Team Notorious might have a look at this. That should pretty much guarantee the defense in round number 5 if we do go there. But Crud Muffins having some luck on this attack.
Basic full wipe and they only get 2 ticks. I was expecting a little bit more out of that. They didn't put as many bodies on it as I thought. Raffi trying to get up here, but also goes down. This should be over. This should be the game. Crud Muffins have opened this up so well that they should be able to just get straight on the B here. There's too many bodies in the way. You can already see them go through. There's a 3-man wipe. Afro finds 2. Crud Muffins are in the dominant position here, but I feel like they're really dragging it out.
I mean, just Team Notorious seem to find clutch kills, but now 3-man stack is in. This is everything now for Crud Muffins. You have to find it. Oh, they've been picked apart. Now they've been forced back a little bit. Those lives may well come into it. There's a full 2 minutes to go here. It's one good push for Crud Muffins. That's all they need. Oh, absolutely pissed on.
Raffi not having a good time there. Camera to death. Afro going for a run as per usual. And I think, realistically, with just how this game's been going, I cannot see Crud Muffins not doing this.
So, I think here for Crud Muffins, they've got so much time that they are checking corners, and it's making a difference. Look at Denza, he's just going around looking for people. Hasn't worked out this time. That time is going to whittle very, very quickly. Alright, has he got some bad timing? Yes, he has. Denza will find him over the top, and now, all of a sudden, yeah, you can take your time. Afro will be picked. This is your opportunity if you're Crud Muffins. 13 versus 8. You will not get much better of a chance to find a respawn game mode up against Team Notorious than this right now.
That's a huge kill from Cares, and that should be the control. 4 versus 11. They are not close. Eric Boom will dive into this one to try and contest, but his feet are being shot at. Everybody just piling on the bullets, and that'll be done. Crud Muffins take the control away from Notorious. Dominant performance from them, really. Every single round, they look like the better team.
Well, here we are. That completely kills my idea of that search falling away and chances for Crud Muffins with it. They find the control, and we very much have a series on our hands. Now, Bryce, 2-1 still for Team Notorious. They are still in the lead, but they were disappointed with that. They know they're a very solid control team. They were able to find that yesterday up against Katana Gaming. They could not find it there, and all of a sudden, here we are now. Finally Crud Muffin, on the board. I mean, it just, as you kind of mentioned towards the end there, it felt like they were in control of every single round. It felt like Team Notorious were the ones trying to punch back when they're the ones who are usually being that proactive sense, aren't they? Like, Crud Muffins, I actually really like how they played that final round in the sense that they got hold of A, or at least had some presence on it for quite some time, so it allowed them to have so much time to use their life advantage and to actually just take their time to get through the map. That was the difference, right? When you are struggling, you don't have a lot of time, you don't have the lives to try and get up to B, you have to do it fast. You didn't have to do that if you were Crud Muffins. You had so much time. So just check corners, take the routes you need to, not head first, sprinting everywhere. They could pick them apart, and that's exactly what they did. Crud Muffins will find the round in convincing fashion and the control alongside of it, and all of a sudden only find themselves a map behind. Skyline Hardpoint going to be coming up next in a Vault Search and Destroy. We have other maps coming up after that as well in this best of 7.
Well, we'll see how it continues to go. You've got to remember, last time they were in the Hardpoint, very close game. Going on the Skyline, wouldn't be surprised to see the same thing. Crud Muffins have continued to impress, is what I'll take away from this over and over again. They have looked fantastic. And from what was a potential mismatch we thought might happen to it, has not been the case. Yes, the Search and Destroy wasn't pretty for Crud Muffins. The Vault wasn't great for Notorious. Both teams shining in those 2 game modes, and the hard point, well, it came down to not even a coin flip, an Eric Boom flip got it done for Notorious. Skyline Hardpoint up next. Whose game is it?
Oh, we'll find out very, very quickly. I think as well, like, just this whole entire game, it has been an underestimation from me, to be honest with you, for the side of Crud Muffins. I was really expecting it to be a little bit more one-sided for Team Notorious, but they haven't had it their own way so far, Brett.
They certainly haven't. We're going to go to a break while we load up the hard point. Don't go anywhere. More maps to come on Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are jumping straight into this hard point. At the moment, Crud Muffins and Team Notorious. Well, at the moment, Notorious up 2-1, but a great performance from Crud Muffins leaves this game with anyone's.
Can be. Team Notorious will be coming into this one sort of thinking to themselves, yeah, we probably should have been 3-0 up. We should be closing out controls. But, I mean, they never really had a sniff, did they? Crud Muffins doing a fantastic job and ultimately probably putting us in a position we thought we would be in after 3 maps. And that's a 2-1 lead for Team Notorious. Crud Muffins going to try and bring things back here and tie things up here in the hard point. But as of now, Brycey, they haven't even seen the point. They are being farmed at the moment.
Yeah, they barely even seen the kill feed, let alone anything else. Bit of a disastrous start. But that little bit of a reset may have iced them for a second, as this could be a perfect rotation as well.
I mean, for Team Notorious, we've talked about their starts in hard point. This is the opposite of that. This is a blisteringly fast one. 50 seconds remaining here at P2. You got it locked under lock and key entirely. Yeah, right now. Crud Muffins going to have to find a push here through the kitchen side. Pac will be able to find one. Can they get something going? He finds a second. So does Eric Boom. Entirely Pac is the only one left here, and Eric Boom will find his third. 5 in a row for Eric. 70 points and rising. There's still 30 seconds to play for. Crud Muffins could be down nearly 100 by the time we get over the kitchen.
They're going to come under a lot of pressure, though, as bodies come through. Eric Boom's backing him up. They know where he's going to be. Even just whips out the pistol for it. Should be Crud Muffins contesting this point now, as everybody's gone down. But Afro finds 2 as well. Much out for the third, but he has no health as he flies off backwards with it. And eventually, it will be Crud Muffins. Scrap time for them. Potential rotation with the bodies onto P3 as well.
Yeah, you get absolutely nothing over towards P2. You do stop the bleeding, however. Those 15 seconds, it's a 30-point swing, right? You wouldn't have got them. Team Notorious would have. You had to find that break. That is the difference maker now. Afro finds a kill on the Denza as we go over towards P3. Team Notorious have been the first ones here. They've been able to lock down the hills for the majority of the time. Now going to break 100 points, and we've still got 40 seconds of P3 left to go. Eric Boom finding another, just trying to survive, being shot from the middle of the map. I don't think he's aware. Pac will find a second, can't find the third. He ain't got an Afro. Not at this stage. 10-4 now. Rafi back into the point, trying to put some damage down if he can, but there you go. A break for Crud Muffins with actual good time still to play for. 22 seconds remaining here. They're going to push out Afro and flies around the corner. I don't think either of us are trying that kind of moment there, Bryce.
I think he meant to slide there rather than the flying elaborate dive into the open. And it does get him killed, but it looked very, very funny from our point of view. The other side of it, though, Notorious have broken back in. Crud Muffins will try and hold the line here at P4. This is where they'll be looking for the time. If they can get all of it, every single scrap of it, they will come right back into it. And already doing a very good job rebuffing the pressure.
Enter towards his backside, just trying to cover. It's the first time we've really seen some good time go over towards Crud Muffins. Notorious haven't been able to find any sort of inroad here. Pac will find 2. It's 3 for 2 trade in the favor of Crud Muffins, and that is fine because they should still spawn here, and they do. Pac on a 5 spree. Have to make it 6 or a 7. Right now, Team Notorious, they barely got a sniff onto this hard point. Eventually, those kills going to come through. This is now going to enable them to push forward. Kez is the only one who can find it. There is the break, but for around 15-16 seconds, Team Notorious let that one slide back.
And with this second set of rotations coming up, Ton, you've got to ask yourself, do Crud Muffins feel more in this game than they were from P1 to P2 last time? Because that's where it all went wrong.
Can't let them get this time, and it doesn't look like they're going to let them. All things considered, considering I felt like a P2, we were talking about Team Notorious, maybe hitting 100 points before we got to Kitchen. Now I'll be heading into the second rotation if you're Crud Muffins, and well, okay, you're still a good chunk of time behind right now, about 60 points. It could have been worse. It could have been significantly worse, but that start might still punish you, and is so at this moment in time. 25 seconds remaining, P1 here. If you're Team Notorious, you want to be rotating through if you can. If you're Crud Muffins, you're just trying to pick them off the point as quickly as you can and hold your spawn.
Rafi just soaking up every single second here for Crud Muffins. Benefit will be is this P2 rotation. That's what they're now playing for. You can already see them clearing the lines, getting set up. F-Dot might be in a great position. Already picks up one. Will get traded out on the minimap, we can see. Rafi still soaking, though, and, well, there's almost 100 points again ahead here for Team Notorious. Rafi now moving with his team, and that is some good shooting from Rafi as they do get into the point, but it's Afro alone finds the first. Knows he needs to stay alive and wait for reinforcements.
Not time to hit the reload. It does have time to slide out and destroy Detainer. I mean, is he going to find anything else? Not quite, but he's just causing havoc. The rest of his team haven't been able to do a great deal, though. He will eventually fall to Kez. After doing his damnedest to try and keep things rolling here over towards P2, but in the end, the rest of the team couldn't quite hold up their end of the bargain. Eric Boom now in a really difficult spot. The rest of his team now on the way. A little bit of a spawn out here for for Crud Muffins, I should say. Team Notorious now in a position where they can do something with his final 15 seconds. They will find the break. P3 on its way.
And every single second when you get this deep into a game, it almost feels like more Eric. Almost threw that one away, but still got it. A few bits of scrap time here. Back on the P3. Crud Muffins did better from this point. Last set of rotations around. They'll be looking to do the same again. Unfortunately, Notorious will be in first. And with trophies down, they're going to have to try and deflect this push, but there are too many Crud Muffins hitting them at the same time.
They'll want to find a way through. The problem is, I mean, this deficit's never been any better than 70 for Crud Muffins, really, has it? It hasn't felt that way. Maybe 60 is as close as it's been because of that just outrageous start from Team Notorious. So Crud Muffins have to pretty much be perfect from here on out. I know it feels like maybe a little bit early to be saying that. There's still time to play for, but you just can't let anything go over for Team Notorious. Scrap time over another 3 or 4 hills wins you the game.
And you can see there's a little bit of desperation on Crud Muffins. They know can't really afford to let anything go as they fly into this point and somehow lose those trades. It's going to give them a bit of a problem for this one. Fortunately, close spawn. But Crud Muffins very much on the back foot here. They need money, hills in abundance. Eric Boom shooting straight, looking for even more. There's another one. 7 streak for Boom. Not going to be the 8th. Deflection from Crud Muffins. They keep them at bay.
Just about. This is where they really made most of their time on that previous rotation. Was here at P4, and they are doing the same again. The problem for them is that 1 and 2, you've been bleeding a lot of time. So 30 seconds to play for here, over towards P4. If your Team Notorious, you'd like to have a couple more stabs at this one. Pack will be dealt with inside of the point, and this should be a break now coming up for Team Notorious. Unless Crud Muffins can hold it down, is an easy 4-man clean wipe for Team Notorious. And that's the difference. If Crud Muffins hold that time, they're within touching distance, but as it goes, they're going to lose that final 12, 15 seconds. And Team Notorious are going to be around 15 seconds away by the time we head over towards this 3rd rotation.
And now they basically have to throw themselves at this point over and over again. They don't have an opportunity to do anything less. Crud Muffins holding it for now. Already players going down. The Tane feeling the pressure. Down he falls to Boom. And I was going to say, looking in the point, they've got into it. 9 seconds to victory.
Don't think they're close enough. I really don't. Has to be something miraculous now. They have to find all these gunfights. They have to find a way through. Team Notorious came into this one in 6th gear and never left it. Crud Muffins not able to keep up. Not even remotely. They've been bodied in map number 4, and Team Notorious are now 1 map away from being your champions again.
And this is where we wonder, is there enough left in the Crud Muffins to move forward? We go into another S&D. They lost the last one. Notorious dominated that hardpoint pretty much from the start. Wonderful P1 to P2. And it just put Crud Muffins so far behind that even though if you take away those first 2 hills, yes, it would have been a very competitive game, but just outslaying. Big kills from players like Eric Boom. Afro doing a lot of what he does best, which is cause chaos. Rafi shooting so straight. And it just caused issues that Crud Muffins were never able to feel comfortable on the map.
I mean, when you start with that kind of deficit, it just makes your life so much more difficult. Okay, if they have a good P1, P2, and you find yourself 7 or 8 behind, you can answer back with a good P3, P4 yourself, then yeah, great. But then when you kind of go even, that deficit's already there. As the game starts to go on, it's such a horrible place to be, I think, especially when you're pushing over towards the opposition. you know, you're thinking, what, 180 to 110, 180, 100 or something like that. All they need is to kind of just chip away. That 250 mark seems so close for them. And it was for quite some time. It's a 100-point game in the end, just about. The Skyline hardpoint to go Team Notorious's way. As mentioned, they now find themselves only a single map away from closing out this grand final. It's going to be a Vault, Search, and Destroy, though. It's a good map for Crud Muffins. Team Notorious all know that. This one's not done yet.
Certainly isn't. Maybe they'll take it the distance. They'll be looking to do so. Still the underdogs in this, Crud Muffins. And they will have to win 3 without letting a single map slip. Wonder if their S&D will be better than Red Card, because they're going to need it to be so. And we'll smell the blood in the water here, though, Team Notorious.
100%. I think that last S&D is going to give them a lot of confidence. And I'd wonder what it does to Crud Muffins, because they would have been coming into this thinking S&D, oh, okay, this is where we're a strong team. You lose it pretty convincingly. I mean, they were 5-0 down the start to bring it back. Vault is a very, very different Search and Destroy to Red Card, is all I will say. Extremely different. Think about previous game where they went up against Katana. Teams were able to plant quite freely at A, but struggled to hold it down. Gonna have to be better in that sense from Crud Muffins if they can find it. Crud Muffins actually found themselves, I want to say they were 5-3 down up against Katana. I mean, this was only literally just tonight. I am getting old. But they were only 5-3 down, and they brought it back and won at 6-5. So they have the potential to do all sorts on this map. And they're going to have to bring their best if they want to stop Team Notorious closing this one out in 5.
Only thing that will tell us is time, of course, as everybody gets locked in and ready for this next one. Team Notorious feeling confident. Crud Muffins will be wondering whether or not they could have done a little bit better on that first hard point. That's probably their major regret of this so far. They could have won, and this would be a tied series. Other than that, the rest of the maps, bar map 1, have felt one-sided. The S&D, Team Notorious could have ended it 6-0. And the Vault Control, Crud Muffins looked better every single round, I think is the easier way to say it. Attack and defense. They just had a better performance than Team Notorious. And on that hard point, Crud Muffins never really got off the starting block. A disastrous P1 to P2 first rotation set the tone for the series, and they never really recovered. The Vault, Search and Destroy, we all know what's coming. It's going to be A plants after A plants and retakes after retakes. Plays out very much the same way over and over again. The Crud Muffins are good at it. Are they good enough is the question you should be asking yourself.
Are they going to be good enough against Team Notorious? They still have some potential to bring this one back, but this is how things are broken down in terms of our pricing. We have our 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th teams locked in. Katana Gaming, of course, losing 2 games after being in that winners bracket final. That will sting. They walk home though with $10,000, which might just, well, ease it. But the difference is that it's a guaranteed $16,000 for second place for one of these 2 teams. We are currently locked in a series worth $8,000. Not a bad game to be a part of. 24 racks for first place. Whichever way it goes right now, it's looking more likely to be Team Notorious. This is potentially the series and season winning map coming up here on the Vault, Search and Destroy. Crud Muffins, can you turn it around? Can you make this go further? Can you maybe even turn it around and win it? A long way to go for them to do so. But Team Notorious only need one more map.
Will this be the one? Everybody asking. Grand finals could end here on Vault. It will be the Crud Muffins with the first run, and they will go inside and out the window, because last time it was a little bit tricky with a nade that flew over the top. But this is going to be a quick plant from them by the look of it.
One's going to go down. Team Notorious is going to get here quickly. Are they going to pounce almost immediately? I think this is really down to Kez to hold down this cool side. The tin. Oh, he gets a bit of good timing, but no Crud gunfight. F was there to find the first blow. Kez onto back, but Eric Boom was able to find another. Team Notorious now in a 3 versus 1. Kez left on his own. This is difficult.
That's fine one, and funny enough, nobody's by the bomb here as they go to chal him. Probably wasn't expecting that, but You are right. A little bit of timing is kind of helped Notorious out there. You got to remember also Eric Boom's kill that he picked up was on a player hitting the flank at the same time as him.
I think that's one of those rounds. Just, again, you don't have the trophy systems to rely on. You can't just set up in the site and just sit tight. It's very difficult to do so. And Team Notorious will find themselves with that first round. So again, for Crud Muffins, it was the same old story between them and Katana. Nobody was able to hold that site down. But we will give it the caveat of round number 1 is always a little bit different. That nade would not have been far off killing Eric Boom. Afro will get through the front door. Will be here to protect his teammate. This bomb will immediately go down.
Afro looking to see if he can get a good timing here, but he might get bad timing. That player is now behind him. Afro has gotten through as well.
But does it work out as good timing, though? Because they will have no idea he's here.
Well, I don't know what's going on with the timing, but everyone is everywhere. The Taint's just in him. They've got back into the bomb site. What is going on? Every player has missed everybody. Crud Muffins are now in control here. Afro gets a collateral. Was not expecting it. Pat gets Afro back now down to a 1 versus 1. And he's seen the player as well, but even if he gets the kill, I don't think he's going to be close enough. He doesn't get it. The amount of close calls in that round is mind-boggling.
As I said, halfway through, Afro kind of gets bad timing that turns into good timing, so they had no idea he was there. Ships in the night. They both pass by each other, but it works out for the team who are defending the bomb, right? He finds himself in a position that Crud Muffins are just not ready for at all. And Team Notorious are 2-0 up here in what could be the final map of this EU Challenge season.
And Crud Muffins looking for an attacking round quite desperately. Should be a standard play. Waiting it out. Players going into the bomb site again. Team Notorious just getting ready for this retake. Players going towards the back. Players sitting up top. 4v4 retake on A. It's a tale as old as time itself.
Oh, Pang needs to stay alive here because they've lost Kezra on the site. He needs to stay alive. Afro will find him 3 versus 2 in their favor.
Oh, F-Dot's going to get a wonderful bit of timing. The Taint just runs into trouble, and Denza will be looking for his own fairy tale story. A 1 versus 3. A hope, a prayer, and some godly timing and luck. But unfortunately, he's already been found. It's a double chow. Down he goes. 3-0 to Notorious.
I mean, this is just... It looks like map number 2. They've looked so strong in the search and destroy throughout this entire series. We've seen them really get pushed the distance yesterday. In fairness, the only reason they lost their search and destroy yesterday against Katana was purely down to Cobra finding a 1 versus 4. But here we are. Crud Muffins are struggling to get around 3-0 to Team Notorious on Vault as well.
It looks like we're going to go on board with Afro for this, with his bedazzled knife. Again, standard push. Nobody got any deep playbooks for this. 3-man hit into it. What they haven't done is hold poolside control. They let F-Dot go and chow B Street.
They're just holding tight, aren't they? Very tight setup. F-Dot will find out on the pack. Crispy shots again. There's the flank player dealt with now. Crud Muffins, you're starting to flap a little bit. Need to find this. You technically got a 3v3 on site.
F-Dot might be the key player here, but he's not really moving. They've got into this as well. And it's a bit of a disaster. Eric Boom! It's found 2. And Kez will be like, where on earth is he? But he's going for the defuse fast. Is this going to be checked? It is going to be slides and fights, and F-Dot gets the win. Chaos in the water.
Incredible rounds, but Team Notorious just seem inevitable right now. F-Dot picks up a different angle. Kez must have heard him dropping down. Not quick enough. Eric Boom finds 2 inside of the site, pretty much all on his own. Phenomenal. 4-0 to Team Notorious. They are cruising here in what could be the final map.
Heart pounding that one. F-Dot did everything right, but he had to be patient. And Eric Boom pulled them out the fire a little bit. Finding 2 allowed him the opportunity to get into it. Otherwise, that might have been over, but Crud Muffins have to work out something now. They need a round desperately just to stabilize.
As we'll find the first blood on Rafi. A little bit of respite here for Crud Muffins. Next gunfight's big. The team will find it on Afro and F dot. He's now left in a 1 versus 3. Would have to be the ace to find the round. They know exactly where he is. And Crud Muffins find a fast round as well. That's a nice one to get on the board to try and get you back into this map, but it's too little too late.
And is that enough? The Crud Muffins do what they've done so many times before and start stringing together rounds. Confidence will at least have returned to the hands of Crud Muffins. But very much depends on whether or not they can deflect this pressure. This might be a bit of a different break. F dot going for mid control.
Big push over towards the A side here for Team Notorious. After trying to hold this down, and honestly has held it down so well. Oh, Afro it's just unfortunate, right? Both players kind of move across each other. So 1-for-1 trade, technically, in favor of neither team. As we'll find Rafi, F-Dot finds Kez, 2 versus 2.
Afro doesn't want to plant because it takes him out of the game
He's
for
alone,
a second. And
yeah.
timing's a little bit horrible, and F-Dot's the other side of the map. Denza knows where he is, but he's trying to get in a position to have this gunfight on his own terms.
If F-Dot finds anything here, it's a miracle. Not going to be able to get it done. Afro now in a 1 versus 2. He's going to re-wrap. He's going to re-wrap, yeah. Or not. Happy to defend it from in the sight. If anybody in Europe can pull off this kind of moment, it's Afro, and he's just maybe made the play at the perfect time. Did Pac see him? Yes, he did. Denza now going to go for the challenge. Should be around over towards Crud Muffins in his 4-2.
And you got to give credit, Crud Muffins there. The way they played it against F dot, they called for reinforcements, held their fire until they could get the kill. Afro needed godly timing to get out of it, and it wasn't to be. Crud Muffins get their second round on the board, and it's looking better for them, based off of some excellent team play. I forgot about that, Eric Boom. Unfortunate strafe.
Yeah, that's just one of those moments at a site, though, when it's so tight in an area like A. It's difficult. It can very often happen. Denza will probably get this down pretty quickly for his team. Team Notorious have got everybody over towards his A side. Raf's going to find the fight on to detain, so there you go. There's your pool cover gone. Right, you maybe do have Kez, but is he going to be able to get there in time? Afro will find Denza, Kez, and Pac left in a 2 versus 3.
Nobody in the bomb site at the moment. They are fighting out towards the back here.
Oh, he's going to get 100, yeah.
Pac needs to help now maybe a little bit as Afro dives into it. Pac finds F-Dot, goes across here, but gonna have to work this one out. They're already going for the defuse. Eric Boom just jumped on it. Full confidence to his teammates to hold him as Afro loses the gunfight. It's not gonna matter. Eric Boom doesn't fake, goes straight for it. Notorious get what could be the most critical round as they head into not only map point, but also series and championship as well.
And just as soon as I think it might have been detained down that side, he falls. Kez is behind him, holding pool down, but you lose those reinforcements. Team Notorious can just run amok. 5-2 up. As you said, 1 round away from being the champions here in Europe and challengers for the 2nd time in a row.
Standard play. Bomb not gone down quite yet, though. Detain. Probably tempted by timing. Was worried about getting that first pick, though. Still, bomb not down. Eric Boom finally planting, but everybody from Crud Muffins is here. Here comes the retake.
Big hit towards the back. This would have been called out by F-Dot.
Detain hitting it as well. They get the first kills down. Bombsite giving up as well. Rafi will find one. Down to a 3 versus 3, but pressure mounting here on Team Notorious. Kez finds Rafi. And F-Dot gets one back as well, but he falls at the same time. It comes out to Afro. The 1 versus 2 last time was not his. Will it be this time? There's one. Slides out. It's now down to a 1 versus 1 for the championship. Pac being played with. He's so weak. And Afro with a pistol to finish it off. And Team Notorious will be your Challenger Elite champions of Stage 2. It looked casual. It looked easy. But it will be the championship for Notorious.
The job is done again, and what better way to solidify it with a 1 versus 2 from Afro. He's just ready and waiting. His team have kind of done the hard job for him, and he picks up the easiest 2-piece he's likely to find. Team Notorious, your champions again, and deservedly so.
Yeah, they rocked that S&D so well. There were questions thrown up about just how it would go here against Crud Muffins, who have looked strong, but they were not strong enough to take on Notorious. And while they will come second, it was a glorious second, taking down some of the strongest teams in Elite. So there is a silver lining for them, as well as $16,000. But Notorious, wonderful play in the end. So many players doing their parts as well. Champions and $24,000 in the pocket. 4-1 victory in the final.
And just an all-round brilliant performance. I mean, the only map that loses of all control. Sensational work from Team Notorious. I think, you know, there's part of me that was like thinking yesterday after they won that Winners Bracket final, they were going to be so hard to beat, and they kind of just proved that. Crud Muffins did sensational to get here. And as you mentioned, you know, beating a very, very good Katana team in slightly weird circumstances with how it was played out as well. That takes a lot. But to go up against Team Notorious, we did think it might have just been a step too far. I think if I want to be overcritical, I'm kind of wondering why Denza's just pushing in on his own like that. He could have waited, but irrelevant of that, I don't know if it would have mattered. Team Notorious, incredible.
Just rewatching that as well. 9 health, Afro.
9. It doesn't matter. No, not stressed, was he? I was never stressed about him winning that gunfight, to be honest with you. Second most damage in the game. Kez was there to put it down, but this is how the grand final went. Team Notorious get it done within the 5. Crud Muffins brought it back in the vault control, but yeah, as I've kind of already reiterated multiple times, I really thought that Search and Destroy was going to be a good route in for Crud Muffins. They've looked really, really solid in that mode in particular against both Katana and Team Notorious. And okay, the best out of 5s we'd seen them play, so we'd only seen them play them twice. They'd won 2 Search and Destroys before the series up against those 2 teams. Heading into this one, they don't win 1. And especially with finding that vault control, there will always be an element of what if for Crud Muffins. They couldn't get the job done, the Search and Destroy, though. Team Notorious, incredible performance across this entire season once again.
Yeah, really has. And hey, well, it's been a wonderful time here in Europe as well. So many teams coming through and kind of sending in. Crud Muffins looking like a team that we'll be talking about probably later in the year as well. But this is how the bracket ended up for both sides. And for Notorious, just dropped 1 map every single series, but marched their way to victory. Crud Muffins going to do it the hard way round, losing to Katana in that winners round 2, then found their feet and got revenge in the lower final. Unfortunately, the Cinderella story was not to be. They could not go the entire distance. But still, a wonderful performance, but Notorious take the crown.
Yeah, incredible work from Team Notorious. And I will say, it definitely felt like they could bleed a little bit more over the regular season, but again, they just find another level when it does come down to it. Couple of maps here and there, they get shoved really, really close, but ultimately, they are the best team in Europe right now, and there is no disputing that $24,000 to the name. Crud Muffins, of course, taking home that second place with 16 and so on and so forth. The rest of the teams who were already knocked out before that grand final. Been a cracking season though, Brycey. We've kind of had what we expected, but some closer games, some crazy moments. That Cobra 1 versus 4 from yesterday will live long in the memory. But I mean, Team Notorious again. We're gonna have another season in a few weeks' time. I don't know who can actually beat them. Somebody's gonna have to switch up and do something, because right now they just do not look stoppable.
They certainly do not. And well, that's kind of the case. We even don't really cover them as much in the groups as we normally do, because we kind of expect them to get into the playoffs. But it has been a pretty wonderful ride for this. But while Europe is starting to put its heads to bed and we have settled stage 2 for us, North America is about to do the same thing. 3 teams battling it out in their own finals coming up in just a little bit as they are ready to start. So thank you all for watching Europe, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome everybody back to Challengers and our final slot of games for Season 2 of Challengers Elite. We're dealing with lower finals, dealing with grand finals. On my whole shift with me, I've got my boy, Jay Stud. Whoa! What is this jacket? Let me see this thing.
Hey, man. I'm rocking the W's today because that's what I'm hoping people are playing for. I'm sick and tired of not stacking points and control when we have all the kills, not playing rotations properly, or just giving up your life for free. No. To come out here, you need to play for the W, so I got it on the chest today, baby.
I love that. I love that. I love that. Take a look at the schedule. Already kind of teased it. It's a very short schedule. It's lower finals. It's grand finals. But the teams that are participating, our top 3 squads, Team War, after dropping into the upper bracket finals, will now square up against Amit Brooklyn. The Royal Spartans, after a thrilling upper bracket final, will find themselves waiting in the grands with a veto advantage, as we will play a best of 7 there. Best of 5, though, of course, to start for the elimination final. And Amit Brooklyn are working on the Giga run all the way from lower bracket round 1, a 3-0 versus their brother team. We won't say sister team because it's all the boys. 3-0 there. 3-1 versus Cabal, pretty comfortable. And then the 3-1 versus YFP, a little less comfortable in terms of the map scores, but still winning nonetheless. Whereas for Team War, very simple first 2 rounds for them versus Destro Gaming and Cabal. But again, that upper bracket final was an instant classic.
Oh, yeah, man. It went all the way to Game 5, round 11, and it doesn't get any better than that. You go blow for blow. Obviously, Team War, they were able to dominate in the respawns, at least the hard points yesterday. Foe short versus Spartans in both the search and destroys and the control. But the way that they play Call of Duty, like watching them, like they just need to be quicker on the decision-making in S&D. Like they have great fundamentals in respawn. They understand what it's like to fill the gaps, and they also have the Slayers that can go with it. It's just like they're going up against Omen Brooklyn today. So this is a completely different roster. The way that Capsule has been playing this entire elite stage, when I went back and looked at the breaking point stats, he's top 3 overall KD in every single mode. So you better make sure you have that guy at least tamed today because he is unbelievable so far.
Put a leash on him because he is chilling and killing. Here's our look at what we've got for our prizing to this point. Of course, $24,000 is really what you're looking for. That'll help you get to Texas. But those that have already finished in towards the top 8, top 6, top 4, of course, a couple $1,000 has been reserved for them. But $10K for third, $16K for second, and like I mentioned, that $24K for first place. Hell of a way to get yourself warmed up as you're getting ready to go to Tejas for major numero dos. Allen, Texas, we know it. We love it. It's incredible. And I will say, if you haven't been there to play, because we had Challengers Finals there last year, the stage setup and everything there is actually pretty legit. So we're vibing. We're vibing. Let's take a look at our rosters, though. Let's get into the mix with these 2 squads, because Team War and Amit Brooklyn ready to go just about at this point. Team War really impressed us yesterday, coming out and giving the Royal Spartans a hell of a go, winning both of the hard points. Not quite able to lock things down in a couple of search and destroy moments, but other than that, a really close series between these 2.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't get any closer. Like I said, Game 5, round 11, you go blow for blow. It's just the only thing that scares me with this Team War team is how they play search and destroy. They usually rely on the individual prowess, so the aggressive plays from Tura and Yuli, and then Assault and Diamond Con, they're most likely going to play for the Ento and just allow the map control to get away from them. We saw how it affected them in their series versus the Spartans yesterday, not making the adjustments on the red card, which is going to be the map 2 in this series. Hopefully they were able to learn quick from yesterday, because this squad right here, if they come out and they just play the way that we expect them to, because there's some times where they're just all over the place. We're getting too fast-paced. We're not challenging gunfights like we're used to. We're just allowing people to run all over us on the map control, and that's not what this team is. This team is that roster that plays with the pace in the respawns, that even plays with the pace in the search and destroy. They take all of those risks, so you have to be prepared, because Omen Brooklyn are a lot to handle.
Yeah, very much so the case. This Amit Brooklyn team, like you kind of mentioned, I mean, I don't want to sit there and say that they resort and kind of resound around what they can find in the slaying presence, but we did kind of mention a couple of different times that when this team is fragging, they're hard to stop. But when they're not, or when they're being evenly battled up against, they are prone to making mistakes. We saw that in, obviously, the Winners Round 1 matchup. We also saw it in a couple of different times throughout their lower bracket run up until when we get to here. So, yeah, I think there's a level of relying on firepower a little bit if you're at Brooklyn, whereas for Team War, they're just playing really sound COD right now. So there's going to be maybe a little bit of a difference maker there in how these 2 teams match up.
Oh, yeah, it also depends on what maps we're going to have in the series, because, you know, when you have fast-paced SMGs, you want to get them active early on. So probably want to throw in a couple, you know, mixy HPs into the mix, and then some slow and steady search and destroys. If you're Omid Brooklyn, that's also a big scare for me, because we saw it in their S&D yesterday. They love to play with that, get into a gunfight 5 to 10 seconds into these rounds. But versus a team like Team War, who like that slow and steady approach, you can get caught on both ends because you have players like Yuli and Capsule and even Craze that love to make those kind of heads up. All right, I'm going to go try to make an individual play. But search and destroy, in my opinion, between both of these teams is going to be the biggest thing to focus on.
Yeah, I think that's the big piece. I mean, both teams showed some weaknesses in the search throughout their runs to this point. We haven't really watched as much Team War as we've been watching a bit Brooklyn as a primary focus, a couple of look-ins here and there up until yesterday. So we'll see how kind of things have fared since the last 24 hours. Skyline Hardpoint will get us kicked off. Red card search and destroy. I know we're both kind of probably looking at that one with raised eyebrows. Double dose of Vault Protocol search. That's what we got. I don't know why, as commentators, we continue to read to you like you're third graders. You guys can read. You guys know what the maps look like. That's the map best of 5. Let's get into it.
Hey, man, this is the perfect first map for both teams. Like, we watched Team War yesterday push into a map number 5 with a lot of success out of their SMGs. Diamond Con also matching pace with an AR in hand. He had a couple moments where you pick up the SMG, but he prefers that AR up close and personal. Does not matter who he's going up against. And then Omen Brooklyn, a same situation. You have fast SMG players, but Dylan Rex on this map, when he pulls out that third SMG, he has a lot of impactful plays. So you got to be prepared if you are Team 4 with just the pacing that Omen are going to bring to you on a map like Skyline.
Facts. If you're just tuning in for challengers for the first time, they say patience is a virtue. We run out of it very quickly on this broadcast because we load in and then the players say, nope, we don't want to play on that server. And then we load in again and the players say, nope, we don't want to play on that server either. And we do that for about at least 6 to 7 times. And then we'll eventually play COD. So join the conversation. In fact, I never do this, but I'm going to open up the YouTube chat and we're going to talk to you guys today because we're going to run out of things to say immediately. So if you have things to say about these two teams, go ahead and just say it. I never do this, Jay. We're getting wild today.
Good. Yeah, because obviously, you were there for our TED Talks, our podcast yesterday, the I Hold Study podcast. Sometimes it just happens in challenges. Either teams are not liking the server, or for some reason 6 months into the game we still are not spawning on the preferred side that we actually want because we don't know it yet. So we'll just have to wait until we get into the map number 1. But I think today for challenges is going to be a phenomenal day for all of the players that we have involved because we're right around the corner from Major 2. Obviously this is going into Major 2. You're not making any roster changes after this event. At least I hope you don't, because you got to a top 3. Your team stands a pretty good chance of potentially winning it at the LAN Major. But just to be in this stage where you are, going into Major 2, you see a lot of CDL teams currently struggling. You need to come out and you need to show who you are. You need to make people look with their big eyes open and be like, okay, I might take a chance on that guy. And even if they already have, let me bring him back in to see if he can turn it up to a different level.
Yeah, and I think for these last 3 teams here that are still alive, that is the case. We have seen these guys in the league before, trying to get back in again. Really the only ones that make it to the top 8 that we hadn't really seen in the league to this point are all of that YFP team, all of that Distro and Cabal team except for Fire, but then past that it's kind of a hodgepodge of mixed match teams. So things that we've got. Okay, I don't know, just saying words, saying things. Let's see if we have a lobby that works. What's up, Lee Russell? I see you in chat, brother. Welcome to the broadcast. Let's get crazy. Let's get wild. Let's get weird. Map number 1. Do we actually get it in 5 seconds? It looks like Craze wants to run out of spawn. And we're in. Let's get it on.
Let's go, baby. Losers finals here in Elite Stage 2. Winner of this moves on to the Grand Finals for a dance versus the Royal Spartans. Omen Brooklyn not spawning on the preferred side. And I don't know how Craze was just able to instantly run across Catwalk, but Assault has an info on him, tries to go for the chow. At least potentially going to set up the teammate for the trade, but Team War coming out swinging out the gates.
Yeah, bold route for him at Brooklyn. The Craze was seen. I mean, of course he was. May not have been dealt with, but he was at least seen. Okay, little backwards slide in towards the hard point. Works out to at least clear out Hot Tub. Craze through Kitchen also makes potential extension route come to life, which Team War have to deal with. Wow, Craze looks like he is ready to go. He is snapping and he is moving right now. Rexen following up, but last 12 seconds will have largely the status of the map staying where it is now.
Yeah, Omen Brooklyn are going to take a slim lead at the ending of this P1, but Team War already did the dirty work. Finding early time, maintaining the side of the map for the next hard point. Big gunfight win there from Yuli. You start off on this initial time. You're reading where the pressure's coming in. Omen Brooklyn are rallying everyone over towards Piano side. They're waiting for full force before they commit on this underground play.
Well, this has been torn apart. Caps will find one bottom side ropes. Really can't do too much with that position, though. as he has to wait for help. He's stayed alive, which is decent news, but Assault is playing prone on the top of the piano stairs. Reduces that play from the front pretty convincingly to Mid Brooklyn. We're off to a slow start here.
Oh, yeah, real slow start. Now 30 seconds still to fight for here at P2. You're rallying in again to try to work your way through mid-hallway. This time, all the kills go your way. Last player to the point is going to be Too Real. Quick find from Capsule leads to a 4 dead. So the final 20 seconds going to go in favor of Mid Brooklyn. You already have players potentially off the rotation, but Craze gets a little bit too aggressive, and now Team War have the advantage at new.
Yep. Decent. You get at least a little bit of that time back, though. I mean, again, it's been decent fight-offs with the start from Team War getting a lot of time on P1. Battled back. Same thing at P2. Battled back. Just 12-second game. Like you mentioned, the macro rotations looking pretty darn solid here for Team War to start. Caps looking to kind of open up space, maybe around the back, but instead takes his attention back over to the middle of the map where he will run into a waiting Diamondcon. That's all 4 dead.
Oh, and you can already see 7 on your minimap and Diamondcon pushing out towards piano steps. He's going to influence them to spawn right through the front, and they're not going to commit on head bashing through the front side of Grill. They're going to try to work that OE through top hallway. DC is just making them work even harder. On 5 in a row. Eventually does get chopped on down, but Team War walked away with the majority of the time there at P4. They're still contesting to not allow them to take all the rest of it.
Yeah, this has been the first moment of, I would say, complete brilliance from Team War. Obviously, the start has been solid, but oh boy, this is punishing. 2 for 1. The only player to stay alive is Caps. It all spawns a move, though. The Team War not expecting that route to come out, but quick to try to come back over to it, blocking out one more member. Caps can only find one over the top. Crazy able to trade, but okay, good help from Fellow. Will actually get Mid Brooklyn into a really solid spot here.
Yeah, that's Team War just getting a little bit too aggressive there. Obviously, they wanted to fight to the very end of that P3, but no one blocking that spawn. All it took was Capsule to hit through the middle of the hallway, get past that 50-yard line, and allow his teammates to spawn over towards Umbrella. They're looking for a great hold here, but you can already see Team War get a lot of gunfight wins through bottom bed. They find the pressure through top plat, instantly able to flip the spawns out, and now Mid Brooklyn forced to try to find a break.
Ooh, from the front. Mid Brooklyn finding all the kills they need, though. Last 25 seconds. Assault is the only one to stay alive. Over towards the backside of the hard point, trying to get up top. Not going to work out. And yeah, okay. So, I mean, Team War are winning rotations. Just about every single hill that we've had to this point, really, except for P4, just because of the kind of mix-up between 3 to 4 there. But I bet Brooklyn have done well in their counter breaks, just keeping this thing within 20 points.
Yeah, this is very, very scrappy from Mid Brooklyn, but the only reason why they even get a little bit of this time here is because Team War get a little bit too aggressive at P3. Thankfully, they make it count. It's a very close game. As we go into the second rotation of these HPs, Dylan Rex knows that there's going to be pressure from P2 side, but you play a little bit safe, allow him to walk in front of you. Team War have the correct side of the map. Now someone's just got to hop in the hard point.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a little easier said than done. The AR still holding into some nice corners here for Team War. But a bit Brooklyn will finally clear enough space to, for a moment, get into the hill. Up top, though, Too Real. Nice double. He just drops right into the hill again. And this is what I was talking about. You know, when we kind of evaluate some of these teams and challengers compared to what we see in the CDL, you really do kind of notice that squads and challengers that play for kills and they wipe the floor and then they get on the hill versus like that play from Too Real. He gets 2 and then just immediately dives into the hard point, just trying to find as much objective time as possible.
He's just playing for the W, man. That's why I'm wearing it on my chest. Too Real's always been that kind of player. Gets it done to the objective all the time, but if he can bring it with the slaying, that makes him complete. Mid Brooklyn are able to find the break at the right moment, though, at the ending of this P1, because you're already contesting here at P2. Even though it is going to be a 3v3 battle, you're hoping to start off the trade fights. Now it's Fellow, the last player here. No more ammo in the AR. Tries to pick up the SMG, but doesn't find success there. Team War are currently in, but Mid Brooklyn is still right here to contest them.
It's been mixy, man. Ooh, nice win from Diamondcon. Did they get a prediction on the player jumping up? And ooh, Fellow almost actually kind of dead slides over to break up the hard point of touch, but not going to be the case. So the game goes back to a 40-point tally. A little bit more than that now as Mid Brooklyn are struggling to get across the map. Too Real, again, solid read here from up high. Doesn't get the follow-up information onto Craze, though. So the hard point will be a little bit more vulnerable, especially as Craze will find another from the top side of the ropes. Cap's able to neutralize the time, but the spawns are still in for Team War for the final 15.
Well, Salt just staying alive allows his teammates to spawn with them, so going to allow Team War to potentially walk away with this final 15. You're still going to contest it all the way to the very end if you are Fellow. You know your teammates have already rotated their way over towards P3, but that's a great initial kill to find there if you are Team War. Potentially gives you the man advantage if you can pounce on it very quickly, but Capsule and Craze find 2. They're currently holding.
Really you get the read, though, on this rotation from Too Real. No one's watching the middle of the map. Oh, okay. Capsule turns at the exact right moment because Too Real is about to completely foil that setup, but instead he gets traded out, and the kills from the front are good for BitBrooklyn. Now back to within 30 points, possibly less than that, as Team War are still having a tough time getting themselves set up for this break.
And the way that Omen Brooklyn are managing this right now is beautiful, because now you at least have one player spawning towards the backside of Umbrellas, but he's not going to put himself in position to play for those spawns. He still wants to test it all the way to the very end. His teammates are finding kills around the map as well, but Craze unfortunately loses that one-on-one. Spawn secured now for Team War. The new hell's yet to pop. So you got to try to make a play on the back end. But Team War covering all their bases, going to soak up that final 10 seconds, and now you have Yuli pushed out towards Piano. He's going to have a couple freebies here.
Yeah, this will completely reduce BitBrooklyn as there's anchoring still going on around the back, so Yuli can continue to play forward here and just make a mess of this rotation from BitBrooklyn. Diamondcon down and underneath this small couch. Oh, and how about that? Huge double. Yuli also from the front takes care of the other two. 6 in a row now for Yuli, and Team War are all over this.
And that was the perfect setup. For everyone that is watching right now on the broadcast, that is the perfect ideal setup for P4. You get pushed out towards Piano side, you spawn them so far away at Kitchen, they don't even have opportunities to even think about breaking this HP. But now you get a little bit of an avenue of attack. You work your way around the back, you secure the spawns, you just need a couple kills to go with it. Because Team War, they find every single one, and all that hard work you just did was for absolutely nothing.
Yep. So now over 200 points, Team War have created some daylight. I mean, call them NASA. There's a lot of space on the scoreboard right now between these two squads. Too Real up top, perfect timing through the elevator shaft. And again, it's just, I cannot even tell you any moment in the last 3 minutes where BitBrooklyn have been able to put together any sort of resemblance of a setup.
They haven't really had an opportunity to. They had it at P3, but then the gunfights go down around the middle of the map. And you just don't trade out effectively. Not Team War, you blink, and they're all of a sudden up by 100. They can still close it out here at P1. And one player trying to pinch out from bedroom. He gets taken care of. 3-for-1 trade, 3-for-2 trade. No one's in a hard point, but Team War got the right side of the map that they want.
Yeah, trades back and forth for now. BitBrooklyn, so much work that has to be done. Decent moment here, though. Wow, Too Real just showing the Omni movement, but gets caught. And Diamondcon will only find one elimination over the top of the hard point. That's pretty moot and incontroversial. So you're going to get an opportunity for a little bit of scrap time at BitBrooklyn, still holding on to rotation to New. And okay, you get a full 60. We can start talking about the word comeback.
Yeah, we need a full 60 here. And so far, Craze is filling a lot of space through the middle of the map, not allowing them cross that 50-yard line. Going to be uncontested for at least 10 seconds. You're hoping that your Slayers continue to slay, but Too Real, Adam, and Diamondcon already combined for 3. So BitBrooklyn are going to have these close spawns, but now instantly put into a tight setup.
Yep, have to win these next eliminations. Fellow opens up a little bit of space, but there's the playthrough elevator, and you can see Rex has spawned all the way across the map, so it has to be down to Fellow, the long-standing vet. Not the cleanest opening to this gunfight, but he still gets the pistol win, and BitBrooklyn are still alive.
30 seconds still to fight for here. Team War, no, we have a nice little comfortable lead. We can challenge all the way to the very end of this P2. They have yet to find the kill. Another clean 4 dead after Dylan finds the 3 and are in the feed. Now Craze starting to activate over towards the side of Kitchen. Fellow still holding down the time. Now you can no longer lose here. So Team War, you can get this time, but we got to start thinking new.
Ooh, Rex almost wins that final gunfight. That would have helped on rotation, but now it's just down to Craze, and he will drop. Team War, 3 members large, already playing for New. Only need a couple more seconds, and that elimination is the final nail in the coffin. A heroic effort for BitBrooklyn, but boy, I'll tell you, Jay, that rotation from 3 to 4 with Yuli just in an unreadable position, that wins the game for Team War.
Yeah, it's perfect, man. And just keep in mind, if BitBrooklyn don't start off that first P4 with those back spawns, the scoreline is probably a lot worse there. Team War was just outclassing them off the rotation, outpacing them. They had the perfect game plan and their ideal setups once they won those initial gunfights off the roto. But that is the perfect way to start this series. Take the opening skyline HP. You know that your struggle has been recently in the S&D. But respawns, you stand strong, and you take it there.
Clean stuff. And again, it's crazy how back and forth a map can be, especially Skyline. And then you just get one player, one perfect setup, full 60 after getting the 30 before on P3. And I'm telling you, like, legitimately, you could have put a stopwatch on it. It felt like it was at least 3 minutes, maybe even more than that, where Mid Brooklyn just could not get anything set up. They were trying to move across the map with 1 or 2 players. It's just so much thorn in the side gameplay coming out of Team War when they get that perfect setup. You're about to see it coming right here, essentially. Yeah, it's 133 to 162. The next time you look at it, it's 220 to like 140. Yep, there it is.
It's just perfect, man. It's just perfect because Omid Brooklyn, they wasted a lot to try to work their way around backside Cobble. So you find a couple kills, you secure the spawns there for your team, but then the players that were inside the hard point just made it even difficult for them to approach it. And then by the time they approached it, you lost the gunfights at that point, and then you spawn all the way across the map. So they found basically 0 success at the biggest hill that you want to find success on Skyline, which is that P4. That eventually turns out to be the difference here in this map number 1. Don't know why Capsule left the game early. I saw Easy Mac basically put out a tweet like, if you're leaving the game early, you get 3 strikes. Already that strike 1 there for Capsule. He might not have the performance that he wants, because I know that throughout this entire league stage, he's been their best player, without question.
Yeah. This happens. One of those things. See this all the time. Such is life. That's the way we do it. Getting weird, getting wild. 251-87, the final score. So now you start to look at the rest of this series. And this Search and Destroy, I think, both Search and Destroys are going to be the ones that have the most, I would say, kind of egregious question marks surrounding them due to the fact that neither team has looked particularly compelling in the mode. A couple of the moments that have kind of gone a bit awry. I think you look back to Team War, like the Vault Search and Destroy they had yesterday where they just don't check for the defuse. That was tough. The Team Collateral and the drop down was tough. Like, just a couple of moments that's just like, ugh, you clean those things up and you're good to go. But you don't get those things going, and rounds go awry really quickly. There's been, like, I think, mistakes that have been made from both teams that we've really harped on in the last, 2 rounds worth of playoff gameplay. So this will be interesting to see who comes the most experienced and the most tuned up for today.
Yeah, I feel like Omid Brooklyn, when you watch their Search and Destroy gameplay, it's usually a lot of individual playmaking. Like, that's what they have gotten to when they play the certain maps that they do. Haven't really got to see them on that red card Search and Destroy for the map too, though. So I'm curious if they're able to slow down some of these rounds, because they love to play the first 5 to 10 seconds having a gunfight immediately. On the opposite side for Team War, we actually had the opportunity to watch them play this yesterday versus Spartans. Biggest thing that they struggle with is just like making those mid-round adjustments to counter the other team.
Yeah.
They were just allowing the entire time the Spartans to take hedge control. Every single time they went on offense, you were able to spot them early on, but then you're just allowing the bomb to go down, and you're playing for the retakes, and you're just wasting too much time to even attempt them. So if you are a Team War, just try to set the tone early on. Like, if you're going to take hedge control, force them to go B, that's probably your best bet, because you saw your A setups. They weren't really the best yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Okay, so that's kind of the breakdown there. Not much else to say kind of about it. Just, again, we're going to figure it out. Again, a lot of this season has, and a lot of challengers in the last 2 years, has just been a lot of kind of what does the eye test look like? Yeah, how are these teams really able to kind of get through critical moments? They often kind of live a little bit rent-free in our heads. It's the way it be. It's the way it go. So, see how things go. We're going to go to a break. Get ready for map number 2. Don't go far. Challengers, lower finals. Coming back. We're back in, friends and family, as we jump into map number 2, the red card search and destroy team war. After a really nice put together set of hills, Skyline Hardpoint able to take map number 1 and take the edge, of course, with that in the series. And now we get into a search and destroy that we, again, have our eyes primarily focused on due to the fact that neither team has shown us much conviction, but the opening here from Team War is pretty solid.
Yeah, it's perfect. Like, you take early hedge control, Turo finds that first blood, assuming someone from Omen Brooklyn tries to make up for it, instantly gets taken down. So now in the 4v2, Craze, you want that one back. It seemed like he didn't really finish his food there, but still wouldn't have mattered. You put it into 1v4, Fellow stands no chance. Team War just coming out swinging in the S&D, just like they did in map 1.
Indeed, indeed. Okay. Heck of a start. Pretty convincing. Just a little rundown through mid. Catch someone lurking over towards mid-ticket. The round kind of falls apart from there. I mean, it's just a lot of space getting for free. And obviously no kills to talk about for mid-Brooklyn. So let's try again.
Yeah, this is where I need to see the adjustments from Team War, because this is where they showed that they can easily be broken down on their defensive setups. Going to go for it. 2-1-1 split, double stacked over towards B, one towards the middle of the map. Information gained from Diamond Con that the pressure's coming over towards Hedge, but it's already an adjustment because Assault was this player that was playing that position yesterday. DC was instantly off the rotation. Team War at least have 3 players in the position, but that bomb's going down.
Well, kills coming through. 2 reels still fighting, and okay, the team shots are at least good enough to keep that
Long
play
pinch.
alive. Long pinch from Yuli. Rex, the one who would have to be responsible for this. And, okay, Rex never even shot back, so must have never seen it. And now you can get to work on for the defuse. Fellow, though, has slipped by. See just enough to find the kill. Surely the collapse comes through quickly with just 15 seconds remaining, and that will do it. Nice follow-up. Team War off up early, 2-0.
Off to the races, man. That time it was too real, just instantly in position. Already the adjustments are in for Team War. They're a lot faster off the rotations. They read the play early on, gained the info, and we're in a position to instantly contest off the exit. 2 real strikes again for the first blood. Puts down a couple shots on the Craze. Probably don't want to commit on that Eagle try. Your teammate could have definitely kept you alive, but Lee still keeps the numbers in his favor. But then Yuli just developing on that long route, secures the round there. Makes it a 3v1. Too much time. Someone stick the defuse, gain the info onto Fellow, and then trap him as they go up 2-0.
Pretty good. Heck of a start. Follow up now. Offense making their move quickly to B. No one's putting an eye on this at all. There's the first. Hey, how are ya? Pretty good. Crazy able to go 1-for-1's not bad overall. Trophy's going to come down, though, and Yuli should be able to stick for the plant.
Yeah, the fact that Crazy is able to get one in that situation is better than you were expecting, because he was going to get overwhelmed, gets bad time, but still finds a kill to make it a 3v3. Every single player from Omen Brooklyn, though, are working on this deep pinch.
Yeah. Shots decent. Get this now on the pinch play. Yeah, it's been red, though. That's the problem. Yuli staying alive pretty much wins the round right here. You got to run forward here if you're Rex and Caps, and the rewrap from Yuli is going to work out really nicely as long as Assault can stay alive inside the point. And so far, so good on it, and that's going to win the round. There's just no way they hop onto the defuse.
Oh, especially with Assault finding that one-on-one gunfight. Now Dylan Rex finds the rotation out of Yuli, but not enough time to secure the defuse. Team War quickly up 3-0 in this search or destroy. Quick decision makers on both of their offenses. Perfect off the rotation on their defense. They can currently do no wrong in this S&D.
Yep. Hey, these have been quick, convincing openings to these rounds, too. It's like Team War are not allowing a bit Brooklyn to get their feet on the ground. It has just been straight at you the entire time. That works. I mean, apparently it works at least. And I think if you're mid Brooklyn, I think you just got to hit them with the little taste of their own medicine here. Just try to, get something going on your own, terms, and not just kind of be subject to whatever Team War want to do.
Got to figure out your game plan. You can start to tally a couple rounds together. Don't want to allow this S&D to start slipping away as the bomb is slowly approaching up towards A, but Capsule takes the aggressive approach from the top side of Hedge. Diamond Constructs the first blood, and again, Yuli on the pinch is going to break them.
Pinch, decent damage, but doesn't find the kill. And yep, Yuli's play very well may win this round, especially with Diamondcon finding elimination from the front. Trying to wrap out of this, though, are Mid Brooklyn. Problem is they just don't have any really routes to work with at all. Caps is stuck up top at windows, and he's stuck. I mean, there's just nowhere to go. Oh, hello.
Hello, Betty. Right next to Capsule, Diamondcon climbs a ladder, but doesn't check both sides. Now you give Capsule a free beat, potentially a 1v3 on the horizon. But with 25 seconds left, both players from Team War are so far spread. They know that they have the bomb down, and Yuli has that cross.
Yep. Yeah, and there's just not enough time for Caps to make a play here. Wow, this has been as fiery as you could possibly imagine for Team War. I mean, what do you? I don't even know what you say, honestly, Jay.
It's just like their defensive setup is playing right into the hands of what Omid Brooklyn are doing. Like, you're sending a lot of pressure over towards Hez. No one counting for the players potentially to push through that B bomb site. And every time Yuli takes that positioning away, he's just giving the comm to his teammates like, guys, just wait. Just stall time. That's why you see shoulder after shoulder from all the Team War players. But when they find that first blood, Yuli knows it's basically locked up after that. Because eventually he gets into the play. Even though Omid Brooklyn were able to find one kill, Yuli trades it out to make it a 3v1. They're just trapping Omid Brooklyn right now. They're not having any mid-round adjustments to these setups that Team War haven't thrown at them.
Yep. Yuli inching his way forward. Shots. What?
Oh, man.
I mean, Team War can do whatever they want, apparently. And that has moved the defense over to B. This is not a commitment to the B site, though, but for Team War's attack. And if they can get information on, Fellow, with a couple of tags, that might be all they need to try to take an advantage of numbers over towards A.
Yeah, regardless, they know they have the numbers in any situation. You spot one player over towards B, information gained onto Delamar's top window, but you catch Capsule a little bit too aggressive on the outside of Paper. Now the bomb instantly working its way into B in the 4v2. You got a repinch on the side of Diamondcon. So potentially have a duel off with Fellow. Yeah, he's able to win that gunfight, but still a 3v2. We got to get it planted, though.
Yeah, this shoulder from Assault, though, is all the information you need to keep Rex at bay. So now you get to go back over to Fellow's direction, see if he can find some sort of an entry back through the front doors. And nope, he's been pushed back as well. Trying to push him out, trying to find the individual kill. But instead, it'll be Team War just holding the ground for this post plant. Rex, nope, not able to get back through mid. And Fellow stuck topside Eskies. And there's just no way, nowhere, no how that Omid Brooklyn get back into that round, rather.
Yeah, Omid Brooklyn just seems so uncomfortable right now. Like, you could tell that Praise is getting a little bit too antsy. Last time they pushed in on B site, even though he was still able to get one kill, he doesn't want to get caught off guard, so he tries to change the pacing up to push aggressively through that B street, and then just gets caught. Like the snap right there, too good from Yuli to find that first blood. Capsule tries to make up for it, overextends a little bit too much, and then Team War, once they find those 2 kills, just instantly work their way in towards the B side, get it down with the numbers, you close out the round. Now only need 1, make it a perfect 6-0 and go up 2-0 in this series.
Yep. Flawless search and destroy after the beatdown in that rotation on Skyline.
Look at this setup, man.
Yeah, this would just be so crippling for Omid Brooklyn. You can see this is kind of the same thing we saw. We saw this yesterday, but Two-Real's playing a different spot for Team War here, on top of the trophy, on top of the table. Shots towards Capsule coming down. There is really no way to contest this, though, from around the back if you're Team War, unless Assault hits a route. But instead, he's just going to try to reinforce by getting into the site and this little stack-up setup.
Oh, no!
It didn't look like it was working, but Yuli finds 2, and Assault cleans up the zone. Now it's just down to 1, and that is a beatdown surge.
The 2-Real was just strictly the bait right there. Even though they found that opening kill on a 2-Real, they're thinking, all right, this is the guy that's going to be in the site. But the angle from Yuli, we saw it in the CDL from Abizi to start it off. We saw it yesterday as well on display. Is able to line up 2. Teammates strike for the 3rd. And then in a 1v3, you simply stand no chance. I was worried about Team War and their search and destroy gameplay. But obviously, you played the map yesterday. You watched the VOD. You make some adjustments. And you come out basically flawless today in that mode. They are on point right now in this series. Omid Brooklyn need to wake up.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It might just be night lights out time here, though. I mean, that is a too easy search and destroy for Team War. I mean, we're talking about, were there even double-digit collective kills for the side of it, Brooklyn? Yeah, there was 6. There's 9 right there in round 4. So I imagine they just barely get over. Yeah, because they get at least 1 kill here. Okay, so they barely get 10 total kills in 6 rounds, my guy. That's what we're talking about.
Hey, man, they didn't have fun in the first blood fights. They lost a majority of them.
I think they lost
Every
all of
single
them.
round. No, yeah, besides,
No, you got
they
a
had
couple.
2. Like, Grays had 2, but it still doesn't lead to a W. Because Team War, like, they were so active on their defensive routes. Like, that is what caused them problems. If you were Omen Brooklyn, you were sitting there watching the Spartans yesterday take a bomb site for free every single time. But the adjustments today from Team War to have Diamondcon in position to spot the info, to have Assault watching over his sidewalk, and then Two immediately off the rotation from B to A is in a position to contest the guy as soon as that bomb goes down, while Yuli the entire time is working on these deep pinches. He had 8 non-traded kills, multiple first bloods, and that leads to a clean 6-0 here in the S&D. Omen Brooklyn now, backs against the wall, potentially the only team that can go back-to-back in the elites. Like, they gotta find something, and hopefully in this vault control they can get on the same page, because right now everyone's playing ISO ball.
Yep. This has been convincing, to put it plainly. Vault control up next. Vault hardpoint after that, just in case. And I don't even know how we go about talking about what just happened, besides that is an absolute beatdown. Yes, sir. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Type of map number 2. And again, like, the macro gameplay from Team War, like the collective 4-man game that they're playing, at least in the respawn that we saw from yesterday, was really solid, including they played this map yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, so I mean, we know what we're gonna get here, at least in some regard, out of Team War. And I admit Brooklyn they need to start shooting back.
Yeah, man, you need to start warming up, getting on the same page. Nothing is working right now. But the good thing is that if you did also watch that gameplay yesterday versus the Spartans and Team War, they got 3-0'd on this map, and that's due to what the Spartans were able to do. They weren't really playing timings. They were playing, okay, we got 4 dead, we'll wait for this next wave before we approach those gunfights so we can be prepared more than just potentially timings not going my way. This is a good map on the opposite side for Omen Brooklyn. You have people like Craze and Capsule who can whip out the ARs or the SMG at points. But Capsule is the guy that truly needs to come alive in this series, because he's the guy that's been setting the tone in all of the respawns. Didn't show in map number 1. Barely any success in that search and destroy. You need your best player to perform at the best time.
Yes, you do. And you need it quickly, if possible. See if there's going to be some sort of adjustment that can lead to legitimately anything at this point for these guys, because woof. This has not been a good start. Quickly into the game, though. We'll see if things will start to change over. Otherwise, Team War will be cruising right back into a rematch in the Grand Finals.
Hey, man, and it's not going to be a bad Grand Finals, because last time they matched up, Game 5, Round 11, they know their opponents on both sides. Been playing against these guys for years. It's about finding success at the right time. And currently, Team War on the day are outclassing Omen Brooklyn. In order to put them down, you gotta win one more map. Into the control we go, with Team War starting off on the attack. They're sending a lot of players over towards Bull. And if you're Omen Brooklyn, initially to start this round, you're like, where are they?
Yeah, for real. And they're going to have some sort of a design here over at B. Push out from Yuli. Good, but fellow trades. Contest is still alive. And, well, Diamondcon trying to get here for support. Doesn't even need it. And he's going to be able to find a kill on the pinch. Uh-oh. So now you got a player into Art. Diamondcon is already on for what will likely be at least 1 tick at A. But we saw this happen in the European Grand Finals as well. I was like,
no.
Wait, pardon me? How does... Wait. That nade landed in front of the card that Diamondcon was on, but it blew up the card that was deeper. Okay. B's gone. Bye.
Yeah. You only have one player to contest this, so that's the guy involved. But Craze is going to get taken down.
Hello?
Real ready for the second read. And you usually don't see a lot of successful pushes over towards B or your initial play call. But they're able to extend the time early on. They're still finding kills. You still have AR control and Assault just mowing them down with the AR. Omen Brooklyn cannot do anything right now.
Is this thing on? Hello? Are we live? What is happening? I mean, what?
Oh my god.
What? God. Go next. What the hell is that?
for all the people that play some Vault Control, right? In ranked play, stuff MAs, whatever the hell you're doing to get reps in and get better at the game. Once you find your position in towards top art, Assault is so hard to kill because he knows as long as I'm up here, all I'm really focused on is my teammates finding success. I'm pulling the focus of Omen Brooklyn off the respawn for them to know that I'm obviously going to be in art. Every single time they try to cross to that mid street, they have to make sure they're peeking at the top windows because I can be watching that cross. But I don't think I've ever seen a better start to a round right there from Team War on the opposing side. Like, that was unreal from Team War.
Jay, it was 5 kills for Mid Brooklyn in that round with a B break off for Team War. Unprecedented, to say it plainly.
Damn.
Yeah, this opening has also not really provided many windows here for Mid Brooklyn because trades are abound. Might be a chance here. Zuli gets caught with stun out. Follow up from 2 real decent. Can he keep his life? That's the real question. And he almost gets a chance for the gunfight, but no. Instead, Mid Brooklyn will pause the clock and get on the A zone.
Yeah, first segment still being worked on. It's still only a solo capture, so you're allowing Team War to have opportunities to break their way back on in. Capsule being a little bit weak, but still able to walk away with every single kill in the feed. Finally, a moment that Omen Brooklyn can take a deep breath, and it's hard to hit the reset because you're starting to get aggressive up through Art. Felony, you want that gunfight back, but Steph Gray's in position, holding down that overside.
And even better, you have a chance just to immediately go through the vault stairs to get onto B, put the pressure on immediately for the defense. But wait, we're not jumping on, we're not stacking, we're not putting the pressure on the point. Grays does shut down the pinch, though. That will allow now a chance for Mid Brooklyn to keep their eyes forward. One more contested, backside of the trucks. Good win from Rex on a couple in a row. Craze right there with them. We should stack with at least 2 members here. The cut's also being crossed by Craze. And with that, you also have Capsule in towards Art. This should be at least 2 ticks, if not the entire B zone here.
Oh, yeah, the second segment is guaranteed. I just don't know if the third one is.
Wait, where are we
still
going?
Giving opportunities for people to still potentially contest this. The double stack is still good enough, though. Fellow finds a double. No one remotely close. And Omen Brooklyn matching the aggression, even though it wasn't as clean as Team War. Able to secure every single segment there. And tie up the game.
Much better. Put it plainly, much better. I mean, it couldn't have got much worse in defense. So well done there to get themselves into a position to counteract exactly what had happened to them. And now we start to look at how do you continue to play, you know, through what happened to you around number 1. Like, defensive breakoff is going to have to obviously be better, but how much focus do you have to put all of a sudden over to the B point off the breakoff because of what happened to you in the first place?
Yeah, I don't think you honestly change your defensive look. I think you go right back to the 4-man through the middle because Team War are thinking, okay, we're probably not going to allow them to get away with that one again, but we're emoting and we're crashing the game. What are we doing, Yuli? What are we actually doing, man? Now you got to come back to us, Chad. I'm sorry, but we're here again.
Let me find out that just by emoting and the observer watching it, it crashes the lobby.
It's just something new every day, Alan. It's something new every day.
Oh, damn. I got Jay's checked right now. You guys see that?
Dude.
That was a 1,000-yard stare right there, Jay's.
It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. You know, we're 6 months into the game. Scoreboards are still broken. A lot of things are working. We're still getting unnecessary crashes. Yeah, we just need to fix these things. Please, Call of Duty, Activision.
I thought we had 2 observers in the in that game though, so I don't know if the whole game crashed or if it was just an observer crash. Okay, we do have 2 observers in, both crash.
Oh.
Okay, so
Hey, it doesn't get any better than that, Alan. You know, like we got 1 guy in. I could understand the issue, but we got 2 guys in and we both crashed. Like, that's the entire thing crashed. All right, forget it. Yep.
Dude,
it's
this is like the random input, like the left, right, up, down, start, A, B, pause, whatever. If you go into third person as a player emotes and Codcaster, it crashes the whole server.
All right, guys, let's avoid that going forward. I don't know if Yuli just fat-fingered it, you know, accidentally hit the emote. But, yeah, let's not do that again, guys. We're just wasting time. And I know you guys want to obviously get through these series. We're already about 8 o'clock Eastern. We're potentially going to be here for a long time because we know we have a best of 7 right after this one. At least currently, Team War respecting time, Alan. They are. They are respecting time.
No way you're out here rooting for 3-0s. That's crazy bias. Can we get biased caster in chat, please?
No. I'm not rooting for 3-0s. They're just respecting time, dude. 6-0 in the S&D.
Clean backup right there, my guy. Clean backup. Oh, J-Pros is already putting his teammate under the bus, too. He says, I'm innocent. It was Waldo's fault. Wow, that's crazy. Hot Hand Slams turning on each other is mental. You think they're checked? Wow, that's nuts.
My guy J-Pros, though, is nasty. I was playing ranked with Miles, Chance, and J-Pros the other day.
Dude, he's shooting,
Chance,
man.
for some reason, his communication sucks. Like, he's a commentator, a fantastic commentator at that. But whenever we are actually in the game, Chance gives me anti-callouts. It actually checks me out. But I had to let him know about it, and he said, I was already checked out, Jay, from the beginning of the day. It's all good. I'm
Fair,
like, all right,
fair.
Ashworth, I love you.
I was about to say, Chance seems like the kind of guy who's just going to lock in and, like, not calm at all and just shoot straight. He seems like that kind of guy. I've only played against
shoot straight
Chance.
is,
I've never played with him. All right, let's get back in. We're tied at 1 apiece. Team War, though, back on the offense. Similar break-off, at least initially, the look over towards B. But shutdown is good. Raise Rex, first 2 eliminations. And, yep, there's a third through square.
Yeah, that's perfect. You know, Team War, you obviously want to initially push your way right through the middle of the map, but they decided to slow that one down, force Omid Brooklyn to potentially think, all right, they're going to be flanking. There's no presence through Dub Door. But they still find every single kill and now maintain still a majority of the map. You find the initial 2 on the break-off if you are Team War. But now you're just wasting a lot of time trying to work at a base. 40 seconds gone already.
Yeah. Oh, okay. 28 playing 23. Ooh, as let's say, Rex stepping up into a very vulnerable position, but stays safe from Yuli initially, and oh boy, Yuli's in his bag right now. You can see exactly what the effort is. Playing, waiting, getting Capsule over the top, not quite able to find Craze, but the trades are good, and Team War will stop the clock with pressure on it.
And they still have the numbers in this situation. Domicon able to put himself into the play to find that kill on the Rex. First second already locked. The pressure is going to be on. The nade able to connect for Capsule. Still an opportunity for Omid Brooklyn with the numbers now to fly on in. But Adam Assault, who has been a man on a mission so far throughout this elite, lines up another double. Segment gets locked in. Time might already get extended with Yuli and Art.
It very well may. Extra 60 will be tallied just as Craze tries to hit on the pinch. 15 plays 17. Assault for the hunt. Wait for help. You got him isolated, and there we go. There's the elimination. Things kind of returning back to neutral status as we try to break back over across the map.
Oh, that's a big opening kill there from Assault. Trophy system's about to be earned. Just need a little bit of presence up through B Street. Omid Brooklyn are currently now in a really tight setup. The angle almost good enough for Assault to find that kill through top bar, but at least draw some attention for his teammates to push to the front.
Yep. Yuli on for initial pressure. Capsule looking for his pinch. He's going to be coming up through vault stairs. What? Oh. How does Yuli win that? I think Fella may have been stunned, but regardless, an impressive win. We get to an 11v10, though. Pressure from Brooklyn starting to come back over towards point, and they will clear out the last couple of members for B Street.
Yeah, can't really afford to play trades here. If you are Team War, you need a good collective team push. Omid Brooklyn already take a lot of space away from you, though. Craze with the AR has really turned it up on this round.
Yeah, I'll say.
Finds himself on 4 in a row. His teammates are already blocking the water sponge. You basically got him trapped towards the backside of gold. And Craze has got both weapons to continue to have 5 in a row. Let's just get out. Make it number 6. 24 seconds to go. No more respawns for Team War. This is a Craze gun round.
Yep. 7 right there. 8 around the corner.
Come here!
Oh, clean centering with the win. Puts them that much closer towards a Hellstorm. So really just the pressure on A overwhelming at a certain point, but much better there from the defense of Brooklyn without question.
So much better. So much better, Alan. Thankfully, you got a guy that's going to take 16 out of the 30 kills potentially on the round. He just did it all. An SMG to start. AR in the back pocket as well. He was just catching all of his timing, winning all of his one-on-one gunfights, predicting the next play as well. It's one of those moments that can start to spark the team a little bit. Now the advantage in favor of Omid Brooklyn. They do give up 3 segments there at that A point. Now you're only down by 3. With Craze on 8 in a row, just try to set him up to earn this Hellstorm.
Yeah. One objective kill should do it, or at least get close to it. Tags there, fellow a double. And that will allow the play on A to stay relatively safe. Yuli up top, trying to clear something out on the minimap. You see it as Craze is going to be, well, not responding to the gunshots right into his back. Fellow, a little wiggle, a little wag, help from Capsule. But only a limited amounts, and yeah, that's enough to get back on, deplete that second tick of progress.
Yeah, a whole lot of slide, sliver side, not able to get out with your life or even locate the players on the side of Team War. Now, all that hard work that Craze did in the previous round, I would like to see him play his life a little bit more, or at least not hit such an egregious route pushing through B. But now Team War are making you pay for it. DC finally coming alive. He had a 1-9 start in the opening round. On 5 in a row, influencing spawns for everybody to spawn over towards Water side. First segment is already locked, but Omen Brooklyn trying to catch their foot, trying to catch their feet to at least hop onto the point. But they go 3 for 1 again. Fellow just got to play his life.
Yep. Rex able to open up space through B, but oh, the pressure from T-Real. Absolutely immense on the backside of the cross off spawn, plus the follow-up on a Capsule. He's now on 4 in a row. And he's got to look towards any possible entry in towards this A zone. Looking for one more elimination as he knows he's got Capsule off spawn, but Capsule obviously very well prepared for that as well. 17 plays 13 though. Yuli, oh goodness, in and out of the zone in the blink of an eye. Rex trying to open up space around the back for his teammates to try to get in, but Assault deals with it, and now it's just down to trying to stay alive on the point with 12.4 on the clock.
Yeah, Omen Brooklyn looking for these segments here. They need them if they want to try to get defense in round number 5. Gonna go trade for Kraid, but Capsule is able to find 3. He is gonna be weak though, so Assault is able to instantly fly on in for that kill. Just could not get any more. Second segment locked. The stack is good enough. Team War trying to go for a last push. Second push, and they're all getting chopped down. Time is extended. Omen Brooklyn have a lot of space to work with.
Yeah, that's a bad play call right there. Salt is the last one standing in a 1v3, and he just tries to forfeit his life forward to try to get the contest, and then his teammates like lemmings off of a cliff. Jump into the same action. Now we've got a 6v6. Like you mentioned a bit, Brooklyn starting to move forward past the B zone, putting a lot of pressure on this team, more defensive spawn.
Oh, and Capsule just keep on finessing. Team War going to be playing super safe. Capsule just trying to dance with death. Eventually does get caught. No more respawns for Team War. It might not matter, though. It's only a single player on towards the point, but time being paused, 2v4.
Yeah, and you've got, look at Fellow. He is through both these defenders. Yuli seems to be aware of that, but you have to be responsive towards the play on the zone at the same time. Assault, a little bit of damage, but yeah, they just cannot deal with Fellow along the back, and a bit Brooklyn are going to go up, win the map. It's not going to go up 2-0, but after the 1-1 start, that secures them the win.
All right, Omen Brooklyn showing some life, man. Even if it came down to only 8 seconds where they needed to find the place to make it happen. This Team War get a little bit too aggressive there. We're not thinking about the round 5. They were trying to not allow those segments to come in so they could be the team on the defensive end if we were going to that round number 5. But that one slim mistake allowed Omen Brooklyn to capitalize on it, find every single kill, take some space over towards R, and then just keep on winning the trade fights because they had the numbers on their side. Able to extend the series now, forcing another hard point. And Omen Brooklyn, them guns look a little bit more warmed up now, Alan. The series might be far from over.
They sure do. Run it back in the highlight reel. Yeah, this is just one of those rounds, or one of these maps that's like, again, credit to Bit Brooklyn for not just being completely mentally boomed after getting smoked in that first opening round where Team War get both points on offense in like 45 seconds. But as you start to look forward, their defensive round win, massive towards being able to say no more nonsense. And then, yeah, I think a lot of this is, you know, Team War, I don't know who makes the play call, but when there are, you know, 3 players down, Assault's the last one left, he tries to dive in to contest that last second play on A. He gets dealt with. And then, I don't know if he calls that there's only 1 or 2 players on zone, but Team War just funnel into their deaths, just trying to recontest the A zone when I think, you know, any other time of day, you look at a you know, experienced squad and they would absolutely not do the same thing. It would be one of those, all right, let's let them have it. Let's set up our defense. We've got live advantage by like 4 lives. We're fine. We're chilling, but not the case. And now we find ourselves extended the series to a Vault hardpoint where anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can definitely happen on a map like Vault. But if you're the team that's going to win the rotation from P3 to P4 and dominate Art, that is what's going to win you this game. We saw Team War have a lot more fundamental play in their opening hardpoint, even though it was a map like Skyline where it tends to get mixed against certain points. They were able to manage the chaos very, very well. If you are Omen Brooklyn, We need to make sure the teamwork is in play, man, because that's one thing that Team War were doing so well in map number 1, is that when you're thinking you're fighting a one-on-one gunfight, no, they actually have you in a crossfire. So you can find that kill, but you're instantly going to drop, because that's the way that Team War have been setting up in these HPs. But Omen Brooklyn, they've been coming alive. They showed it there in the control. Craze had a couple big moments, especially with the AR on him when he found it. But I'm looking at a guy that really had a slow start yesterday, but then bloomed towards the later half of the series, and Dylan Rex to really set that tone with the AR on this map.
If it happens, may happen, may not happen. Things will happen. We're going to go to a break first. We'll come back. We'll play map number 4. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping on into map number 4, Mid Brooklyn, after the map reset in the protocol. Hello? The vault control looking real tight, real solid, and now we have a chance to see this potentially go the distance. Cray is already working on one of those bold routes that he's been known for so far in this playoff bracket. That's enough to get some pretty good significant pressure over the top of the opening hard point, but not enough to win it.
Yeah, it's good to get pressure, but it's not good to win it, and it's also not good for the rest of this hardcore because you instantly flip your team on out because they don't find any successful kills on their end. But at least you're still in a position to contest around this mid-map area. 20 seconds still to fight for. Craze still getting active. Same thing he did in that map number 3. Just getting loose with the SMG at moments, even picking up the air and having some fun. But Mid Brooklyn potentially going to walk away with at least 10 seconds here at P1, but Team War have the rotations to do.
Yes, they do. And so far, so good for Team War, as they've got a player in 2Real playing pretty far deep already to try to scale this defense as far as possible. If DiamondCon taken 2, and this feels like P4 from Skyline all over again. 2Real can just be a nuisance, and Mid Brooklyn, it's going to take them another 20 seconds to even set anything up here, Jay.
Yeah, because look, as soon as 2Real drops, Yuli's instantly there to fill that gap. So
Perfect.
The aggressor, another one, creating a different layer. Makes it more difficult for Mid Brooklyn to approach from the front side. It's already been 30 seconds uncontested here at B2. Finally, Mid Brooklyn are getting a little bit close. They go 3 for 1 in the trade. You just got to take care of us. So, spawns now flip. You're able to find the break for the final 20. But that's a lot of what we saw in map number 1. You can't be letting the opposing team take 40 and you breaking in for 20 and think you're going to win this game. You got to start putting your foot forward.
Yeah, that's correct. Put it as simply as possible. So, see what we get here as Mid are trying to work the rotation kind of through this extension. Not quite working out as of now, but still plenty of time to still fight for this. And as they do work across the middle of the map, now a chance to try to move the spawns around a touch, especially with a couple eliminations coming through from Rex and Fellow. Player over the top of the hardpoint also drops. So nice moment here, and actually Mid Brooklyn will get blessed by already moving the spawns. The question will be, will they recognize that or not?
Okay, now if you're 2Real, just play your life as best as you possibly can in towards Art. We're going to get overwhelmed. You know the pressure's going to be on, but predicts the perfect play onto Craze. Go 3 for 1, make it 4 for 1. 2Real single-handedly is able to hold down that Art control for his team. So 20 seconds remaining here at P3. Team War looking like they're going to potentially walk away with it because now Mid Brooklyn at the Hall last need to contest that P4.
Yes, they do. 8 seconds still remaining, though. Here comes the critical moment on this rotation. 2Real opening damage, traded back, but not enough damage from Caps to find the win. So now you've got Team War winning the rotation to New. Still a little messy coming through this B-sided street, especially with Fellow getting the 7-text over to 2Real. Assault also pushed back. He doesn't have a look over the top of the hill, and more importantly, Capsule kind of sneaks in from the pool side, gets the side door hit, and just like that, Mid Brooklyn have flipped things around.
Yeah, that's always what it looks like. When you get broken down on P4, when you're getting overwhelmed from P3 Street, you're thinking, all right, everybody put your focus on the left side, but one little weasel in Capsule just sneaks on through, is able to find himself on 3 in a row now, and instantly break the setup on the side of Team War. A perfect response from Mid Brooklyn to secure this money hill. Still only 20 seconds to fight for, but they're seemingly going to walk away with every second.
Yeah, sort of feels that way. Yeah, this last hit reduced this down to 2 members for Team War, and they will chalk this one up, try to set up their line of scrimmage going in towards P1, which already is being pushed around just a touch. With Rex opening space over through the open street. Follow up from Fellow through pool. And now, all of a sudden, Mid Brooklyn are going to go scrap 2 initial from 4 to 1.
Yeah, but these spawns are going to be a little bit difficult to read. Team War spawn in every single corner of the map. Now Mid Brooklyn not really deciding to play that hardpoint time. They need a wave of kills to go down first. Dylan Rex with the SMG. Starting to slide around. But unfortunately, you don't check the right side. Yuli flies on in, catches the double. Team War find the break for a little bit, but Fellow lines up 3. The sticky nade, good enough there out of the Semtex. Now Mid Brooklyn right back in.
Oh, yeah. Looking good for now. I mean, this has been a very convincing moment in this map very early on. This comes down to if that sticks or not. As the kills are evenly exchanged, Team War able to fight back for the scrap time. 13 seconds remaining, though. Assault has eyes towards P2, but doesn't have the support to deal with the player up top on the catwalk, at least not initially. And unfortunate team nade coming through as 2Real trying to play through rotation. And with that kill, that's going to be enough for Mid Brooklyn to lock things down for the opening at P2.
Yeah, Omen Brooklyn already have the rotation over towards New. They're just trying to create a couple layers through Top Cat the same way Team War did versus them. Now you're forced to play in sort of this tight setup. Team War already have a lot of space through the front side of bombs, and Nade good enough to eliminate Capsule from that HB. Now the pressure is here. Team War just making this mixy. But even though Omen Brooklyn is spawning towards the back, this is where you want to be if you're Team War.
Oh, without question you do. Yeah, Team War able to kind of get this favorable kill feed. Nice shutdown from Fellow. Keeps this play at least contested. But Yuli heating up 4 in a row. Shuts down the play at Palms. Diamondcon able to also allow 2Real to push forward, and they get the read on the back spawn from Brooklyn. So 18 seconds of scrap time. Looking pretty likely for Team War. Maybe one more chance of finesse hit this at the last immerser at Brooklyn. Eliminations are decent, but they actually back off to go play for New. So this will be about a tie game here. One more attempt to try to contest, but it's only 5 seconds, kind of insignificant.
Yeah, you're just trying to trap Team War towards the backside of this P2. Consistently force them over towards gold. You're already allowing Ture now to slip on by. Doesn't finish his food there. Comes back to get it done. And Omen Brooklyn currently in control of top art. Don't have anyone near that hard point. If you're Team War, let's just play time.
Yeah, very true. So far, seems to be pretty good to do that. Tie game. Chance to open up for more. Whoop, Diamondcon tried to put the trophy down. Why is it? Gets the gun back up, and now it starts to get to work for Team War to establish some pressure on the hard point itself. You see the spawns, though. Things looking decent for Red Brooklyn over to the P4 side of the map. Yuli going to be the one trying to hit the route. Down low, though, Diamondcon has cleared space through Vault, and Yuli wins the gunfight over through New. So now Red Brooklyn should be spawning out, and they are. Yeah,
there's 2 players already spawning out, so now Dylan Rex is handful in towards Art. Gonna go for the slide, finds that kill on the DC. Still knows the pressure's gonna be on him. A double, good enough onto 2Real. But your teammate who is with you in Fellow does lose his gunfight in towards the new hard point. Capsule knows there's a player right above me, but we need hill time.
Yes, we do, and we need it pretty darn badly at the moment. Capsule still alive. Gonna allow this player up top to stay alive for the time being. Here comes the player on the back, though, from 2Real. No one has read this. But might it matter? Yeah, it does. 2Real's up to find 2, opens up the hard point, sneaks away, gets away with his life, being chased down by Fellow, who cannot find the kill. So now Team War from the side door can reinforce. Going to be a mixy battle here over the last 30 seconds. We still have a tie game. Craze looking to open things up. Not going to happen. Shut down. 3 straight eliminations for Team War. Fellow, the last one alive. We'll try to block spawns, though.
And that play all happens because 2Real does 2Real things. He's just thinking about how I can get the W. He knows that my teammates are going to get overwhelmed in towards the point, but the fact that Yuli stalled so much time, draws so much attention away from Art because he was staying alive on the top side of P4, that allows 2Real to set up that pinch to walk away with a lot of time there at the money hill. Basically keep this game at a tie. Now we go into our 3rd set of HPs. Team War win the rotation technically over towards New, so they're starting off on the time.
Yeah, trades are decent as well. One more to grab its Fellow. Weak, though, is 2Real. Not going to play the corner. Help is on the way. He actually just jumps right out of the ledge as soon as Fellow is trying to find the challenge. So Team War find a little bit of a cushion on the scoreboard for now. Diamondcon heating up. 23 and 21. 2 in a row shut down as Craze continues to really put on an individual display for us. But can he find a way to hit this long route around the backflip spawns? He's been seen. The shots over the top of the hard point have also gone the way of Team War. And, yeah, that will be the final kill needed as the pistol tries to come through to find the all 4 down, but Fellow still tries to push out, and Team War will take advantage.
And if you're Omen Brooklyn, you're thinking we got to get through this, and we got to get through it quick, because the last time they won the rotation over towards P2, we couldn't even get close to it for the first 30 seconds. But thankfully, this time around, already finding a lot of kills through the middle of the map, allows you to approach from the front side of Pool. Team War currently not in the HP, so Omen Brooklyn currently in towards the time. Crazy was another big one-on-one, and you know that Team War is still spawning towards the back.
Yeah, you sure do. Nice little shoulder from Craze confirms there could be a challenge run back. You also have Fellow zoning forward up top of the balconies. Here comes the hit, though, straight on in from the front. Dealt with. Yep, absolutely perfect from Emmett Brooklyn. Reclaiming the lead once again, and that's going to be all 4 dead. Team War still spawning up, though, in the back. So off this respawn from Emmett Brooklyn, have to try to get in a position to stop this cross. Decent from Fellow, 3 in a row. Still a couple of War members to challenge, and that's a good shutdown from Yuli, but is there enough to actually break the hard point? No, not the case.
And that was such a valuable life there right there out of Felony. because you saw on your mini-map there was one player trying to develop on a long route. I thought Fellow was going to get bad timing, but he gets good timing, turns that into 3 in a row, and eventually allows his team to turn that P2 time into a full 60 in their favor. Now a 30-point difference. Omen Brooklyn have completely turned it around from the first 2 maps, trying to force the game number 5. Currently are nowhere near this P3 as they're trying to fight for that arc control. But Dylan Rex on 7 in a row. Couple kills, he earns himself a Hellstorm.
Solid stuff through here. Rex right back in. It's exactly what you need after the convincing P2 from Mid Brooklyn. Hellstorm for Capsule maybe called in here, trying to get some space and get some information on where exactly the setup is. Rex able to find one. Hellstorm not going to connect, but an opportunity for Mid Brooklyn to just win the angles over the top of the hard point, plus a read on the pinch. Well done by Capsule. Now up to 28 and 25, 3 straight down. One more to find over the top of Lion, and Craze will win a really solid gunfight to give Mid Brooklyn a huge edge.
And Omen Brooklyn were able to breach that 190-point mark, so technically they can win it with a clean hold here at P4. You can already see on your main map, one player spawning all the way across the map, so you're in a man disadvantage. And then Yuli also wins a big one-on-one versus Craze, so he's already going to contest towards the backside. Omen are actually going to spawn inside the hard point and right next to him. I don't understand that, but Omen Brooklyn still hold on.
Yeah, okay. Now it's just down to getting the read from the players on the front. That Brooklyn can put this game well out of reach.
Out.
Diamond Con dealt with. Oh my goodness. I don't think I've seen a spawn quite like that, Jay. 8 straight for Fellow, though. The big story. Caps up top, getting the shutdown, and that might be enough to get us to game 5 right there.
Hey, man, if they got all this time, they're going to guarantee this game number 5. But they're already losing it in this gunfights. You're still getting those close spawns. Fellow is actually going to spawn all the way across the map. So the numbered advantage in favor of Team War. You need these trades to count. And so far, you're going blow for blow, but Tura ends it out on top. The break is good.
Yep, absolutely the case. Keeps this map alive for Team War. But now it's down to can they get out, get back over to P1. So far, so good. 2 straight eliminations to allow them a chance to play for the high ground control. Also a read on to Craze, who pushes Diamond Con off that play. Oh, and the information up top. Frag, stun, both being tossed. Here come Team War trying to surround the play from around the back.
They're finding the kills on the outskirts. Now you just need to work your way in towards the hard point. Yuli knows there's pressure from both sides, but an unfortunate team kill there. And Team War now are playing against the game clock and Omen Brooklyn because 25 seconds left. Still a lot of time here at P1, but you know you're bound to get traded. That stuff is going to definitely turn white.
Okay. Time to go. 22 seconds of the game clock. Contest time still alive. Someone has to win these gunfights. You got to stay on. Team War able to pause the clock here as they jump back over. Semtex to the front. Assault able to find elimination. You got to get back on the point, Adam. You got to get back on the point, Adam. Instead, it's going to be Diamond Con who steps in. Team War, though, not spawning in a good spot. 10 seconds still remaining on this hard point. The follow-up. And then Brooklyn just putting the pressure on both the clock and the hard point at the same time. 9 seconds remaining. And that will be the win as there's not going to be enough time for Team War to come across the map. P2 about to open up. Mid Brooklyn going to let the game clock expire, and it'll be a 20-point win as Mid Brooklyn sent us all the way to 5.
Man, Mid Brooklyn coming alive at the right time. Everyone had their moments. Capsule goes on a 7 or an 8 streak, earns himself a Hellstorm. Dylan Rex, every time he pulls out that SMG, he was always making impactful plays. The fact that they're able to withstand all of the plays that Team War threw at them in this map and still get through it to force this game number 5 is a very typical performance out of Mid Brooklyn. You gotta just go back to that P4, man. Where Yuli finds that opening kill on the Craze. You're thinking that he's in a position to block the spawns.
Yes, you do.
But his teammates were on both opposite spawn points across the map. You were not allowing them to spawn over towards B Street. You were already blocking the pool spawn. So the fact that they are able to spawn in towards the hard point and right next door to you on the outside of the street is honestly insane. Team War are going to go back and think like, yeah, I don't know how that happened, but it happened, and now all of a sudden we're in a game number 5.
Unreal. What a convincing start for Team War. What an immediate retaliation, though, for Mid Brooklyn. And, again, you look at this map and say, where is the difference maker? It's one rotation, again, 3 to 4. That Mid Brooklyn just... Actually, you could talk about the 1 to 2 as well, where Mid Brooklyn just get that complete trap up where Team War can never actually get a look at P2 in that last rotation of hills. But regardless of how it unfolds, we still get all the way to the distance. And it's just one of those things. We talk about it a lot. Like, once this Mid Brooklyn team wakes up and gets warm, they're hard to deal with. And you see it across a number of different players. Fellow in particular had a standout map at a lot of critical moments.
Oh, yeah. He had a bunch of big moments in this game, man. Game-changing moments. And it all started at that P2 when he's able to read that long route out of Yuli. And it eventually turned it into a 3, allows his team to get a full 60 there. And then another big moment at Art where he's just mowing them down with that AR. T fell. The Enterprise, I know they're watching, all smiling from cheek to cheek, knowing that their leader is coming out swinging. Not going to roll over and die in this series. But a potential reverse sweep on the cards here in the losers finals. Here in Elite Stage number 2, Omid Brooklyn have been able to rally back-to-back vaults to now force the protocol in the game number 5. Team War now feeling the pressure.
Oh, without question they are. Wow. What a mix-up this has been. Getting through this series, if we can even call it getting through it, because, again, it feels like it's still anyone's series, especially considering the affair that had happened prior on the Search and Destroy in map number 2. It stands out like a sore thumb right now. 6-0, and none of the rounds were close. So, you're at Brooklyn. I don't think you're sweating because of how clean that map was for you. But there is a level of needing to provide, you know, the dominance that we want to see from them to get into the mix and make sure that they can still battle and be a part of this series in a way that you, again, want to see them be in, where, you know, they're able to kind of put together sound strategies and put themselves in a spot, you know, to actually get a round win. I mean, they only had 10 total kills in map number 2. So that's the thing that really kind of stands out in my mind.
Yeah, I think for a map like Protocol is the perfect one for them, though, because we always talk about how Omid Brooklyn are looking for these gunfights in the first 5 to 10 seconds. We know how mixy it gets on the bottom side of that control bunker. So you got to look at players like Capsule and Craze to find a lot of early success there, and even on their offenses to try to commit a lot of plays towards the bottom side, because that's just how they play S&D. Every time these rounds get slowed down, they're forced to use their brains a little bit. They're thinking rotation here, rotation there. But it just doesn't happen, and that's what causes them to make mistakes. When these gunfights go down quickly, that's the way Omid Brooklyn preferred to play.
All right. See how things go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's map number 5, the lower finals. Playing for some cash as well. Don't go very far. We'll be right back. quarterfinals. Team War at Brooklyn. Brooklyn working on the reverse sweep. Can they hang in the search and destroy after a 6-0 beatdown on red card? Not a great start. Nade opening lands, and that's enough for an early 4v3. Although Craze has some space here, and he will be played. Whoa, not just one, but a second trade. Hell of a gunfight win there.
That's fantastic play. Fantastically played right there from Craze to instantly put his team in a number advantage, but Yuli knows no one's watching over him, so I can make this a 2v2. I'm being recovered by Assault. Yuli, though, making another big play. Finds the kill on to Dylan Rex. Now 1v2. All up to Fellow, and with no trophy systems to work with, but he doesn't have any tax. This is going to be a difficult retake in towards A.
Yeah, bomb's going to be planted just as Fellow is trying to challenge. He'll get into the front door, though. But the stack up on the site is the issue. Clean opening shot. Is there a chance for a follow-up? No, SMG's too strong, especially up close personal like that. Team War, deal with the play from Craze. Use the numbers advantage, and they're cruising.
Yeah, I'm curious how 2Real finds that opening first blood, man, because that nade looked like the hit on the bottom side of Zip. If it was onto the player that was actually going towards top chips while taking that Zip, that is one hell of an opening nade. At least the 2Real finding the first blood. Keeping the numbers advantage on their side, and then Yuli just making the heads-up play. Find 3 on the round, staying active with the SMG. Team War have yet to lose an S&D round in this series.
Well, here's the breakout. Defense going to get clearance.
Are you crazy?
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of space through A. But it's volunteered here, as they're going to, Mid Brooklyn are going to trust that Craze can work his way in from the other side of the play. Trade is out, though. Quick follow-up from Capsule will re-win the A side. So, wow, that's something we haven't seen too much of, but it works out nicely for Mid Brooklyn.
Now in a man advantage, though. Just to get this bomb down. Now into 3v2. Assault and Domicon left to try to clutch on up. DC is going to work his way through the backside of the elevator Zip. But every single player from Moment Brooklyn have all of the entrances covered.
Domicon working his way in. Good opening angle, a little bit of tags. Trying to see if there's some sort of immediate trade over from the left. He predicts it well. It doesn't win the gunfight, and there's just no way you get through that setup. Wow. Okay, so an interesting look there. Haven't really seen much of that, where Mid Brooklyn are holding off on the play at A just until Craze can make a route happen, and it works out pretty well for them.
Hey, just walks right up the middle of the back. Prep the door up through the bottom side of ammo. Flanks through Spiral, and then once his teammates allow him to get to that position, they're all just waiting for him to make the play. He strikes for the first blood, instantly responded, but your teammates now have all the info. They have the numbers in the perfect position to find those trades, get the bomb down in the 3v2, and tie the game up and finally secure an S&D round in this series. Now Team War back on the attack, though. Trouble trophy systems to work with in their back pocket, instantly sending it into A.
Now the idea is sound. Guns, nades, all landing. No plant yet, because, well, they don't need to at the moment. Because Team War is winning all the gunfights. About to say, they've got full control, but waiting to see if there's going to be some sort of a challenge for the plant, and they predict it perfectly. Decent shots from Fellow, but again, just too many players to deal with, and that is a quick response. And we'll go to 2-1 early.
Yeah, Omen Brooklyn can't try to work their way in towards the site from Spiral, because then you get there late. Like, you need to be able to go through big door side, watch an AR, or at least have an AR watching over you at P2. But if you're going to decide to commit through Spiral, you're most likely going to get gunned down or just simply tacked out. They didn't allow the SMGs from Omen Brooklyn to even step in towards that A site. That's an easy round there from Team War once they take control of it. Now home with Brooklyn. Their attempt again on the offense. It's been all-out offenses so far in this game.
Yes, it has.
Craze trying to go right back to that mid uncontested route through bottom 10.
Why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But this time it is broke. Okay. Again, it's a bold idea. I like the idea of it. It's just that time obviously doesn't work out all that well. See what they can try to provide in terms of a response to this. As we're dealing with a 4v3, and the bomb doesn't have a lot of room to work with here. Capsule, decent look over towards 10. They lose Fellow, and now Team War, they know where Caps is. They can just essentially trap him up top here. Ooh. Yuli with the chow eventually followed up as Two Reels playing over towards Grandma's, and now it's just down to Rex. And yeah, Team War just significant control of how they're kind of controlling this map.
Yeah, big adjustment there to find that first blood onto Craze. And then, you know, you basically trap Omen Brooklyn because they were playing around their Grandma's building, no one on the bottom side of A. Now, Dylan Rex left in a 1v3, makes it a 1v2, but just not enough time for him to work with. Omen Brooklyn, though, they need to lock in, Alan, because I'm not liking these play calls on their offenses. Just relying on one player to get to a reserve position to make the play for the entire team. We need more teamwork. Because as soon as Craze gets picked off there without finding that first blood, everything else just looks like, all right, we hit the pause button. Now we have to try to figure something out, but there's gaps open, and Yuli finds the gap again to strike for that second kill, and then instantly just strips around the wave there from Omen Brooklyn. Can't rely on someone to go Superman. We need more team play.
Yeah, we really do. See if they can try to find a way to create it. And this defense is going to come through field, try to contest the play over towards elevator. Trophy systems are down, though. Nades being bounced in. Yeah, that works. Really well done. Capsule from backside of the site, though. He was not predicted. And, ooh, because of the ARs, Team War actually has to back off this and respect the Jackal.
Oh, but you let DC sneak his way up through P2 side.
Yeah.
His teammates just backed up to Zip, knowing that they still are spotting a couple players in towards the A site. Allows DC to find that kill, but Dylan Rex in the response. Makes it a 2v2, but look at how much info Two Rail's giving. He's saying, all right, I already have back gun. If you can make your way to B, we can get this bomb down for free.
Yeah. Might be easier said than done, though. As this stack up, no, they're not actually going to be able to see
plan it.
this. Yeah, this is taking a little bit of time, but they're trying to see if they can catch him at Brooklyn on this rotation. Oh, this is going to come down to COD timing here, Jay. Because at Brooklyn, they've got an idea this play could possibly be happening, but now they know for sure. And now this becomes difficult. You need to try to re-clear out this Arches platform. That's what the call is going to be. Rex able to find one. Trade not immediately there. And now it's a 1v2. Hello, there we go. I was going to say we're watching dead bodies, but that will work out.
Yeah, right there for Team War. Like, Two Rail puts himself in that position so you can plant the bomb. We got to try to get it down, or you should think about that objective, because you're just wasting the game clock, and you had no idea what the setup was looking like on the side of Omen Brooklyn. They were playing that A-bomb. They don't see you there. Eventually, they're going to start thinking about that rotation, and they rotate at the right time to prevent you from planning it, and then putting themselves in this to still find those kills without the objective going down. Big round there from Omen Brooklyn. Dylan Rex going for 2. Capsule going for 2. Keeps them in this game.
Opening shots here. Ooh, thought for a second that Brooklyn had a good read on this, but oh, okay, there we go. The follow from Rex is good. Damage was tallied, but Diamondcon over through the front side at the big door. Turns this now to an immediate 1v2. Rex by himself. He had a masterclass in Map 5 yesterday. He reads the challenge. Good exit here from Dylan. Just comes down to, will he actually get all the way out? And yeah, he will. And immediately he's going to go over towards B. I like the call.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to plan it, though. Yeah, he's not going to plan it. He knows that, all right, Team War definitely spotted me on the exit. They're thinking about that rotation. And now he's just trying to play the mind games. So 40 seconds to work, Griff. Slowly working their way up through Chopper. They have the info that he's not at B. Can you catch someone off the rotation?
Trying for it.
Over
Not immediately
now.
there. This is going to cause a lot of stress on the time, but he's made a good read again, rotating back over towards A. But likely to be pinched up, and yeah, there we go. Finally, the kill comes out. And we're chilling right now if your Team War still up 2.
Oh, yeah. Thankfully, those gunfights go your way in the beginning, because I thought Craze had the jump on him, but the team fires, the team stack. Too good to at least find those initial 2 kills onto Capsule and Craze. Dylan flies in because they're both weak to make it a 2v2, but they're still in a position from the outside of Big Door to line up that kill on the fellow. Team worn out. The 2-round advantage. Omen Brooklyn need to be able to read these plays because Team War are just baiting on some of these rounds to open up kills for their teammates. You spot them on the low side. If they're not in, someone's watching their back to try to settle the play.
Oh, yeah. What can be created here? Capsule for first blood. Team War giving some respect, backing off, but not decommitting, at least not as of yet. Finally, they're going to take a rewrap back out. And it'll be Diamondcon to try to take a peek over the top at field. See if he can find anything through P2. And everyone else is going to wait to see if they can catch someone trying to get too aggressive.
Yeah, DC's trying to do the same play he did to catch Fellow in the previous offense. Just force them to think that we're thinking about that rotation. 45 seconds have already been wiped away. Still trying to hold to see what the setups look like. DZ gives up his positioning. Forced to now reposition, but 30 seconds to go. Eventually, we got to work towards one of these sites.
Yeah, absolutely right. See if they can find a way to get back into this. Here we go. Play around the back. They're going to try to hit over towards B. And yeah, there's just too much pressure at mid. And you've got a player in Rex just doing his job, making sure no one plants on the B point. Yeah, clean round here for Brooklyn. Going to take this thing back to within one. And Rex for the double there. Again, showcasing his presence in the search and destroys. He has been so good, especially in these map 5s.
Yeah, man, he's been having big moments. 8-4 start. Another double to close out this round. Big round there for Old Mid Brooklyn as they strike for that early first blood on the bottom side of comms. But then no one tries to go out there and be a hero. They trust their setup. They trust their numbers advantage. They knew that eventually Team War had to make an objective decision. They weren't going to commit over towards A because they have no info to working towards bottom bunker. So Dylan Rex in the perfect spot to contest it and secure the round there. Allows Old Mid Brooklyn to tally that one. Down 4-3. Swing round on the horizon, and Craze is going aggressive again, but he has the bomb in hand. Got to be careful.
All isolation on the Team War through helicopter. That will work out. There's not enough defensive players to get anything even close to a trade. They actually back up. They need to... Wow, okay. Rex able to find another one. That's a key elimination over towards the front side at P2. I was going to say for a moment, like, if you're Team War, you got to try to reclaim some of your spawn, but now you don't know if it's an A or a B hit because Craze has just killed Noise completely.
Yeah, he hasn't committed on the bomb plan yet, and now his team is just starting to rally to him. Take some chopper control. Crazy's going to edge his way on up. Yuli's trying to work on the pinch, but Fellow with the perfect read.
Wow.
Knowing that Yuli's still alive, he's going to try to make a play. Finds that kill, and now Assault left in a 1v3.
Yeah, he's going to get just completely outright overwhelmed here, too. May find one for free if he can find the right timing, especially if he can lock down Rex. But no, there's a shot from behind. Rex is going to hold his life as the clutch position. Everyone else going to push him out. And we've got ourselves a tie at 4 in the blink of an eye. This has been a nutty search and destroy.
Yeah, this is a burner, man. Exactly how we expected it to play out between these two teams. You put yourself in a position in the top 3. It means you're one of the best throughout the last couple of weeks. They are both currently showing it in this series. As we are going blow for blow. But Old Mid Brooklyn now with 2 in a row, able to tie the game. A couple players working on some streaks. Fellow 2, Craze 2, Dylan 3. The early answer needs to be shutting them down in towards bottom vault. Let's go through big door again. Hopefully no nades connect.
This time nothing there because the offense is not here. So without the contact being there, what does Mid Brooklyn want to do defensively? They're just going to back off. And they haven't really tossed much in terms of utility either, so they could try to play for retake at A if they want to. But everyone's staying quiet here. No one's throwing really much of anything. Assault the bomb carrier would lead you to believe that this is likely going to be some sort of a development late and slow, maybe even towards B at that rate.
With your safety net at B is going to be Fellow. You did have Dylan Rex gain a little bit of info. A couple players pushed up towards Big Gun, but the drop down into big door. Capsule reads it. Finds that first blood onto Yuli. Now 40 seconds to go. DC trying to work his way from top plat, but they know it's going to be a lot more difficult to work in towards A. We probably got to commit to B.
Yeah. Rex, a little bit of trouble here, but a couple of shots will tag. 4v3 situation, and Team War just don't have the ability to play at B right now. Fellow doesn't quite hit the shots. Ramp is coming along the back. He cannot find the elimination before dropping. So now to the 3v3. Craze trying to rotate back quickly. Bomb going down for the plant. Craze clearing sidewalk. Does he check over the top of the bomb? Sure does. Stops it before it can get planted. And now it's just down to 1. Diamondcon. Craze trying to get underneath his line of sight. Not the case. Does Diamondcon get it in plant in time? Ooh, it's going to be close. Capsule, though, coming quickly over through arches. And whoa,
No
if everything's going to reset here. Diamondcon, does he hit these shots and Capsule will see him?
Oh, DC spots him. DC spots him. He's going to go for the fight. Capsule is just waiting for the moment.
Shots are clean, but not clean enough. Caps wins the 1v1. And oh my goodness, we've got ourselves another thriller here.
Whew. That one gets so scary there because Omid Brooklyn, once they strike for that first blood, Fellow was the guy that was going to be the safety net if the play went over towards B. But some trigger discipline is all he needed in that moment instead of committing on that first gunfight. Because then once he got ISO'd, that play became a whole lot more difficult. But the fact that once it's a 2v1, Craze commits on that gunfight, he knows that there's still time for DC to get the kill and work the plan. But Capsule with the patience and the gunny. Best player Omid Brooklyn throughout this stage secures that round now for Omid Brooklyn to be at game point.
Oh, yeah. What a bounce back this has been for Omid Brooklyn. Down but never out.
Oh my God!
You're in Capsule just, whoa, almost finds two somehow. But back and forth we go. Elimination still favor Omid Brooklyn. Fellow for the plant. It's going to be down to Assault. World War II World Champion MVP. Can he pull off the 1v2?
Does have a nade to work with. There is a trophy system down, so that's not going to be impactful. Just need to try to isolate on one of these gunfights.
Oh, almost gets the look at one, but gets backed off. 25 seconds to play. Okay. And there's a trophy down, so this nade's not going to hit even if he tries to throw it. Timing here's everything. Slides in. He's been seen, though. Surely he's been seen. Has he been seen? Wait. Oh, no! Not the jump mantle. Not like that. It looked like it was going to be such a good opportunity for him to try to take that fight. But not the case. Doesn't come through. And wouldn't you know it, in a series that looked like it was going to be just a complete dominant performance out of out of Team War early, goes astray. What a series. What a win.
Whew. I thought Assault had the timing, because once you slide it on the right side, I thought if you're playing from Omid Brooklyn, you were going to spot him. But he was actually able to slip past their line of sights and almost catch the timing. It's just that backwards Mansa right there. We got to turn that setting off if you are Assault, because he potentially almost was able to line up that double. But Omid Brooklyn, with 4 rounds in a row, Allen, are able to make their adjustments, even though some of these rounds got a lot more tighter than they needed to be. They found a lot of success early on with the first bloods. Every single time you watch Omid Brooklyn, I promise, if they can get gunfights in the first 5 to 10 seconds, they usually have a lot of success in the mode. But the fact that they were down 0-2, playing the way that they did, were getting thrown around the map, Team War were doing whatever the hell they wanted. They needed a vault control to spark something, and it was Craze to go 16-4 in that single round. They give a little bit of momentum, they carry it forward, and they get it all the way to a Game 5 search and destroy. Clutch up in the series and now have an opportunity as an organization, not as a roster, because 2 people are different, but to go back-to-back in the Elite so far this season.
I cannot believe that's the way that ends right there. But it is. That is the way it ends. The only way you could really talk about it. I mean, that is near unfathomable. But never let die. This is kind of the name of the game of Omid Brooklyn. A reverse sweep after, again, the first 2 maps were so convincing. The opening round of the Control was convincing. I mean, we got to keep that in mind as well. Like, there was a world there where this one could have been over before we even get to that last search and destroy. But not the case. Wow.
They found something,
scenes,
Allen.
Man.
They found something at the right time, my friend.
I'll say.
Down 0-1 in the Control, down 0-1, down 0-2 in the series. They were able to battle their way back in a reverse sweep fashion. So far throughout this entire bracket play, they have yet to be tested in the map number 5. With Omid Brooklyn ice up in the most important moment in the elimination finals to get through Team War, the #1 seed coming out of Group B. They don't really have a tough opponent, but when we watched their gameplay, they were tough to take down. And unfortunately for them, that ends their run here in Elite Stage 2. You lose a Game 5 Round 11 in the Winners Finals. You lose a Game 5 Round 10 in a reverse sweep fashion in the Losers Finals. it's got to be tough, man, because a couple small mistakes you're thinking, all right, we should have been in grand finals guaranteed, but Omen Brooklyn, they capitalized. Now they have a chance at the final dance versus the Spartans.
That's the way it goes sometimes. It's COD in a nutshell. But Timor will fall in third, and Amit Brooklyn will have a chance at the Royal Spartans in the grand finals. $24,000 for first. We're going to go get the vetoes set up, and then we'll be back with the best of 7 after this. Everybody, we've got the grand finals for season 2 of Challengers Elite ready to go. Best of 7. Losing on mine. I'm not gonna lie, Jay. I'm trying this new coffee, and it's got me intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic. Shout out if you're a Beastie Boys fan. You're a Beastie. Surely you're a Beastie Boys fan. You're from New York City.
Yeah,
what?
No, it's all you, bro. All you. No, it's not my generation of music. You know, I'm about the 80s. Like, that's where I stop. Right there.
Wait,
the 80s is where I stop.
That's criminal, dude. Beastie Boys are 90s. That's wild.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good.
Oh, damn. That's crazy. Let's talk about this best of 7. Met Brooklyn coming out of the lower finals. And, well, for the Royal Spartans, it's been, I won't say cruising through the upper bracket, but they did really put us on notice with a 3-1 versus Amit, and then a 3-1 versus YFP before surviving at a Map 5 affair versus Team War, where they actually dropped both the hard points in that series.
Yeah, that was the biggest, like, I guess you could say upset that I wasn't thinking it was possible for the side of the Spartans with the way that they played on the first day of playoffs. Clean sweep in the Respawn versus Omid. Besides that control where Prolude lags on out, YFP the same case. You dominated both the hard points, but then versus Team War, you were truly tested as a team with losing both the HP, but they iced up in both of the search and destroys. This roster, they have just been surprising me after having such a sort of like a late start to this to this elite stage. Like, it wasn't your best beginning, but the way that they have been able to finish, obviously currently in the grand finals, they have just figured out how to play with each other at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I could not say it better myself. That is 100% the case. Darkside, Gunzi, Prolute, Spart, the group of 4, as mentioned. Dropping both hard points was not expected, to put it plainly, but they looked solid in the search. And I think in particular, they have been really complete across really every control map so far that we've watched them play on, which I think might be the biggest news overall if you're a Spartans fan. The fact that you can kind of hold that over the heads of everyone you're playing up against, that, yeah, you're absolutely shredding when it comes down to what's happening throughout the controls. So that is, I think, kind of the storyline point that we put a lot of praise into what this Spartans team has shown us across all the respawns. Obviously, in particular, that conversation point surrounding what we've seen from them out of the hard points and the controls has come to life. But I think from yesterday, I was really impressed with how dynamic they looked in the search and destroy. So they look like a fully complete team, and they'll have the advantage, of course, in the control vetoes, which is, I think, going to be massively important against this Brooklyn squad who comes in with a long run. I mean, from lower round 1, they made it here all over the grand final.
Oh, yeah, but they're going up against a hot Omid Brooklyn team now. Probably the best form that they're going to potentially be in, because the last series that you just played, you were down 0-2, down 0-1 in the control, but you complete the reverse sweep in a very dominant fashion. All those maps are very close, but the final S&D, they went blow for blow. Everyone started to come alive. Everyone started to have moments. And the map number 4 was finally making play after play. And the map number 3 was Craze going 16-4 in a single round. And there was a little bit of everyone in that game. Number 5, Dylan Rex and Capsule had a majority of the fun. But it's just like now, if you're Royal Spartans, who has been waiting for this series to finish, obviously you're waiting for your grand finals. Omid Brooklyn are already ready to go, and they are battle tested. They understand what it's like to be backs against the wall and then eventually come out on top to prevail. It's going to be a tough series for Royal Spartans if they definitely did not get any warm-ups before this.
Yeah, there's a level of that without question. I don't know how much that's really going to be the case. I imagine they probably had some scripts coming on before they jumped into this, considering we only had 3 teams remaining. But we'll kind of see how things go, because Mint Brooklyn, of course, coming off the 3-in-a-row reverse sweep. Not often you see that, especially at this level this late into the tournament, but that is what's happened. So lots of things to kind of keep your eye on. I think in particular, if you are this Royal Spartans team, getting a chance to look over the top of that 3-in-a-row that was able to be put together quite nicely. But here's what this best of 7 series layout will look like. Vault, Skyline will be our guaranteed first 4. Any thoughts there, Jay?
The opening vault is a fun one. Obviously, we just watched Omid Brooklyn play this one. They had a score line that didn't even hit 250, but they had a bunch of situations where they were able to fix their mistakes after making a mistake on the map. It's just now in the grand finals, you really want to minimize those mistakes. You don't want to allow them to get full 60 holds at P2. You don't want to be too aggressive on P4 and then spawn your teammates out in the final 15 seconds, banking on a break. Omid Brooklyn needs to make sure their fundamentals are in play, because Royal Spartans, at least what they show in Hardpoint, is that they always got the good plays in the back of their minds. Finally, we're going to get into it. Map number 1 of the grand finals here of Elite Stage 2. Let's get it on, my friend.
Let's do it. See what we get. We're all Spartans looking to kind of, again, just battle against this Mid-Brooklyn team that we just saw them on this map. There's a lot of individual gunfight wins that allowed them a chance to really string together a couple of key hard points, but that map did go to game time, as mentioned. So, opening exchange looked good for the Spartans, and one of the things to keep an eye on for the Spartans team, their discipline. When things start to go awry, their ability to hit the brakes, and whoa, pardon me? Wait, it is Rex. Yeah, Rex was right there. They must have just ran to the door at the same time and bamboozled one another.
Oh, and that now allows the Spartans to win the trade fights. Like Dylan Rex, gotta try to keep your teammate alive there, especially when he has the manners to open the door right in front of you. But the Spartans now walking away with the majority of the time that they could find here at P1. 3 kills do go in favor at the right time for Omid Brooklyn to maintain the right side of the map. So even though they don't find a lot of success on P1, they can make up for it with these here at P2 off the Roto.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, see how things start to go here for us as we make our way into this. Nice shots over the top for Craze. He continues to have himself a really solid start.
Oh,
yep,
man.
there we go. Another double. That will really clear space out now for Mid-Brooklyn into the hard point and around it. Craze going to go for his routes. Spawns will move a little bit here, though, with Prolud's double, so Craze really has to come back to this play. And, well, he's going to opt, instead of trying to play through halls, to try to the long-range gunfights. Eventually comes back over to the hallway, but Royal Spartans have broken their way back into the hill.
Yeah, that's a play right there that Craze realistically is not supposed to make. He tried to do the same thing that Yuli and Surreal did to him in the previous series, but hitting that long route with your teammates not finding any kills, that allows the Royal Spartans to spawn in towards the back, find all the easier gunfights, and then eventually break in towards P2. They take the lead by a slim margin. Omid Brooklyn with the kills, able to reinforce the way back on in, but that's one of those plays you just can't afford in this position.
Yeah, very true. Well, Capsule on the exit. Gonna take a tally of who rotates across his field of vision. Rex looking to follow up through the front side at mid here, but that leaves Craze and Fellow kind of by themselves. Yeah, they're gonna get essentially taken care of quickly. Yeah, really good motion across the map now for the Spartans. Felony able to stop at least some of the progress in the hard point, but not enough to keep the Spartans away.
Yeah, and if you're the Spartans, you know that you don't have our control, but they haven't been able to contest you over towards B Street. You would like for Prolude to simply just stay down and soak up a lot of that time, because your teammates at the same time are trying to find some success through the middle of the map, but off the respawn, able to rip Felony off of the top side of the truck, instantly hop your way back into the objective. But now with 20 seconds left, we got to start going forward. We got to push through and try to spawn Omid Brooklyn out.
Yeah, we really, really do. Well, here we go. Rex will be the first line of defense, already pushed off. As here come the Spartans on the overextension. Elimination onto 1, gets them into a spot to possibly continue to play through Art. Craze going to give it the spot for now. And actually, Felony's going to spawn way out. So every kill going to be a massive one here, but it's only Spart who could stay alive. And this has been a solid hold initially for Mid-Brooklyn.
But instead of Spart playing for the backside, he's just going to commit towards the hard point, win the one-on-one gunfight. You know, he's just hoping that his teammates can eventually try to get into the play, but they're getting chopped down by the ARs on the side of Omid Brooklyn, watching the crosses. We're playing so hard for this P4 rotation, and finally they have some ground. They can make it count. Get aggressive, create some extra layers. You're also finding kill after kill. Krails on 4 in a row. And he knows that the spawns are coming in. He's having himself a great little start to this series.
Yeah, this has been really solid for Mid-Brooklyn, kind of taking what they had already kind of established in their last attempt on this map in the lower finals, right? Like, this really good control. I think it's in particular, like, a lot of credit to Craze, who's just getting active, and if he gets information, it allows them at Brooklyn to know where this break attempt or the setup is going to be is really put together for the Spartans, and they've been a little bit caught off guard here. So, really solid start, 13-8 for Craze, 12-8 for Capsule, the SMGs, controlling tempo early for a mid.
Yeah, besides that one play from Craze, flipping the spawn out for no apparent reason. He's been having himself a great start to this game. Still almost at a tie game, though, as the Spartans are just trying to soak the time here at P1. Dylan Rex with the SMG. Every time he has one of these in his hand, you best believe he's moving like an SMG. They're able to find the break here for P1, and just how aggressive they are over towards Top Cat, they're making it more difficult for the Spartans to even approach this hill.
Yeah, sure are. Although Rex not going to be able to tally on the cross, so there's an opening here, and it'll be 3 for 2, leaving just Felony left alive up top. And this is where the Spartans will start to really put things together, trying to string this scrap time into initial at P2. Prolude a little bit antsy, though, about has anyone actually hit an overextension. That play through the middle of the map has them kind of guessing if anyone's already at pool. Not the case. And so that will lead to an opportunity for things to kind of get set up. And actually, before the hard point opens, Dark will spawn out. Good read from it, Brooklyn, and now they've got numbers to move across the map.
Yeah, they need the numbers, but an unfortunate team kill is only going to slow down their aggression. You're allowing now the Spartans off the respawn. Take some positioning to early contest you before even getting close to this hard point. They take the lead by a slim margin, and Omen Brooklyn haven't been able to even cross that 50-yard line. Dylan Rex from across the map finds a kill. Now you have some pressure from the inside of Pool, and Capsule at least finds a double to get them off, but Darkside instantly there to fill the gap.
And this is what I'm talking about when we were loading into this map initially, where the Spartans know how to, like, just take a punch to the face and then immediately cut their losses, get back in, and now they can really start to establish control. Pretty much a perfect P2. Moment off the scrap time, though, where Mitt Brooklyn will spawn behind the hill and get the extra 10 seconds or so. But that's fine. The Spartans have given this away and are looking to play for rotation to the left side of the map. But Spart's going to get caught, and there may be a chance here for Rex to hold this angle.
Yeah, but the Suns and A's are going to be able to connect. Gunsy knows we have him weak. Let me just send it on in for the kill. Almost is able to get out with his life, but at least sets up fellow to find that double. Now, you don't have their arc control, but you're finding all the kills in the feed. Let's put someone in towards the hard point. A couple players in the Spartans already spawning out. Capsule with a big one-on-one now forces 3 players all the way across the map. Hey, just locate this last guy in towards Arc, because you do this, and Omen Brooklyn have an opportunity to chain that P3 to P4, but they lose the gunfight.
Yes, they do. A couple of players going to spawn behind P4. Gunsy not fully aware of this yet. Oh, just gets a little jittery looking at Rex tossing through the Arch's windows, and that's enough for Capsule to come up from behind and find the elimination pretty much for free. So really clean here in the last 10 seconds from it. Brooklyn. Prolute going to create an opportunity for the Spartans to come off spawn and try to play through the extension, but they need to deal with this position topside Art, and that's why. Nice shots from Rex.
And now they're giving up that remaining 15 to 20 seconds of that P3. Don't find any kills off the rotation, so Omen Brooklyn have every single player on this side of the map. And an opening name from from Darkside takes down Capsule. Now you have the numbers advantage. Omen Brooklyn are going to play real safe towards the backside. You can't give them one-on-one gunfight because that's where they're going to be able to pick you off. But Capsule off the repins finds a freebie. Fellow still holding down back card. They cannot find a way on in.
Yeah. Another one of those moments, man, where Mitt Brooklyn finding the punish, but wait a second. There's an opportunity here for the Spartans trying to get around from the back, but the SMGs start to pick it up, and that's exactly what we've been talking about all game long. Capsule, Craze, locking things down. Now Fellow on rotation. Up top in the hallways, finds one that will essentially guarantee this last 18 seconds. Yeah, Dark is going to spawn from behind, but you can already see Capsule's turned. He's ready for it. Craze is there to assist him. And another moment where Mitt Brooklyn just utilized P4 to grow their lead.
Yeah, now all of a sudden you blink, they're up by 40. Big holds there. 2 P4s now for Omen Brooklyn. That has been the difference so far in this game. As we head back over towards the P1. Craze with the opening kill. Darkside trying to get something done. A slow start in this hard point. He's been one of those standout SMG players who I've really been growing a lot of faith in so far throughout this elite stage. A 10 and 25 start, you need to try to turn it around because you're only down by 30.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Craze. Yep, that'll be a decent shutdown. More still in front of him, though, as the Spartans really need to do well in this next 45 seconds or so just to kind of keep Mitt Brooklyn away from the rotation, but the numbers are looking decent. Trophy able to at least stall out the further push-up as Rex, yeah, good gunfight win around the extension. That's going to put tons of stress on the Spartans, who will also spawn out behind this. So Brooklyn finding some decent time here at the last 10 seconds. The scrap will get over 200 points, and they've got Rex winning gunfights on rotation. This could be the game.
Oh, this could be a moment. I can change the game for Omen Brooklyn. You just got to locate where Prolute is. He's still contesting on the backside, even with an AR in hand. He's trying to make some plays, but he is going to get isolated. So Omen Brooklyn win the rotation over towards P2. They breeze that 20-point mark. They can win it here at the P2 if no contest goes down, but Gunsy finds 3 in the feed, almost finds the 4, and now that's going to lead to a potential Spartans break.
What a play, though, from Rex. Shakes off the stun not once, but twice, and he's going to be good for 3 in a row. Looking inside the hard point. Rex just turns up and says, no way, no how.
Oh, my.
5 in a row for Rex. Prolute on the backside, though, this play. Trying to find some way to crack the code. Not going to happen. Cannot win here. Unfortunate little Semtex stick onto Capsule, but you can see what's happened. Craze Caps already spawning and playing over towards New. 15 seconds of scrap time is going to feel like nothing to this Mitt Brooklyn team.
Oh, yeah, not with plays like that, man. Dylan Rex is just flying and frying. Either the AR or the SMG. Now you're up by 60. You had the powerful side of the map for that P3, P4 rotation. Let's just not allow the Spartans to soak up a lot of time here. They're initially going to fight for these spawns towards the back. Dylan Rex gets the perfect read onto Dark Side. Can someone hop in the hard point, though?
Yeah, Craze is going to jump in for now, but a little bit of a contest over through the middle of the map, and more importantly, the ARs are on the backside of this open street through Palms. We'll have the Spartans continuing to at least extend this game a little while longer. Craze in the hill, shut down. Moment here where the Spartans can hang on the hard point. Capsidal, ooh, thought he was going to be dealt with by Darkside, and instead, now he's battling with a couple of different Spartans, but will eventually drop. Everything going back to neutral. 222, 173. 20 seconds till the fight forward. Look at Darkside. He's going to be trying to hit her out through mid.
Yeah, Brooklyn are playing keep away right now, man. They just don't want to allow them any time here at P3. You need to make sure you keep on trading. You don't want to spawn all the way across the map. Thankfully, Capsidal and Dylan Rex are able to find two. You have the rotation over towards P4, but already a couple kills do go down. Thankfully, Omen Brooklyn spawned in at the right time. Once that new hill pops, they're still going to be set up here, but they're in a really tight setup.
Yeah, oh, a good shutdown from Capsidal. Let's say there's the 3-member hit coming from the front doors as this battle over towards Art continues to rage on. Spawn out for Admit Brooklyn. Capsidal still hanging in the back. Does he get traded out? No. Whoa, huge gunfight from Rex. Keeps Caps alive, but he can't continue to block the spawn. 232 to 187. Capsidal on 3 in a row, breaking back into the hard point. But you still got the Spartans spawning close. Felony caught outside, going to be shut down. Trades are decent as Rex gets back into the hill.
Oh, yeah, and you can still win it here. You just need to trade it on out. This way you're going to send in Craze, your SMG Dominator. So far in this map, number one to look for the final 5 seconds, and he might have got it.
Looks like it's going to be good for it. One more player to deal with his dark side. Then he will not be able to contest in time. Admit Brooklyn coming out and just winning the map by sheer force of will over the top of P4. Every time we were there, they found 40-plus seconds, and that's the difference maker of an extra 60 overall in the scoreboard.
Hey, if you could dominate the money hill on all of these hardpoint games, you're going to stand a pretty good chance. If you go 30-30 or 50-50 on the rest of them, that P4 was their go-to. Had rotations every single time. Walked away with a majority of their hill time at that point every single time.
Yeah.
And Omen Brooklyn, I told you, they a little bit more warmed up. You could just tell by some of those gunfights. Dylan had his moments. Fellow had his moments. Craze was the tone setter in the beginning of that game. And the Spartans right there just weren't ready for that level of play from Omen Brooklyn. They all came out flat. Everyone goes negative. Darkside really doesn't have the best performance there. But you only lose by less than 50 points with that kind of game. So the Spartans, just a little bit late to the party in this series, unfortunately, are going to start down 0-1.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, what a start, though, this series. And it's another one of those moments where you look at the Spartans, and again, I kind of called it out while it was happening live. They deal with their losses pretty well. They kind of get some recovery moments, but just no answer for P4. And I think there is, again, the individual hero moments that come through. Rex here over the top of P2 in the highlight reel. We're about to see Capsule do his work in the backside of P4. And that was, I think, the big difference maker. Right around this point, I thought he was about to get traded, but then Rex comes off spawn through pool and keeps him alive a little while longer. And what a difference that plays into the overall setup onto this map in particular. So, brilliant stuff. Awesome stuff coming through. And we've got ourselves an early edge for Admit Brooklyn as we start to look at what's about to come through on the Search and Destroy.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a skyline. This is what Omen Brooklyn are looking for. The fact that they got these sets of maps in the beginning of the series where their SMDs are going to be straight A bang-outs. The hard points are going to be very fun as well with both SMGs dropping 30-plus with 4K damage each. You just allow these guys to have the time that they want, be the aggressors that they want, and the playmakers that they want when they need to be. They take the opening hard point. But now on the skyline, Search and Destroy, I remember it so vividly versus Omen. When you squared up with that squad, it went down to a 5-5, and it was just consistent plays from Omen Brooklyn through that top hallway. If you are the Spartans, with players like Prolu and players like Spart, you are going to be able to read these plays or make the adjustments in the middle of these rounds. Just early into these rounds, don't allow them to build that confidence to continue on that they just built in map number 1.
Yeah, that's a really good point. See if they can find a way to manifest that. Because, to be honest, this Spartans team has looked really solid in Search. Admit Brooklyn, though, coming off the map 5 winner, have shown that they can hang. Maybe even more than hang. Here we go. Skyline search and destroy. Primed up and ready for us as we get ready to go in map number 2. I won't say it's a must-win map here.
No.
We're the side of the Spartans. But boy, you would love to have it sooner rather than later, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. Sooner rather than later. If you can tie the series up at 1, that's the perfect way to have the response off of that losing hard point. You just got to go one round at a time because Omid Brooklyn going to try to run it down on some of these rounds. You can already see on their defense is taking that mid-map away. Not going to allow them any success over at that A side. Capsule strikes for the first blood.
Yeah. And now you've got an opportunity for Craze to isolate. Yep, in towards Secret. That will work. Gunzy does provide one response. Offense pulling back. They need to re-clear this space in through bedroom. And they're going to go up top this time to see if they can maybe track someone down before they make this rotation across. And, ooh, this is a wide open B site here. And if they can get some clearance and get a look over towards the backside of patio, maybe you get a kill. You can go for an immediate plant. But no, Spart will drop. Craze doesn't have the timing initially on Gunzy, but that will alert the remaining defenders. And, ooh, Gunzy almost actually finds the second win. Not the case, though. And it'll be Emmett Brooklyn off to the races here early. Really convincing opening round.
Yep, a tone-setting round at that. So if you're the Spartans, you're just looking like, okay, these guys are going to continuously try to run us down. They found success in the first blood, also find the second kill, instantly put into a 4v2. And even with Gunzy finding one, just too many numbers on the side still of Omid Brooklyn. They're able to get the read on where the players come on in. Fellow finds the kill, makes it a 1v3. And Gunzy stands no chance there. As Omid Brooklyn secure the first defense. Now they go on the attack, and you could already tell we're about to be banging out through hallway.
Yeah, stuns, nades already there. We've seen this route from Craze before. Just trying to get aggressive, and whoa, Caps, Craze out-trade the initial. Help is on the way. Good stun, and Rex will use that to shut down Prolute from getting an extra trade. Yeah, we've seen a bit Brooklyn try to pull that before. It was just Craze, though, the last time we saw them try to hit that. This time it's Craze and Caps with Rex to follow. Nice look for Gunzy in this 1v3. Makes it a little bit more manageable now down to the 1v2.
Yeah, another 1v3 on the cards here for Gunzy. But now time is not on his side. 30 seconds to work with. Have to try to read what the post-plant setup is looking like for Omid Brooklyn. He at least spots one, but doesn't have any help. We're going to go for the double chow. Easy round there for Omid.
Yeah, NT, I would say, just trying to get that stun and the reset over towards the bathtub, but you're absolutely right. It's just once they smell blood in the water, it's a very quick pounce. Okay. Mid Brooklyn. I mean, I don't want to say like this is like a given because it doesn't happen all that often in the CDL, but it's like there is something about the team coming out of lower finals immediately into a grands, starting off hot and continuing the momentum. I think especially considering the fact that this is online in nature, so it's just let's get through the vetoes as fast as possible. Let's just load right on up. We don't have to worry about waiting for pomp and circumstance before we get to this grand finals. Let's just load up and see if we can win.
Yeah, and they did it in the reverse sweep fashion too, so their seats are probably lit up in flames right now. Wow, how hot they are. It's already into this round. There's gunfights going down 5 seconds into it. Right now, Omid Brooklyn walking away with the trade. Fights Capsule with the slide. Good enough to find the kill, and he better not have just gotten that second one as well. He had to be weak. There's no way Capsule just did all of that by himself. Look at this guy.
Oh, okay. He was 2 bullets. Yeah, I was going to say, there is a little bit of crossfire setup. Yeah, you see that fellow's right there, so that he must have been able to get a couple of the tags in before that chow comes through. But still, regardless, to get both those 2 eliminations, unbelievable. 3-0 up amid Brooklyn. And the Spartans are really struggling to get any favorable looks in the first 30 seconds to this point.
Yeah, they got to slow the game down, man, because Omid Brooklyn are just everything around setting the tone with their aggression. Now you go on the defensive side, you try to take that A-bomb away, but you gain that info, and Omid Brooklyn are instantly out there, about to overwhelm onto Prolute. And he sort of now knows, I got to back on up.
Yeah, that's all the information you need, though, if you're Prolute. Oh, what a shot this would have been. No, Craze will still drop. Yeah, the crossfire shots coming out of kitchen are good. Rex now last one left. Takes care of a 1 HP contestant. And no, not going to slip away from this. Here comes the fall down off the staircase. The Spartans are on the board. And that's just good information gathering tactics. I understand it from it, Brooklyn. You're trying to catch someone off guard, but Prolute understands he's probably under pressure. Backs off, finds the intel to counteract that play, and makes good on it.
Yeah, that was sort of like a heat check round right there from Omid Brooklyn. They said everything we've done so far, they haven't had an answer to it, so
Yeah.
let's just try to work our way through underground. I'll even jump out of the site to go on the left just try to find that kill was crazy. But they instantly all get taken down, so the Spartans able to stop the bleeding. But on the offenses, where you're expecting, okay, let's try to work that objective quick. Omid Brooklyn are meeting you every single time to have a duel off through the mid-map.
Yeah. Well, first blood can be tallied by way of nades, and Dark will follow up with one on bottom side towards Piano. And this round's over, unless... I mean, Rex has been really solid in Search. The last handful of Search maps we've seen, he's been really, really good, especially in that last map 5 and the one from yesterday. But this would be different. 1v4? Probably not, but you never know.
Yeah, you never know. 35 seconds to go. Just needs to try to isolate at least one of these gunfights. Has info onto one, but shoulder good enough there for the Spartans at mid-TV. To find their second round in a row. They're starting to match that pace, Alan. That's the thing. Is that Omid Brooklyn, they came out setting the tone early on. Aggression, aggression, aggression. Now, once that heat checks happened in the previous round, they tend to slow the next round down, and Warriors Spartans are like, no, we're going to keep on going fast. Darkside there strikes for a double. Working his way through the bottom side of Jim, basically calls the round in the first 10 seconds. But you need this young man right here to start to come alive, because he's your difference maker to try to match the SMG pressure on the other side.
Nades for the defense. Stun check over through mid-map. That lands, but Dark cannot follow up on that. Just gets a little bit deeper in towards Kitchen. Vulnerable position, but he's got Gunzy trying to work with him, and he's got Spart watching his back. Nade lands out of the hands of Craze. He's going to start trying to get the peeking on it, but no. Dark stays covered, finds the first win. But Rex kind of sneaks up onto the bomb site. Gunzy there to provide the trade that he was built for, but there's not enough help from Spart over the top.
Oh my God!
It's the pistol whip. Spart should have been the one watching through the backside of the kitchen table. And Fellow somehow pulls away 2 with the pistol, and now it's just down to Proloot.
Yeah, Fellow he's on point right now. Like, the fact that he's able to walk away with a double with the pistol gives his team a really good chance at securing this round. Proloot left in the 1v2. 30 seconds to go. You're just trying to at least spot someone, but Omen aren't giving you anything.
Well, Proloot gets the first, though. This route is decent. Does Caps turn to check for this? Surely he doesn't get this for free. Or, I guess he does. Okay. I mean, not the way I saw that coming, and maybe a bit of a miscue there for how Omid Brooklyn wanted to play that 2v1, as both players were really not in spots to help each other. And that puts us all of a sudden to a 3-3 tie after a dominant start from Omid Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah, you can always count on the Spartans to make those mid-round adjustments, but sometimes you just need a little bit of individual skill. And Proloot catching the timing on the Fellow. Makes it a one-on-one. I'm expecting the comps to come in, especially if you're Capsule. Like, he didn't slide towards the bomb, brother. He's got to be going a different way. But he was thinking Proloot potentially was going to juke the kill cam. Unfortunately, shoots him in the back and ties the game on up. So I'm with Brooklyn now. At least set the tone early on. Got to slow down the game.
Yeah. Well, Dark playing down low. Not going to see too much here, but is still in a spot to possibly follow up, and he's going to make the route through vents. Defense is given some space to this, not having seen anything yet. It just comes down to will he actually be able to follow up and find any eliminations off this.
So much information gained right now from Craze and Capsule, though, because they took top mid hallway, dropped their way on down to take control of that A site. They sort of have a read. Okay, the play's not coming in here. Let's play a little bit safer at this B point, but Darkside is going to get spotted through underground. Now you're just going to retreat on back to your team. The play most likely is going to commit over towards A now.
Bomb player
That's
for free
Fortnite.
there. Yeah, apologies there. I'm getting like USB overload or something on my PC. My mic just like crashed out
Tell.
on me. But
Yeah, I know. You got real loud in my ear out of nowhere. I thought
Sorry,
the
brother.
passion was just dripping out of nowhere.
always is.
But,
Always is.
But Omid Brooklyn right there, like you said, had a game plan for that adjustment. The mid-round adjustment came into perfection. They were able to shut down that potential wrap back over towards B, still have that top mid presence so they can instantly try to pounce their way over towards the A site. And we're able to catch them before that bomb even thinks about getting planted. As Omen Brooklyn were able to stop the bleeding, take the advantage in the search and destroy. But I'm not going to lie. I'm going right back to that aggression if I'm Omen.
Yeah, why not? Well, this is why not. They're going to stay a little bit more reserved. Fellows the one with the bomb. So figure that if there is space to gain, it'll be Craze and Caps who try to push forward deep and let this post plant exist maybe beyond the bounds of the normal parts of the site. Good read from Caps. Backs away from this. Is there a chance now to set up Rex to try to get a couple over to top? Double gonna work with it. Nades are good. Opening shots, or even better from Rex. Doesn't quite finish off the kill, but I'm sure he's even surprised, like, whoa, that was a lot of headshots. And this will be a complete overwhelming presser play on the A point.
Once that nade opens up with the first kill, Sparty's back down with the great shots out of Fellow. You're allowing your teammates to fly on in and find the rest of them. Now Omen Brooklyn put themselves at game point. Find success in the first blood. Traded out at that A site. Even though they started off the round slow, once they gained some info, they instantly were in those engagements, and now they only need one round to go up 2-0 in the series.
What a start this would be. And what a start it has been. I would love to see that Brooklyn just, again, allow the Spartans to run into them. But no, this time it's going to be a 3-man hit. The defense over towards A. Stun will land. Dark will use that as a little bit of information. Semtech's not going to connect. The defense will be happy to say, okay, nothing at A. Let's back up and just, again, receive wherever this hit develops at.
Fellow strikes for the first kill. And
Good
now
trade.
Dylan Rex in a position to play the trade. All you got to do is back down if you're Dylan. But he's still going to be in the gunfights. He finds his second, finds the third. Give me the kill cam. Give me the best play because I need to see it again. Dylan Rex, every single time in Search to Destroy, he always has a round or two where he just absolutely takes over. And he calls game with a three-piece in the final round with prediction after prediction on the positioning of the Spartans. And Omen Brooklyn go up 2-0 quick here in the grand finals.
I don't know what Dylan's eating or drinking before these Search and Destroys, but I need it immediately in my veins because that is outside of the 6-0 on red card. Dylan's been unbelievable in three of the last 4 Search and Destroys. He's 4-1 through 3 rounds. And then this little 1v3 moment at the end is everything. Even right here, I mean, this is a decent shutdown play. Oh, that's not the right round. I was saying he gets a lot of shots in to open up the site again for his team to work through. It's just the critical moments from Rex. Allowing the SMGs to feel free to just do whatever they want. But that little essential 1v3 behind Kitchen is just a little different.
He can't keep getting away with this kind of plays, Alan. Those are the positions that Smart was playing on the other side for the Spartans, but really couldn't find any success so far throughout this entire map. But then Dylan Rex just not leaving his teammates out there stranded. He said, don't worry, you shoot, I'm going to shoot with you, my brother. And he finds 7 non-traded kills with 1,300 damage. Didn't need to find any success in the early first bloods because those mid-rounds are always going to go his way. Just shuts it down. Over towards that A site. It was Omen Brooklyn to start off with the first 3 rounds. Spartans respond with 3 rounds on their own, but then Omen Brooklyn with 3 rounds again in a row to close out the Search and Destroy. And now if you're the Spartans, you were thinking, all right, we're sitting in the grand finals. We're feeling good. We're the team that won through the top side. We're controlling the vetoes for the control. But that might not even come into play, man, because you're down 0-2. We need to start to come alive.
And more importantly, I bet Brooklyn just came off of a very fiery 3-1 win on this Vault Control in the lower finals. And really outside of the opening defense, just having a bad break off and getting absolutely rolled through the B point, they looked solid across the remaining 3 rounds that we saw. So this is a huge surprise. I mean, the Spartans they're not coming out cold. They're not like just getting gunned. They're just getting outplayed right now. And I think it's just a couple of individuals, Capsule, Craze in the first map, Rex in map number 2. They're just not losing gunfights right now.
I'm telling you, this is what's scary about this Omen Brooklyn team, because every time we watch them on their very first matchup, they always come out slow. They're not as confident, don't want to chow those aggressive one-on-one gunfights, but they go through a grueling series versus Team War before this one. They go down 0-2. They have to try to complete the reverse sweep, and everyone had a part to play in that aspect. and they're just continuing their momentum into this series, man. Royal Spartans need to wake up, and they need to do it now.
Big time. Well, we're going to give them a little bit of a break to get set up and hopefully get a little bit of recovery here before we jump into the vault control. Amit Brooklyn, though, up 2-0 here in the best of 7 grand finals. We're back with more after this. Jump it on.
Nice try.
Let's say jumping on into map 3. It's been 5 straight map wins for Amit Brooklyn. But we'll have to wait a little bit longer to make sure ping is good before we jump to the vault control. I'm Shift. That's Study. We're good looking people. Hope you guys are enjoying. I don't know what, dude. I'm telling you, this coffee's got me just absolutely twisted right now. I am on a different planet.
I absolutely love that, brother.
Thank you, man. I love it for me too. We don't know what's going to happen. We're just kind of rolling with the punches right now. Biggest news, 5 straight map wins right now all of a sudden for Amit Brooklyn after the reverse sweep from the lower finals, now stepping into this grand finals. And the vault control, I think Amit Brooklyn to be like, all right, sounds good. Like, we know what we're doing here. We got a little bamboozled and fooled in our first defense versus Team War, but outside of that, everything was pretty calm, pretty collected. So you got to be feeling pretty positive about the odds and the chances here that these guys are going to come straight in and be like, all right, let's party, let's dance again.
Oh, yeah, because the guns are warmed. Like, they feel like they can do no wrong on the map. You can just tell by watching that search and destroy. We're taking insanely cruddy routes right through the mid-hallway. Okay, we're getting shut down today. We're instantly going through underground. They can currently do no wrong in their gameplay. The Spartans just have to give them something to start to think about. They have to stand strong, potentially a shutout on the defensive side, maybe a quick 3-0 in this entire control to put the back burners on the Omen Brooklyn. Like, okay, these guys are actually here now. But they just need a spark. If the Spartans are looking for someone to make that spark, I'm definitely looking at Darkside, who had the slow start in that opening hard point. Not really the best performance at a Search and Destroy, just a couple pop-off moments, but a guy like that can change the game for you, especially in a map like Vault Control, where your initial breakups, you know how you're going to play it. We're playing for 4 kills before we even think about that next wave, but then just getting lost in their spawn is what this guy is really good at doing. You need him to be a nuisance, so his team stands a pretty good chance of winning this map.
I always say, too, kind of easy wordplay moment. If you're ever looking for a spark, look no further than Spart. I mean, he has often been the guy that I feel like really to step up, pop dominant. Jay, I was about to say there's no way that if Brooklyn get bamboozled by an opening B hit again, but this is almost an exact copy-paste of what Team War had done. The first tick at B does not fully get secured, but immediate pressure towards A does not allow any defenders to deplete it as of yet. And, well, Capsule's double. That should allow someone to step over, and Fellow will be the one to clear off the progress at B.
Yeah, but with that kind of breakup, you're expecting at least 1 second on that B point. I have nothing to show for it, and you're finally able to leave your spawn a little bit with a couple kills going your way if you are the Spartans. We got to try to extend this time. Dylan Rex with the SMG. How many times have we seen this young man just whip it out on maps like Vault, knowing that he needs to be in position to, needs to be in position to play trades on the team. But he's always finding himself in good spots with this SMG to make impactful plays.
You can't be out there saying that, Jay. There are ladies.
My
bro.
bad, dog. My bad,
Yeah,
dog.
it's all good. 25 seconds to fight 18v18. This is the real last straw here, though, for the Royal Spartans. As Fellow bouncing nades off the walls, just making sure no one's playing close. Stun does land. Clock comes to a bit of a pause, but Rex, Fellow teaming up, easy doubles. And there's just not a route available here from the Spartans. They're going to try to go alongside this back pinch, but Fellow's got the spidey sense tingling. Whoa, big gunfight win for ProLoot. That lets him to hop over back towards the B point with assistance from Gunsy, and they're going to get 1 tick here at B, maybe more to come.
Nah, just 1 tick for now, because if you are Gunsy, you know you got to get out of the play, but thankfully ProLoot strikes for a double. So even with 4 seconds remaining on a round, you still have time to extend this game a little bit longer.
Yeah.
As Capsule is forced to now make a decision, what kind of route do I want to hit? They're all over this A point. Let me go on the pinch. Can he catch the timing for a couple? Elite strikes for the one onto Spart. Turn and burn onto ProLoot. Does not matter. The round comes to a close. And I'm pretty sure that the Spartans were able to at least secure 1 segment at B and 1 segment at A. They take 2, but the round goes to Brooklyn.
Very convincing round, and again, another one of those moments you look at just the SMGs hitting long routes when they matter most, and the timing of them are perfect. It breaks down the setup towards A late, and that's win condition, baby. Really good stuff. I mean, again, I'm really impressed with how quickly this squad has developed. I think just kind of off of some of the miscues that we saw from yesterday in particular. So, I mean, Brooklyn are cooking right now, my friends. And if they can put together another offensive win after what they did and what they showed us in the lower finals, this could get ugly quick.
Oh, yeah, sometimes we always say it out on the COD to be so day-to-day. Wasn't only Brooklyn Day yesterday in the respawns, but so far today, after completing a reverse sweep, they can feel like they can do no wrong. They are initially losing all these gunfights through the middle of the map, though, so Spartan's able to shut down their initial push. It's already 25 seconds wiped off the game clock, and Omen Brooklyn forced to hit the reset, but they're taking their time on their second approach.
Yeah, and again, just to kind of speak to it a little bit more, we talked about it. This is a team in this Royal Spartan squad that has been really proficient across really all of the control maps that we've seen. And we're seeing their defensive dominance come to light here. See if they can continue on that spree. A little bit of trouble after 5 in a row. That will allow this Brooklyn to jump on. Stop the clock at 39 seconds. Follow-up eliminations are also going to be there. Spartan trouble. Stuns, nades, spam fire from below. Actually going to tag. But the retake down low is going to work out. At least for a small time, as that A segment is going to be largely depleted.
You need a couple gunfight wins to continue to go your way. Darkside again having a slow start in this respawn at a 3-8. Need to try to find some impactful routes here. All over towards the pitch, catches the timing, or does he? Because Capsule is way too good with the movement. The shoulder good enough for the kill. Locks in that first segment. Pretty much the second one should be guaranteed. Dylan Rex is going to create an extra layer to allow that to happen. But time is seemingly going to be extended. But with Gunsy finding that double, Spartans aren't going to give it up.
Yeah, and there's no reason to. They're still hanging. They're still chilling. They're still fighting. And Fellow, ooh, double. They don't get that last little bit of progress. Not fully. Oh, finally, someone's able to step on to get the extra 60 seconds. Okay. For a moment there, it looked a little too scary. A little too close for comfort, but we're hanging. We're chilling. We're dealing with it. And can there be more to follow beyond this?
Uh-oh.
Because, yeah, here we go. Open up space through middle of the map. This could lead to that play to start to open up through street. You do get Spart up top towards Art, so maybe a chance to at least hold this off for now, but the kills in the middle of the map are starting to work on this extension. Here we go.
Oh, both the SMGs find success in their gunfights. Dylan Rex from the front side finds the third, and Craze strikes for the fourth. Now the only player unaccounted for is sitting top Mart, but Capsule with the movement secures that position. First segment locked, the double stack good enough. This is going to be 2-0 in favor of Brooklyn.
Wow, Jay. I mean, holy cow. What are we talking about? Amit Brooklyn look brand spanking new, fresh out the box. 2-0 up, and now after we talked kind of a little bit about how, you know, the Search and Destroy wasn't necessarily a must-win for the side of the Spartans, this Control, if they lose this one, this series might just be over. Like, I just don't know how you pull back 4 in a row with the bits shooting like this.
That's the biggest thing, man. That's truly been the difference of this entire series so far, is the gun skill on the side of them at Brooklyn. They're just winning a majority of their one-on-one gunfights. The playmakers are making plays after they win those one-on-one gunfights. On the other side for the Spartans, their playmakers are getting isolated and shut down. Darkside, again, talked about it. 3-8 start in the previous round. You end that round 4-14. Yep. You need him to start to come alive. And he's just not having a good time. Sometimes it's just nothing that you can do to try to change your gameplay. You can just tell by that nade hitting him right in the forehead off the rip.
6 in a row for Caps. Trouble here, gets the beat down, and wow, if he shuts down Darkside right there, yeah, I don't know. But not done yet are the Spartans. 25-25. Craze, a little bit of trouble here, getting a little bit of a workout from Gunsy and Dark. That's enough for them to combine for individual kills, and that'll be a first pick. And a double stack still in play here around A.
It might be a second segment guaranteed. We can continuously just trade it on out. Gunsy goes 1 for 1. Second segment locked. I'm pretty sure there's only still one person on the point, so you're giving opportunities for Brooklyn to work their way back on in, but Darkside starting to get activated. Here we go, on 5 in a row. This is the young man I was waiting to see. Let's take a little space to White Art, though, because we got to go to that position. We can't just trap ourselves on a point. Time is extended, but that's a misplay there from Dark.
Yeah, sure is, and this is going to put a lot of pressure onto how they continue to play through this, if at all. Even exchange around the backside over towards P4. 20 plays 17. Offense working with some mid-map pressure. Trying to deal with that touch. And wow, Craze was in a 1v2 off map. And he takes one. Craze there from Capsule, and Fellow almost clears off one of the remaining members. But now you got to come back over to the point. Nice angle from Dark. Shuts down one of the defenders, but the pinch is on the way. Craze able to push them off the zone. Can he find the second elimination? Not quite. In a little bit of trouble here after the cars explode, but stays alive.
Yeah, he's moving. He's moving and grooving. He's just going to worm his way up through the side of Palms. The information is gained that he's in that position, but I'm right on out. Slide back over to Vault. Give me that freebie onto Darkside, and I'm instantly out of the play. And I'm going to start to work this pinch. He's been having a fantastic series so far, just getting out, finessing with his life. Comes up behind another player. Give me the two-piece. Young Craze is activated.
I don't know, man. He's just shooting.
Oh, my God.
Wow, little pop-up jumper. Secures the headshot onto Gunsy, 5 in a row, and then he lines up enough damage for the collateral or team collateral shots to come out. Spartans still fighting, though, staving off some of this pressure on their spawn. Still a lot of time on the clock here, and it looks like Rex will respect that, back off, and just play this one out 10v8.
Yeah, it might be a lot of time, but not really a lot of opportunities for the Spartans to have on the rest of this round. They need to find a couple kills in sync. At least Prolute and Sparty find a double. So you can work your way up through B Street, but we need some vault control, and Crazy's here to not give it to you.
Yeah. Hellstorm just going to call it in here. 26 seconds on the clock, 8v6. The development of the play coming, but it's coming really slowly. Rex gets shut down, though. Craze inside a vault. Slide from Prolute, shut down. No follow-up immediately onto Craze's position. And now, if he can find timing, he may be able to pinch the play.
This is
wow,
beautiful,
again,
man.
what a heads-up route here. 6v5, you're in the last couple of seconds. Looks like Prolute may have gotten a read, or has he? Long-range shots from Craze are good. Shots from the low ground. Pushes him off, but it's just the one member on. It's only Darkside on the point. You find that kill, you likely win the round, and there it is. Every single elimination coming through. No chance to touch it. Amit Brooklyn 3-0 in the control, and are 3-0 up in the grand finals.
Oh, this one might be over with, Allen. Like, these guys
Feels it.
can do no wrong. Every single time they're in one-on-one gunfights, even if it's one-on-3 gunfight, like, they're still walking away with a majority of those kills because you got playmakers like this young man here. I've been teaching this guy Call of Duty ever since he was 13. Finally, he's almost on the path to becoming pro, but every time you have a performance like this, you make me smile, kid. You are playing out of your mind right now in this grand finals for your team to be up 3-0. And the Spartans just really haven't found anything yet in this series, man. It's going to be tough to try to come back 4 maps in a row now.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, they've had nothing going their way. Not good news here if you're a Spartans fan. A lot of work to be done to try to get this thing back into the realm of possibility. That's the first thing to say. Just a possibility at this. What an unbelievable display this has been for Mid Brooklyn. Again, we have not seen them play like this at all. I mean, except for when they were in groups. That's about it.
Yeah. Even if you think about the last stage, like with this Omid Brooklyn roster when they had Lunars and Neptune, once they hit that playoff side, they were just a completely different team, man. Like, they understand what it's like to go through basically the practice rounds of the bracket play to guarantee themselves into playoffs and then truly lock in when they get to this part of the tournament.
Yeah.
They obviously fell short in winners round 1. You have been through the gauntlet of the loser bracket. Have only been tested one time in a Mat 5, and you were able to walk away victorious there in a reverse sweep fashion. And now you're up 3-0 here in the grand finals for potentially Omid Brooklyn as an organization to go back-to-back in the Elite. The same thing that Notorious did on the EU side.
Exactly,
Going
yeah.
back-to-back. They just need one more map, and Skyline sitting at map number 4 might be the perfect one to do it.
No, I mean, again, just kind of looking at how this Mid team has played, if the SMGs could continue to run and gun like this, it very well may just be done here, Jay. I mean,
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Like, flat out, this has been as comfortable as we've seen. Period. I don't really know what else to say. That it's just period. That's it. So, dangerous moments starting to brew here as we get a little bit closer and closer towards a potential finish to this series. And I all I can do is sit here and shake my head. It's just like, how is this team playing this well right now? Like, we just have not seen the likes of this to this point.
It's just sometimes COD could be so day-to-day, Alan. You start your day off not really playing well, but then in the middle of your day, you find a reverse sweep the way that you did. You just think, like, nothing can stop us. We have faced every ounce of adversity we could have faced today, and we were able to prevail and come out on top of it. Now you make it to the grand finals. There's only one map standing in the way of potentially going back-to-back as an organization here in the Elite. And they did play this map early on versus Team War. It had a bunch of hiccups, especially around that P2 to P4. Those are the two hard points they're going to put a lot of focus on here. And with the way that they're shooting, Spartans better be able to match that energy.
I mean, you have to have it. Legitimately, you just have to. Well, we know what's at stake. And it looks like we're going to have a lobby reset. I don't know if we can we bring back up the prize pool graphic by chance now that we're kind of dealing with championship point. Here's the breakdown of what has already kind of occurred. Team War have secured 10K, but this is, in all intents and purposes, an $8,000 match of COD coming up. And 24 grand for first is nothing to scoff at. This has been, again, one of those you look and say, okay, you know, this is where you really set yourself up for the year. in certain regards. And if you can find a way to secure this, boy, I'll tell you, it's going to feel mighty nice in the bank account.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be feeling real good. Obviously, we take a look at the maps and modes again. We only might potentially need one more. That Skyline HP circled here for Omen Brooklyn to try to get a clean sweep here in the grand finals. They don't even want to test the waters and attempt to get over to the red card S&D because they got 6-0'd earlier on it. They just want to try to end the series right here, right now on the Skyline. I think the only one that can contest them from allowing that to happen is Darkside, man. 2 respawns now where he just really hasn't been impactful with that SMG.
No,
you need
not
him
at
to
all.
come alive more than ever on a map like Skyline where he's basically going to be the guy setting the tone. You have to have a good map here if you're Darkside to try to extend this series.
See if he can provide it. But at the moment, it is Amit Brooklyn in a very dominant and comfortable spot. The only thing you can really kind of throw around if you want to try to play the opposite end of the card here is that Amit Brooklyn have often at times, when they're in the driving seat, let off the gas a touch. Now, that's usually in individual maps, though. I haven't really seen them do that in any series. Not like where they're up this big. So, take that for what you will, friends, as we get ready to go here and continue forward. Skyline Hardpoint, 3-0 up in the series. Amit Brooklyn in this best of 7. Has to be a reverse sweep here for the Royal Spartans, and it has to start now.
It has to start literally right now, my friend. The Spartans need to come out swinging out of the gates. They need to try to punch Omen Brooklyn right in the mouth. You need Darkside to get activated. You're winning all the initial gunfights, already able to flip those spawns on its head. Just soak up time here at P1.
But again, these are routes that we've seen Amit Brooklyn do in the past, where they're just going to go all the way around. They're going to be happy to give you the first 15 seconds, and then they're going to pounce on you as soon as they're in the proper positions. This is so much better from Amit Brooklyn than what we'd seen in the opening stages of the playoffs last week in particular, when they got beat, had dropped to the lower bracket, but now find themselves up major. And Rex is off to a 5-0 start. Again, there have been moments of this season where he's been quiet, but the last 2 days, he's been unbelievable.
He's been popping off for the Omen Brooklyn squad, and single-handedly there, he's able to find 3 when his teammates go 3 dead off the breaks and still maintain this side of the map. So he's trying to add to the tally of the flawless starts to this game. Looking for number 6. Is able to find it off the Sparty. Teammates still holding down the cuts over towards Kitchen. And the game cannot get any easier right now for Omen Brooklyn.
No, it really can't. This is about as calm and collected as it could possibly be.
Hello.
Yeah, Rex. Oh my goodness, an 8-0 start. Finally put to rest, but at what cost? I mean, sheesh. That's pretty much all you can say.
Need a break here if you are the Spartans, though. Thankfully, Spart was able to play his life towards the backside. So you give your teammates an opportunity as him and ProLuke combine for 6 in a row. So find the break here at P2 for the final 20 to 25 seconds. Basically tie this game on up. Omen Brooklyn not willing to give up all this space for free, so they're going to somewhat try to contest it here at O, but Spart now on 5 in a row, and you see he's still getting a lot of score off of the hill time. He's coming really close to that Hellstorm.
Yep. That elimination helps as well. Now over for the objective kill. There we go. Earns it. 7 in a row. Can't get the trophy system down, though. So again, the edge is still narrow, but Amit Brooklyn are in the lead. Fighting over the top of Kitchen, though, we go. Dark only able to find one before falling. Help at a far from Spart will get us now into you take your corner, we'll take ours, and let's just dive onto the hill at each other.
And this is where Omen Brooklyn need to show a couple of upgrades in their gameplay, because the P3 to P4 was the issue versus Team War. You can already see it's being an issue in this map. They lose those 2 initial gunfights. The last 2 players have to stay alive towards the backside of Kabul. Here comes Darkside on the pinch. You're not going to be able to read this, or are you? Capsule has gotten the better of him in multiple one-on-one gunfights throughout this entire series. And that's such a big one to potentially secure the spawns with Cray still in the right position.
Yeah, Prolude is still in a spot bottom bedroom, though, to go a bit undiscovered. That stun may have landed, though. But still hiding in the corner. Here we go. Now they know Prolude's in the play. Cray's shower back over towards the closet. Not a good opening look. Semtex should get some space. That tags. Can't find the kill, but his teammates have cleaned up over towards the opposite extension, and then they teamwork out beautifully into Secret. Amit Brooklyn in firm control at P4.
Yeah, firm control. All of the Spartans spawning over towards Hitcher side. They do find a big opening kill, though, onto Fellow. He's going to spawn in towards the back. You're investing the Hellstorm, and unfortunately, Capsule is going to fall off the map. But you need to win these trades, because right now in the position that Dylan's in, he's still going to allow his teammates to spawn towards the backside of this P4. Gunsy was just waiting for his teammates eventually to get into the play, but it might not play a part.
Yeah, Capsule's getting a read on the backsided play. Now, he wasn't expecting all three players to be there, though, and that's this snowball from the back door from the Spartans gets them to within about 10 points now as we jump back over to P1. Gunsy shutting down the initial play over towards the top side at P2, plus the elimination on the hard point. Okay, an opportunity here for the Spartans to get back into control.
Yeah, Gunsy just roaming around P2, secures the pawns for his teams. He knows that the pressure's going to be over towards bedroom. Let me get my trophy down to try to keep you alive, but his teammates now drop everywhere around him. Now you're all spawning across the map. Gunsy forced to make a very difficult play, and he gets sniffed on out. Omid Brooklyn with a clean 4 dead. Leads to a clean break here at P1.
This feels a little uncharacteristic for the Spartans. They're just getting caught on individual gunfights before they're actually able to hit the go button on some of these break attempts. A couple here, a couple there, but it's just these 4v3s that we continue to see from Brooklyn when they're already in control of the favored side or in the hard point are allowing them to continually stack up 20 seconds, 30 seconds. A couple of bounce backs from the Spartans, but they have yet to actually win a full-on rotation, it feels like, and that's not going to change here as we head over to P2.
Not at all. Final 5 seconds of this P1 time. All the power positions currently held by Omid Brooklyn. You have your crosses being covered. You're already finding the initial kills off the rotation, so it's only going to make your approach a lot easier. But if you're Capsule, that's an Eagle child and a half. You can't afford those gunfights, but at least you still have the spawns to instantly work your way back on in.
Oh, my.
Another clean 4 dead. Spartans just can't find anything.
Yeah. And now you've got Rex locking down one side. You've got Craze on the other. Pivot players inside the hard point, but... Okay, now we got to come back to the play. Capsule, good hops over the top of the pool, trying to get back over to save the spawns with still 30 seconds remaining. Whoa, nice snap onto Prolude, excuse me? It's a little mini reaction flick right there works out, and now Rex will make sure the hard point at least stays contested. He gets the read as well, bottom towards Piano. I mean, again, Amit just doing no wrong, find themselves up 70 points.
Yup, they're just flying and frying, man. As simple as that. Everyone's picking up an SMG to have a little bit more fun. They've been outclassing them every single map so far in this series. Up by 70. Royal Spartans need to be able to stop the bleeding. Has to start here at P3, but none of the gunfights going their way. 2-2 split. Omid Brooklyn are already here, and they find every kill.
Yeah, there's been some joke gunfights from Rex's POV. He is just destroying players. Laser beams out of that Jackal. And it's getting real ugly here, Jay. I mean, look to the other side. I mean, Gunsy just cannot get anything going. Neither can Darkside. I mean, those are the two players you kind of look to kind of be your pop-off players, and it's just not happening. As Craze goes from 1 kill to another. Fellow is on 5. Craze is on 3. The team streaks continue to stack up until finally Gunsy gets a double, and that will allow the Spartans to get in with 23 seconds to fight.
Yeah, they need all this time. They need one wave of kills after they get this time to flip the spawn and try to chain it over towards P2, P4. That's the only way you're going to get back into this game. Need these kills to go your way, and you're not winning the trade fight, so the spawn's still going to be in favor of Omid Brooklyn. They win another rotation to the money hill and have an opportunity to close it out here at P4.
Sure do. Capsule open up the hard point. Rex up top stun. Just has to play his life. Nade's pushing him out. Good movement to stay alive, and now help is on the way. And that is just so brilliant. Fellow also locking things down around the back. Rex not quite able to finish off onto Spart. That should block the spawns, or does it? Fellow actually spawns with Rex right inside a bottom bedroom because there's nowhere else for them to spawn. The Spartans were hitting over through kitchen, through pool, and they had a player in the back, so they spawn essentially on the hard point. Craze dealing with some of the players from the front. The break is in, but that was still an extra 30 seconds going the way of Amit Brooklyn.
Yeah, now the Spartans down by 100 need to start playing some perfect Call of Duty from this point on. Only 23 seconds that Omid Brooklyn needs to be victorious here in Elite Stage 2. Gonna give it one more crack of a break here at P4. They know where the player is in towards the hard point. The nade good enough to at least get him out for now. But they have them trapped towards the backside of this hard point. Royal Spartans aren't gonna have any breathing room to even get over towards P1 early. Another rotation won by Omid.
Yep. At least for P2. We still have negotiation of 60 seconds to go, but oh gosh. 3 for 1. Gunsy dealt with. And this will put the game out of reach. What a series from Amit Brooklyn. They've won 6 maps in a row. Looking for 7 maps in a row with a 4-0 sweep here in the grand finals. And Caps just making a montage up top. Craze is on 5. That will do it. Amit Brooklyn may have lost Lunars. They may have lost Neptune, but they still put together another championship roster, but this time with the cinema of doing it all the way from lower round 1. Unprecedented.
Hey, man, big congrats to Omid Brooklyn, man. The way that they started off today, I thought it was going to be a quick game of Call of Duty for them. But they did it in a reverse sweep Bastion versus Team War and didn't lose a map ever since then. 7 straight map wins in a row for Omid Brooklyn as a squad, as they are your winners here of Elite Stage 2 as an organization. They go back-to-back just like Team Notorious from the EU side. Team Notorious did with their same roster though that they did in Stage 1. This one a little bit different. 2 players called up to the big leagues and 2 players having to fill those gaps. But Dylan Rex had his moments. Capsule was their standout player throughout this entire Elite. And then Craze, for me, was their MVP of that final, man. What a series right there from Omid Brooklyn.
Jaw, meat, floor. Literally just smacking that ass, smacking that 4-0. I mean, it's just, at what point do we look at, the Challengers ecosystem and just, the CDL just needs to go into Rafi's DMs and be like, you want to just manage a CDL team? Because, like, this guy, he wins, brother. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, he gets to grand finals routinely throughout last year's Challengers events. Here, it's just 2 straight Challengers leads with 2 different rosters. I think the stat still holds. Like, Amit players have been picked up by CDL teams more than any other Challengers org in the past, and I think the only one that comes 20 close to that, the only one that comes close to that would be like Team War from like back during Black Ops 4 up until Modern Warfare 2. But wow, this has been impressive, and you really have to tip it. This has been a really successful run from it.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. A successful run for Amit in Stage 1, a successful run for Omid Brooklyn in Stage 2. They go back-to-back here in the grand final. As we take a look at the maps and modes again, even though the score, at least in that map number 1, seemed a little bit closer. Omid Brooklyn were in control from start to finish. The S&D was 3 rounds, 1 raid, 3 rounds, another, and then 3 rounds from Omid Brooklyn to close it out. Dominant in the control and dominant in the skyline. It's just like they felt like they could do no wrong. Like, I'm telling you, Alan, just that one reverse sweep versus Team War where their backs were against the wall, when their adversity was being truly tested, they were able to prevail in that situation. They traded into this series in the grand finals with the Royal Spartans sitting nice and comfy, thinking that everything was going to be sweet. But it's just too much firepower from Omid Brooklyn throughout this entire best of 7. And throughout this entire bracket, as they make it from losers round 1 all the way to the grand finals, and don't drop a map. These guys need to get some phone calls, man. There's a lot of teams in the CDL currently struggling. These guys are proving that they deserve to be up there.
Absolutely the case. On the other side of things for the Royal Spartans, these are now 2 heartbreaks in 2 straight seasons. And I had to go back and double check on the bracket, because I remember Amit Brooklyn beat the Spartans. I couldn't remember when it was. It was lower finals. It was a 3-0 then. So the Royal Spartans just cannot beat this Amit Brooklyn team. That is now 7-0 map count, org to org, and another secondary day, final day of Challengers Elite where the Royal Spartans cannot win a map, because that would have been the case last time around too, where they played on Thursday, first match in lower finals, didn't win a map. Now you come in, play the second match in the grand finals, don't win a map. So there's something about Thursdays in the final moments for this Royal Spartans team. There's something in the water in the matchup between Amit Brooklyn and that Spartans team, it feels like. Crazy scenes, man. So here's the final standings and the final placements with the monetary value to come with it. Amit Brooklyn, $24,000. The Royal Spartans will still pull out 16 grand, and a lot to talk about, obviously, as they try to get into Major 2. I will say, I think kind of looking at Team War, I know you mentioned at one point in time at the beginning of the broadcast, like the last 3 teams unlikely to make moves before Major 2, but in the fashion of how Team War lose out, I mean, they got a little bit handled. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some conversations between the players and the Spartans players on Team War. Maybe there's a little bit of switching. Hard to say if team passes have already been kind of purchased and stuff like that, but I don't know, man. That's some shaky ground there with the Amit coming out and just absolutely beating down both teams.
Oh yeah, you don't make no roster change. Your team more realistically, you lost a game 5 again today. I don't make a change either. Royal Spartans though, we came in as, at least to start the week, as one of the best hardpoint teams in the game. You fell short in your recent day. Then you make up for it in your S&D, and then you fall short here. This is a tough 4-0 series in this one. The fact that you got 0-4 because you're thinking we're gonna go into Major 2, we stand a pretty good chance. But you just got beat down the way that you did. They're probably the roster having conversations depending on how it's gonna look when they get to Major 2.
Clean stuff, but that does it for Stage 2 of Challengers. Elite Team Notorious winning in North America. MIP Brooklyn winning in... Oh, pardon me. Team Notorious winning in Europe. Switch that around. MIP Brooklyn winning in North America. The winners from last season winning in Season 2. And I would love to see a Team Notorious and MIP Brooklyn matchup on land. I don't know. I got North America clean, just wiping the floor.
Afro is a lot, though.
Major 2.
Afro is unbelievable.
Yeesh, I'll say that much. We'll see how things go. We've got one more week in the CDL qualifiers. Of course, also the CDL new scuffs drop, so make sure you go take a look at that. All the love to all of our sponsors. They are sick. I'm not going to lie. Some of the teams popped off with their designs. Real clean stuff. So make sure you go check those out. Make sure you stick around this weekend for all of the CDL action. Watch Optic not win a single series. All the things that are happening. And then we'll catch you guys in Allen, Texas next week. Till that point, later. Bye-bye.